welcome everybody to the IESF Asian Championship for 2023. We're back once again. We had an incredible day of games yesterday, and I'm once again being joined by WEC to cover all the action. So what's up, man?
I am excited actually because I think our first match is going to be quite close. It's both regions in Asia that have a great history in CSGO, and spoilers if you don't know in chat, it's going to be Indonesia versus Malaysia. And Malaysia, I mean, Kaze, Eman, they have a really deep history when it comes to CS and representing their country at an international level. And yeah, Indonesia has also got the usual suspects, a bunch of which have retired now and have shifted into other games, greener pastures if you want to really look into it, but I don't know, the grass is always greener on whichever side you stand on, in my opinion. So yeah, you had Executed, you still have Forsaken, spelled differently, and yeah, this should be a fun best of 3. I think it's going to be a lot more competitive than some of the other games we witnessed yesterday. I don't think we're going to see a 16-5 for sure. I think this can be the first best of 3 in this qualifier that goes all the way till the third map.
Yeah, I do want to quickly check something though, so I'm going to have to throw on over to you for a second, okay? Because I do need to confirm something with the production.
Sure. So for those of you just tuning in and this is the first time you're hopping into the stream, these are the Asia online qualifiers for the World Esports Championship. Yeah, anyways. So yeah, that's our first match of the day, Indonesia versus Malaysia. And then later on, we've got a best of 1 playoff for Southeast Asia, and Iran versus Iraq. Hyperia will also be jumping into the broadcast at some point today, and then we close our day with another best of 1. I think as the days progress, it would be rather interesting to even look at where these teams are standing in terms of group stage points and who's on the verge of elimination, really. Iraq had a rough day yesterday. I think they got, I mean, there's no better way to put this, but it was a rather one-sided affair. They ended up losing to Palestine. And yeah, having said that though, despite the kind of one-sided games we had yesterday, this one should be a treat.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't really get to experience a lot of very competitive Counter-Strike yesterday, right? And that's sort of how it goes oftentimes in a lot of these tournaments, where when you're in the qualifying phase, when you're in the very start of the tournament, you're often going to have seeded matches that are going to be relatively one-sided. But now, as we're progressing into the tournament, this is going to get a whole lot better. You know, some of those easier games are out of the way, and now we're going to be watching a match like Indonesia versus Malaysia. Now, we don't have a whole lot of information about Malaysia, to be honest, but we did get a chance to see Indonesia play yesterday. It was Neora, Marcia, Insane, Sandman, and I can't remember what Andre Yosua had as his in-game name, to be perfectly honest. But truth be told, Indonesia, they were playing in... They were completely dominating Brunei, so it was a pretty one-sided affair. And what I'm really excited about is really to see all of these teams that have been sort of on the dominating side then finally go up against each other. So it's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, it should be fun. I think these regions have played each other in the past. I mean, they're all scrimming on the same server in terms of geography, so they should be familiar. Having said that, there's an entire new bunch of players. I was talking about the older players that brought a lot of glory to their countries in the past, and yeah, I think Malaysia, they have a couple of more players registered, so they might be shuffling between, they have like 7 players registered or something, so the rosters might be shuffled around a little bit. I'm sure that it is kind of tricky for everybody to band together for this kind of a tournament, but you did see Indonesia yesterday versus Brunei. It was rather one-sided as far as the scoreboard would have us believe, but what stood out about Indonesia for you? Was it their T side, their CT side, just having everybody's back, or are they just one of those teams which are like forcing raw aim duels and winning them? Anything that you note as Indonesia's strengths?
Honestly, one of the things I noticed about Indonesia was that they were one of the teams that actually looked like they were a semblance of a team, right? And it's a little rough to say this, I get it, but a lot of these national leagues, a lot of these national tournaments, oftentimes you're hastily putting together a roster, or you're having qualifiers with players that are sort of coming in at the last minute. So you're not really going to see incredibly well-practiced teams, except from some of the major regions of Counter-Strike. So I really appreciated the fact that we still ended up seeing quite a lot of team play from Indonesia. Like, they were completely running circles around Brunei. They had so many instances where they actually looked very well practiced. And even though they didn't really have any elaborate strats or anything, they were one of the teams that was willing to take risks with more cavalier team play. And I think one of the bigger mistakes that teams have been already making in this tournament is turtling up a little bit too much, playing a little bit too passively, and really just trying to rely on their individual strengths as opposed to even trying to play as a team, right? And when you go down that rabbit hole, it becomes very difficult to try and progress beyond just the very early stages of the tournament. So that's my 2 cents. I do think Indonesia have a much better chance than some of these other teams.
Yeah, from what little I managed to watch of Indonesia yesterday, I just want to say this, of all the teams that I saw yesterday, they do pop flash for each other quite effectively. I think that's one small thing that Indonesia does much better than all the teams that won. I didn't feel that, like, how do I put this? They weren't. They were taking fights and they were winning these fights, but not just because they know that, hey, we are the better team, but they took those duels in a much more sensible manner. It wasn't like Palestine versus Iraq, where we just saw the same scenario play time and time again, where Palestine just kept rushing mid on Mirage. And I think Indonesia are definitely one of the teams you want to look out for in this qualifier. Now, Malaysia haven't played yet. Indonesia are warmed up. They're coming into this with a win. So yeah, it's time for Malaysia to really kind of prove itself and do all its fans a little bit of make them proud and just make them happy. I'm very curious to see the veto. I wonder if we'll see Anubis. It's actually the only map. It's one of the few maps. Excuse me. Which I mean, I was reading and preparing for it as much as I could, but it's one of the few maps that So
yeah, honestly,
enough
it's not
about
really
what I was expecting.
Yeah, it's not really much of a concern to even have to see Anubis, because so many teams have just been shying away from it. Now, I would really like to see some teams sort of blunder and not ban it out, and maybe another team take advantage of it, because it'll be fun, you know? It's always nice to see when a team has a very varied veto pool. So Indonesia picking up Nuke up first, Overpass being picked up by Team Malaysia, and then Mirage as the decider. So nothing too special. We're not seeing any Vertigo. We're not seeing any Anubis. No Ancient. So these are pretty straightforward maps. I think Nuke is going to be the one that has a little bit more depth, and I'm quite happy that Indonesia are the ones that are cavalier enough to pick this first, because so far in the majority of this tournament, well, yesterday, we've only really been seeing the Mirage. We've been seeing Inferno, but we got to see only one new game, and even that was, well, pretty one-sided.
Yeah, it was the first match of the day yesterday. It was a best of one. It was Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka. Bangladesh ended up winning about 16-8. They just had a couple of players. I think it was mainly Xenon who just kept shamelessly taking these fights and winning fight after fight and having like some. It was a very uneven distribution of kills, and sure, Sri Lanka had a couple of moments where they won a couple of rounds, but other than KUCF really having a lot of individual showing at outer, we didn't see much. I think in terms of how the teams played the map on the T side, it seemed as if Bangladesh tried to take RAM control, and every time they went towards ramp and wanted to go towards B, they were pretty successful. The two-man setup coming up from Sri Lanka didn't net much, and every now and then, it wasn't all that much, but every now and then we saw a wall of smokes towards outer, and we saw teams trying to go down towards the B side. Yeah, again, like I said yesterday, the real important player on the defense is on the CT side is going to be whoever plays Garage. So he's got to be one, gathering information, and also just ensuring that nobody leaks, because he is the anchor of the defense in a sense. Him and the ramp players, they have a lot of work distributed between them. So yeah, Indonesia,
It was also
now they
yeah, go on actually, please.
No, I mean, I wanted to ask you, did you see who's starting out on CT or D on Nuke? Because Indonesia picked it.
Yeah,
But
if Indonesia picked it, then they're gonna have to start on T side. But again, it's not like they directly have to start on T side. It's just that you get to choose what side to start on if you aren't the one that has picked the map. So obviously Indonesia, they're going to. Well, Malaysia, they're going to gravitate towards the CT side. Unless they have something up their sleeves, maybe they want to pick the T side. But I really don't see that happening anytime soon. Everybody wants to get that little CT side buff at the very start. And I do believe we should be going live with the match in just a little bit. So sorry for the delay, guys. But honestly, yesterday we didn't actually get to see much of Nuke. We got to see what was basically just a Xenon show. He was running around willy-nilly like a headless chicken with an AK, and he just made it look so damn easy, right? This is hopefully going to be a much more competitive game. And the point you're making about the outside player having a lot of burden to shoulder, basically, it makes a lot of sense, especially because these teams have been having a surprising amount of outside control. Especially when we saw sort of the one-dimensional gameplay on other maps, we saw a lot of these teams crumbling under the pressure of knowing that they're not really very well-practiced teams. I would expect their outside control to not be as great as it was yesterday, but we saw it time and time again. The lobby and outside pushes were actually very well coordinated, surprisingly enough. So the fact that outside players were doing their job in yesterday's games, that was very important. And I think it's going to be a similar theme today. That outside player is going to have a whole lot of pressure, even if not more.
Yeah. I think it is the most important role on the CT side. I mean, like the way Nuke was played historically, way back when CeeLo was this large wave texture called Red Rock. It all just involved about it was all about jumping on top of Red Rock, getting I mean, we spent hours trying to figure that jump out, and just taking those fights outside. That's what it's all about. I mean, sure, the map has changed with Secret and the addition of Secret and that entire passage, but essentially at its core level, people still just love to go out and really cause chaos on the D side. So CeeLo is easier now. It's easier to get to that part of the map. But also, I mean, those are the fond memories. The not so fond memories are people just emptying clip after clip, trying to spam each other out at the A side. That's been Nuke at its very root history, and thankfully they removed a lot of that. Now I think utility usage towards Hut, playing outer and trying to get towards Secret, I think these are really the markers of what needs to work for you on the T side, how you explode out of Hut if you do decide to take that route, and stuff like that. I think another small issue that we did see was that a couple of whiffed smokes. I think both these teams, in terms of the utility usage, they won't be making mistakes like that. I'm not expecting Indonesia and Malaysia to really whiff that smoke from outer to A. So I think easy stuff like that, easy mistakes or easy blunders like that shouldn't be taking place. It should be a much closer contest. And the players that in the server, they're warming up. I can understand why Malaysia would like to take their time. They rightfully should. I mean, all the time you can put together in prep before you jump into your first best of 3. is good. You should take all the time you can. And I think the other thing that I want to talk about is the rest of the veto. We're going into overpass. Overpass is we haven't. Did you cast any overpass yesterday?
No, I didn't cast any overpass yesterday.
Okay.
We haven't seen overpass just yet.
We haven't seen overpass just yet.
Yeah, honestly, not a whole lot of data about it. And to be honest, I kind of do want to circle back to Nuke a little bit because I want to talk about some of the mistakes that teams were making yesterday. On the subject of teams turtling up a little bit too much when they realize they don't have too much of a game plan, one of the bigger mistakes that teams made was the unwillingness to actually go for aggression, right? So a lot of these times we would see them not have utility. Also, this is exacerbated by the fact that they're making terrible utility decisions. So saw this pretty much from every single team yesterday, not holding on to their economy, not paying much heed to the smaller decisions like saving Deagle, saving armor and all that. That really ends up piling up into a lot more cash in the long run. We did see a couple of instances as well where, you know, you have a player playing on the A bomb side on Nuke. They don't have any utility. They're just waiting it out. They're just waiting for the mollies to roll in there, and they've just got their fingers crossed. They're like, okay, hopefully I'll hit my shots. But you and I both know that doesn't really happen. There's a reason why utility exists, right? It just makes your life a whole lot easier. So where I would have liked for them to compensate with pushes, maybe compensate with information, it really wasn't happening. And the rationale behind going for pushes simply wasn't there. I kind of felt like they're just going for pushes, going for information on a whim because they're just trying to go for an unorthodox play rather than having it as a rational reaction to a specific issue that they're trying to solve, whether it's a play from the enemy team. Are they going for pushes? Should we pivot into a default? Or whether or not it's a specific reaction to an economic decision that they made previously. Okay, do we not have money? Do we have to adapt to the fact that now we're missing a couple of flashbangs? No, instead, it kind of just felt like we saw unorthodox plays being sprinkled into the wind, and it didn't really feel like a very logically put together set of decisions.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, if you were to try and push for information and map control, where would you like to see the CTs do that on Nuke?
Of course, it really depends, right? Again, there's a lot of teams that are going to very heavily prioritize outside presence, and early on in the game, you can also kind of figure out what the enemy team's game plan is. So sometimes a lot of teams are going to prioritize outside utility, but they're only going to have a lurker. So then it makes sense to push for additional information outside because you know that you can potentially get a 2 versus 1, a 3 versus 1 against the lurker, and you basically bust the game wide open in terms of information. But if a team is, let's say, going for a slow default, right, that's where you're probably going to be pushing up secret. That might be where you push a little more aggressively towards outside. It really comes down to what kind of reaction you're expecting from the enemy team. I don't think there's a clear-cut answer to what a great place to push for information is, because that's like asking what a good map is, right? It really comes down to the teams. Although there are going to be some that are favored more than the other. But we are going to be heading straight into the game. Enough tangents about where to push. Now it is time for either team to prove their mettle. Malaysia starting off on the CT side and Indonesia on the T.
Yeah, really fast executive shots coming out from Indonesia. One smoke being tossed out towards Garage, and it's going to hit his side. They're actually going to drop down towards the vents, and they find a kill. And Zassis actually draws first blood with the knife. John Chen's found another Indonesia in a 3v4. They've gotten control of the B side. They should be able to plant the bomb and get away with this for now. They've got one player posted towards outer. He's going to do his bit. Waste will manage to slow down the rotation, finds a kill, quickly gets traded 2v2, very doable, but the dual Berettas just do not cut it. It's insane, and Marcia will clean up in the afterplant. Indonesia have come into this map all guns blazing. I mean, they had a plan, and you could see that they were ready to execute. A fast hit towards the B side. Malaysia had no idea what hit them. capability. I mean, it's almost as if they heard you talk about the importance of utility. I mean, they've got a Molotov on top of hut. They've got this wall of smokes to allow them to cross.
Ooh.
And the one player that's posted garage, who's actually forced, does manage to find a kill. But the remaining 4 members of Indonesia have moved over to the B bomb side.
I really like Team Malaysia having a player on top of Garage very early on, because it's generally a mid-game reaction. You don't expect anybody to instantly go for something a little more unorthodox like that, but they are able to capitalize off the back of it. Now Niora pushing out from single door. He's joined by a teammate as well, and that should be the B side being opened up, especially with the CT starting to retreat. Marcia making that MP9, or rather that MAC-10, work like an M4. It is going to come down to just a 2-1-2. John Chen, not a whole lot of HP available, but he does have that range advantage with the AK-47, but this lack of information is going to be very tough to go past. Okay, I'm not sure what that duel was. Very uncomfortable, but John is able to clear it out. 1 HP versus 100. Sandman and John now at odds, but all it's going to take is that one bullet from the MAC-10. I don't think Sandman realizes, though. Doesn't matter. John Chen trying to run away, trying to circle around to try and get the kill, but it is all in vain. There's not a damn chance he gets away with that AK with that HP. Indonesia, pretty convincing.
Yeah. Sorry, I muted my mic. But yeah, it was a convincing win, but Indonesia did bleed in terms of their economy. Nonetheless, they're going to pull it back. I mean, they are racking up the kills with Glocks, despite having a fair amount of guns to work with. But yeah, 3v1. I mean, this... Yeah, this... Wait, what? He's dropped the spy. He's dropped the bomb and... Okay. For a moment, I thought Canary had a very slim shot in hell to win that round. But now Indonesia, they're going to put together a third. And now is the true test. I mean, Malaysia did really kind of ask a lot of awkward questions of them in the second round. Now Malaysia have a bye. Now Malaysia have the utility they need. And it remains to be seen whether they can slow down Indonesia's fast-pacing play towards this A side.
Oh, I'm not sure why that push comes in from Waste. He just speaks straight into the AWP, despite sort of having an idea that there might be an AWP there. Also, quick note to the viewers, don't be confused. Canary is just the name you're assigned when you've been a bad boy on Valve servers and you've been muted. That's actually Fatality CS. Niora pushing out of hut now, though. John Chen's been taken care of. And the A site should be up for grabs. There is one player that they still need to worry about, though. There was a player in Garage a little bit earlier on. 4-on-3. Now, the CTs, they're kind of getting into positions for retakes, but it's not going to be a plan just yet. In fact, Niora, he wants to get a little exploratory, taking a page out of Dora's book. In the meantime, Indonesia, they're going to start to get the bomb down a little bit. Fatality. He's able to clean up the madness outside, make sure that that lurker is going to be put in the graveyard before that actual retake ensues. Insane. Tough position to check. And he fully capitalizes on it.
This round was a bit weird. It just felt like we didn't quite catch Malaysia crumble really, but it felt like despite them getting that first kill with the AWP, they end up losing a couple of members towards ramp. And now Insane in the process of ensuring that the AWP remains for the next round, actually transfers over for the next round into Indonesia's hands. So yeah, they've got themselves the AWP. Let's see where it goes. A little bit of a spawn to work with, but not the best, and not really the best to go challenge any aggressive angle towards ramp, but he can try. Anyways, Malaysia, this is their 5th round, and they haven't really got too much. A couple of 5-7s here and there, And they are pushing out of information. They're going to push through a smoke, and rightfully so, they get punished. Neora just caught looking silly as John Chen pushes through hut, gets a kill, but he's respecting the fact that other members from Indonesia could be marking that weapon.
A pretty one-sided affair so far, and Indonesia, you know, they've done an incredible job. They've actually been putting up the pressure in terms of pacing, not really letting a chance for Malaysia to breathe. And, you know, I respect the fact that John Chen is trying to go for information, but unfortunately, it's not timed well enough for Waste of Ammo to not be able to pick him off with the AWP. Now, circling back over towards ramp, and I actually really appreciate how meticulous Indonesia are being. They're being very thorough in how they're checking every one of these angles, and the only reason they're able to catch these pushes come through is because they're playing that slow default. They're not being super haphazard. They didn't rush straight into ramp and get caught by the 5-7 or anything. No, they're taking their sweet time. In fact, they're letting the seeds of doubt sort of sow themselves in Malaysia's heads just so that they can take advantage of it later.
Yeah, you can see Malaysia, I mean, they have no idea where exactly Indonesia are on the map. John Chen, I mean, goes out hard, gets a kill, spots another, ends up dying, then they lose a player at ramp. So Malaysia, they're really being split apart on this map, and Indonesia are methodically punishing each and every Malaysian player, and they began this half with a lot of pace, and then they've kind of slowed it down. I mean, I feel that if I were on the Malaysian team, maybe this round or the next, you do want to call a timeout. Just try and assess what's really not working, because it feels like Malaysia are just getting picked apart very comprehensively across the map, and they have no response to the aggression coming up from Indonesia. Well, I mean, one, their setups at A are not working. But their pushes for information, sure, this was the pistol round, but they have no comprehensive read as to what Indonesia is actually doing to them, and they're pretty much just playing in the blind. This angle did pay dividends the last time around for Malaysia, but this time no one obliges. In fact, it's Canary and ramp, and yeah, they're going to hold off Indonesia towards ramp. It is the first time in all these rounds that Malaysia have a good shot of putting one round together, but just as I say that, fatality dies.
Indonesia, they've been able to get quite a bit of space off the back of this. Azar, even though he's only on 15 points of health, he could be relevant here. I'm not too sure about that, actually. Sort of playing a headshot angle, so he might be a bit more relevant than we expect him to be. Indonesia, though, they've got 55 seconds to work with. They're starting to be in decent positions. Problem is, this AWP player from Malaysia has cleared out all of Secret, so they're starting to narrow down where these players from Indonesia could be, and they're going to have to put all of their efforts into one decisive push at the very end. There's one player situated in ramp who's going to try and be a menace and create chaos when the lurkers start to come in. But other than that, it's just going to have to be Waste and Sandman, I believe, who are going to have to do things the hard way. Marcia, opening frag collected. And with Marcia being in a very tough spot to clear here outside, they're going to have to watch out for him. They're anticipating heaven, they're anticipating multiple different angles, and in the meantime, the CTs have been cleared up. Indonesia with a 6th.
It really looked a bit problematic for Indonesia at the beginning of the round. They lose 2 players early on. There's still an EWP on the side of Malaysia. But, I mean, the AWP clears out Secret, clears out the B side. Sure, it gets a lot of information. But then, when the A hit comes, you actually have to try and re-aggress and just take control of the side with an AWP, and that's awkward. John Chen this time around is pressing W, and the entirety of Malaysia, it's almost as if they heard you. They will aggress for information, and they're going to swiftly move with that information down towards the B side where Marcia is waiting. Marcia spots ahead, hears a lot of footsteps, and he's good for not just one, gets two very important kills. Zer is trying his hardest with the 5-7, and it's good enough for now. He'll find Neura, but Marcia is forcing Zer and Malaysia into this awkward 1v4. And how much can one ask from Zer? Really a very unrealistic scenario to expect Malaysia to win that round. 7-0. Now you have to call a timeout now. I would really like to see one.
I don't know. I mean, Malaysia, maybe they're thinking that they're just being outclassed on all accounts and that a timeout wouldn't help, but also even in that case, it makes sense, right? You want to give yourself a little bit of breathing room just to try and get your cards back in order. Once again, a slow default from Indonesia. They've got a couple players outside, well, just one player outside waiting for any aggression from Malaysia. And I really like this because Indonesia, they've realized that the slower approach is working. And they're anticipating Malaysia to try and go for information later, which even though Malaysia aren't until the mid-round, Indonesia, they've got the patience to wait it out for the long haul. But now, with a kill being collected by the AWP of Malaysia, this should start to make things interesting. Fatality with 2-1 ramp. Sandman and Neora now, big responsibility to shoulder. 2 versus 4, already heading out. Neora with a frag, but Fatality's flames are going to drag him down with him. Spike collecting the final kill means that Malaysia finally have a round.
Yeah, I mean that early aggression coming out from an Aces really gets them that first pick, and then Fatality proving that there is a case for the M4 at that kind of range and finds 2 crucial kills. Indonesia were really not expecting that angle to be played. They thought they could just sneak their way into ramp and they get punished. But yeah, much needed round for Malaysia. They can start to build on their economy. They've got plenty of utility to work with. They've still got the AWP. They've got kits everywhere. So, I mean, in terms of just tools to try and undo Indonesia's aggression, they've got everything that they could ask for. Has Marcia frozen? Okay. Timed aggression here from Indonesia as they want to try and work out a... Now, it remains to be seen if Anasis finds any angle with the AWP, but nope, smokes everywhere, not a gap between them. And Indonesia, they're making their way towards the B side, and you can see Malaysia start to move and panic on the minimap. There's one man, it's Anasia, with the AWP towards the B side.
Slower approach, now down into secret. 30 seconds remaining, so the responsibility is going to be big on these Ts to make something happen fast. A Molotov actually deters them from pushing out instantly, but a smoke will allow Marcia with the mobility to try and wedge his teammates straight into the B bomb site. Marcia nade to try and follow through. And there is quite a bit of damage being accumulated on the CTs, but it is going to be a 5-on-5 retake. Awkward position to have your knife out. Zer puts Marcia in the grave, and now it's a 4-on-3. Waste wants to peek out. He's watching the angle. Not collected by the AWP. Fatality does bring the numbers back, though, but Sandman is putting the work, and he's putting the legwork in. Fatality tries to peek out, but Waste is ready with a Glock. Indonesia again with an 8th.
I mean, it looked as if the AWP didn't really present any sort of a challenge for Indonesia. They got past it easily with the amount of control they've given at Secret and towards the B bomb site. And yeah, I mean, sure, the AWP was there, but we never saw Aces find any opportunity with it. And this is Malaysia's default when they don't have money. Run out of heart, press W, and hope you get kills. And I mean, I respect it. At least they're doing it in pairs. And they are trying their best to just damage Indonesia's economy as much as possible. But Indonesia are not falling for any of this. They are not giving away a single weapon, a single life, a single dollar.
I mean, it's looking very bleak for Malaysia right now. They're sitting on 1 point, and this is sort of something I was talking about yesterday as well, that Indonesia sort of looked like one of the teams that is more likely to advance, and they're showing us exactly why. They look like a unit. Malaysia, they feel a little bit lost. And although there have been some instances where I did think that Malaysia made the right plays, I just felt like Indonesia made them even better. You know, that was a decent push, again, but Neora's watching for it.
Yeah.
Double digits basically being flirted with by Indonesia now. Malaysia, they haven't been able to break past that 1 round mark. AWP again being brought out. I really want to see whether or not it's going to be in a better position this time around, though.
Yeah, I think it's towards A7. Sorry, on top of Garage. And he misses his first.
Ooh.
He does get that first initial kill, but with the man coming in from Silo, that AWP and the other player from Malaysia, Spike, that were posted towards outer, get taken down very, very quickly. And one thing I've noticed about Indonesia is that if they have the map, if they have control of any part of the map, and if they have a numbers advantage, they usually don't give it away. But it's almost as if Waste wanted to prove me wrong and ends up dying with the bomb. And now Insane, Sandman and Marcia have to retrieve the bomb. Insane will peek out of Squeaky, gets 1 quick kill, pulls back numbers in favor of Indonesia. A doable round, but it is tricky.
I really want to see how they
37
react to
seconds,
this position. Yeah, just as you mentioned, like with only 30 seconds remaining, Indonesia also have a bit of a burden on them right now to try and get this bomb down as soon as possible. And I believe it is in secret, so if they don't end up getting that, it's going to be a big, big problem for them. Should be able to collect it very soon, but with 15 seconds on the clock now, they have to start booking it. Fatality being able to spot one, knows that they're coming back up to try and get the plant on A, but there's only 8 seconds remaining, and as long as they can make sure that the bomb is dropped, it should be GG. Zer, oh yeah, he's done the damage. There's no way they can get the bomb down, and Malaysia leveraged the time to be able to put that second round on the board, but even that got a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia were nearly playing a textbook despite being on the back foot in terms of time. They were, I think, playing it fairly right, but yeah, in the end, Zer just doing his bit, and the clock really being Indonesia's biggest enemy. I felt like they were theoretically just playing that round with the patience and the respect that it required, but yeah, 30 seconds was a bit too less. Now, Zer needs to help out Nasus towards outer. He's going to spray through the smoke, but he's not going to accomplish too much. And Nasus, this time with the AWP, is towards the B side. He might just be flashed out of his position. They're holding the stairs. He gets shoulder peeked, and they are going to cross. Indonesia have moved past the AWP, and they've gotten control of windows. And yeah, it feels as if Malaysia, they want to take these duels. Zer ends up dying. It's just 4 members alive. Aces is still there with the AWP, but it's actually Spike and Fatality who get 2 crucial kills. The trades are coming in very quickly though, and Indonesia have equalized in terms of numbers. It's a FAMAS, it's an AK, it's 2 smokes and a flash. But they haven't got a kit on the side of Malaysia. This afterplant is possible, but no, John Chen really didn't check that very obvious corner towards scaffolding. And I think Indonesia know where that last remaining player is. And yeah, now they do. Spike has to take duel after duel. And well, can't get past this first one. Indonesia off to a great start on that east side, and this is their map pick, but Malaysia did choose to start out on CT, and Indonesia clearly just walking all over them.
Honestly, you're saying that they're having a great T-side start, but this is almost looking like a T-side finish. Like if they end up with, if they end up with like 13 rounds, that would be a disaster for the CTs. Hang on, didn't Malaysia get away with an extra weapon last round?
In the previous round, no, they lost all their weapons. They all died.
Okay.
Spike was the last man alive, and yeah, he was in a 1v3. There was no way he could put it together. No chance that he wins that. But yeah, they lost their AWP. The AWP hasn't been paying dividends. I mean, they've been just posting that AWP towards the B side, and I feel like it's really not been accomplishing as much as it should for Malaysia. But yeah, this man, he's definitely been the big fragger for Malaysia. It has been Fatality, aka Kandri, doing his best, but yeah, that one kill seems as if it is just a drop in an ocean, as Indonesia are having a field day running through Malaysia. The problem now, though, Malaysia have managed to pick up 2 AKs, and they're the ones waiting in D lobby, catching near. Still a 2v2, still doable for Indonesia.
Ooh, one of their players has already fallen now, and I'm not sure if they know about Sandman's position, but that's an awkward way to go for a peek. The final player is able to clear things up, though, and Malaysia, they are still keeping themselves relevant in this game. 3 rounds on the board. Maybe if you can make the argument for 5, then we could see something happen on the T. Like I said yesterday, to all 3 people from yesterday who are actually sticking around today, the T side is probably the one you want to be on if you're going for a comeback, right? You want to take advantage of the economy and all that. And also, I didn't catch that the first time. I can't believe you just straight up connected all shots through the wall.
Oh, this is a bit problematic. I mean, they are trying to really contest these smokes and get up close and personal, but very quickly Malaysia, I mean, they win an eco, and their buy rounds, they have been struggling, and they have no idea how to react to these smokes coming out from Indonesia. They have given up CT spawn. Insane. Really might just have the biggest lurk of this map, but Fatality will get one, and it's almost as if he was ready for Insane. He is sharp as he deals with any chances of Indonesia lurking all the way towards CT spawn, through CT spawn to ramp, and now Indonesia in a 2v3. I think Malaysia bit by bit starting to find their confidence, even if it's late in the half. I think a 10-5 half is still really great. Of course, the onus is then on your pistol looking forward, but for now, Fatality is just finding kill after kill from these windows.
I'm just happy to see that Malaysia are starting to turn the tables for themselves a little bit. It's not really going to be a super one-sided affair. And honestly, some of the teams yesterday actually did a good job at not making it seem too one-sided. We did see some 16-9s, some 16-10s, so that was great to see. I think the only match that was entirely one-sided was probably Palestine versus Iraq, because that was just Palestine rushing in willy-nilly, not a care in the world, making it look like a matchmaking game while you're on a Smurf account.
Yeah, matchmaking on a Smurf is a very accurate representation of what we saw yesterday. But I think what's important today is that someone on Malaysia started to find that confidence, and it's really been Fatality who's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And I think he had to get 3 kills in the previous round. There you go, one through the window, ready for this man lurking past behind him, then finds another. So yeah, it's impressive. And you know, one player starts doing well on your team, you're a little bit motivated to even just perform a little bit better as a unit. But having said that, Indonesia clearly just looking like the more cohesive unit, and they have split apart the defense at ramp. Zer is smoked off, he's tossing out nades and flashes, but they're really not going to do all that much towards Indonesia as they get control of the B side. Now there are 2 members from the CT side closing in, but the bomb will be planted, and that Molotov was a bit too late. 4v4 retake, very possible for Malaysia to close this round on a positive note. They've got the AWP though, not one of the best weapons you could ask for on the retake, but in angles like that it can work. Master gets picked off, 3 members alive for the side of Indonesia. Sandman out in the open, has to defend Secret the best he can. He's getting pushed from multiple directions, but Sandman will stand up to the task. Eventually, he will fall prey to the AWP. Waste chimes in with another, and that is it. Waste will single-handedly take care of that round for Indonesia. 11-4. That 10-5 dream will remain just a dream.
And again, if you end up on 11-4, you're probably just being left at the mercy of the pistol round, which is sort of going to be the theme for Malaysia going forward. If they don't end up winning this pistol round, you're probably looking at Indonesia at 13-14 rounds, and beyond that point, the lifelines available for you are simply not looking too great. I'm not sure if we're seeing a delay in the stream. Okay, never mind. It's fixed for me.
Wait, what delay? I didn't catch it.
No, sorry. It froze up for me for a second. It's
okay.
Fine. Indonesia, though, looking to still be very cavalier in how they play this pistol round, running around, back to their matchmaking ways. Just load up some pistol deathmatch, pushing straight into lobby, and now they have a little bit too much control. It means that they can wrap around from ramp, and by the time these numbers start getting punched in, the backup is going to be called, the CTs will be entirely ready on the B site, so this is going to be very difficult to get past, especially with Marcia making sure that that lurker is going to be taken care of as well.
Yeah, I mean, John Chen just needs to buy as much time as possible, and these pistols could still go awkwardly wrong for Indonesia. There are 3 players coming down from ramp. Zer is actually he's not letting anyone pass. Headshot after headshot. He's taken care of the entire CT side, and Indonesia, despite having a numbers advantage, find it very difficult to retake ramp. Sure, they aggress out of hut, they get the first kill, but Malaysia were ready, and I mean, it feels like you look at the scoreline, sure, it's been a one-sided affair, but I don't think you can just do pistol that match versus Malaysia and get away with it. I feel that Indonesia have got to have a little bit more respect for this, because I think there's a healthy chance for Malaysia to come back. And look at this. They're being patient. They know that there's aggression coming through from Indonesia, and they will shut it down with ease. Amasya finds a kill with this easy, but don't see him doing too much other than that in this round.
Yeah, Marcia just probably just wants to make sure that that Galil is going to end up in good hands in the next round, which might be his own hands, but still, as long as it's not for the tease. He's in a solid position to maybe even secure an AK, though, if they try and become a little too aggressive for the hunt. And now that round disparity is also closing in quite a bit, right? Malaysia, you know, they get on 6 rounds. They potentially get on 7 if they win that gun round, upset the economy of the CT side. And all of a sudden, you've got a palatable game, even if not an easy one.
And then Zer will ensure that the Galil doesn't upgrade into an AK, doesn't even move forward into the next round. Indonesia with their first proper buy on their CT side. Their T side looks spectacular. Their CT side had, I mean, the pistol round was okay, but now is when Indonesia really get tested, because you lose a round now, your economy gets reset very quickly. Before you know it, Malaysia have equalized, and you're left scratching your head. So, hey guys, we just had 11-5 half. What the heck went wrong? 11, yeah. So Indonesia have got to really be extremely careful as to how this round pays out. A lot of importance as to how much of their economy they can hold together. For now, though, it looks as if Malaysia have just deployed a bunch of smokes towards outer. They haven't really committed to much just yet. Indonesia, one nade and a couple of flashes is all they have. They have a kit, Anira, who's running around with an MP9. Nira actually posted towards the A side, hoping that the MP9 does some magic at close range. And Malaysia have just waited out all the utility from Indonesia. Fatality does get spotted towards Heart. They try and double peek him, but it doesn't actually work. But elsewhere, Nura and Sandman, they are just finding kills with ease. I mean, Nura gets one with the MP9, but Sandman towards Heavens has been a bit of a problem. Malaysia get the plant, but are they... Okay, they're all just going to take this after plant towards Squeaky. They see the gun barrel advance, and immediately Anasis should be able to get that kill. Sandman does drop down, so the pincer is coming in from Indonesia. Now it's a 1v1. Ooh. Sandman trying to force out a reaction. Knows where Spike is, and Spike 5 points of health. Just has to play this round really smart, and done enough. He's forced Sandman to just go in for the save, and Indonesia, that was their buy round. They're gonna have enough to put together a very scrappy buy in this round. But 7-11, Malaysia have completely made a very legit comeback on this map.
Especially with what this leads into, right? Not great money on the CT side. They've got one rifle, yep. And now that Malaysia is actually fighting back, I wouldn't be surprised if that rifle is not able to be put to great use. Here comes a push, though, from the CTs. These pistols could be very deadly, but I love that from Malaysia. Instantly going back to their first gear, backing off, pivoting into a more conservative spot just to make sure that they're not going to be overwhelmed. I love that communication there. They instantly recede into different angles quickly to try and contest the pistols coming their way. In Indonesia, they had that one rifle which was left entirely irrelevant in the round. So, tough spot to be in for sure if you're in Indonesia, and you can kind of start to feel the pressure building up now.
Yeah, the next round is going to be so crucial. Somebody's going to invest in an AWP, one whiff shot, and you 4 other teammates are yelling at you. Yeah, 8-11. Malaysia, more importantly, they're building a solid amount of bank over here in Indonesia, and they get 1,900 credits, dollars, excuse me, and it's concerning. The city economy is always more punishing, and Indonesia do not have that many rounds as a buffer. So whatever it is that they decide to do in the next round really has to work for them. I'm honestly a little concerned. This map looked, I mean, we used phrases like matchmaking earlier on, but Malaysia, it seems as if the T side was what they were meant to be putting together a real showing on in the first place. It looks as if this is where they've truly found their own, and Indonesia, this round, in a sense, is do or die for them in the greater scheme of their economy.
Oh, I love this aggression here. The AWP going much more forward than you'd expect it to be. Taking control of a player on outside. Sandman is gone, obliterated. Add another one to the pile of dead bodies. Marcia has fallen as well. I love this new game plan from Malaysia. Waste. I didn't do a bit too great of a position here. Pushing through ramp. And now trying to quickly go for the rotate down towards B. They have one player in position potentially. The others sticking around on A. AWP, quick to take care of Niora. And now waste of ammo in a 1 versus 2. The Molotov's going to make sure that that rotation is not going to be able to come through very soon. The Waste wants to try and push through it. AWP's ready, and it comes around the corner. 11-9. Suddenly, things looking a lot more favorable for Malaysia.
Yeah, and this round was just the AWP really paying huge dividends for Malaysia, and a masterclass on just using the AWP in an aggressive manner. I think you gotta have no fear. You gotta summon your inner crazy guy and have the confidence to take this kind of duels as you're running about. And yeah, on the CT side, Anastasis was rather quiet with the op, But yeah, on the T side, this man, when backed up by his team, is ready to take each and every duel. It seems quieter from Malaysia in this round, as it's possible that they were expecting some aggression, and aggression is being punished. The Sandman walks into Anisis's crosshair, ends up dying. Malaysia immediately have the numbers in their favor, and I think you call a save if you're Indonesia at this stage. Sure, you'd love to get a kill, but you really want to hold on to that AWP.
I don't know, man. If that AWP can potentially get an opening frag, then I could start to see the argument for them wanting to stick around to it. I like the fact that Zayn took the initiative to try and stop that push early, waste of ammo. You've got a chance, potentially, because now the numbers are dwindling for the T side. Waste making quick work of them with the AWP, just leaving Fatality in a very awkward 1 versus 2. Bombs out in the open as well, and they have a decent idea of where that position is going to be on the final player. Molotov keeps him at bay for a little longer, but now he's trying to set himself up for that bomb plant. Realizes that he's got a narrow window of opportunity where he can sneak into the B site, and as soon as they start to hear the footsteps, they're going to know the alarm bells start ringing. The numbers now dialed in, and the CTs are getting ready for a retake.
Yeah, and this is a very swift retake.
Okay.
Fatality was ready for this. Pulls it back to a 1v1. It's that AWP that's done so much work earlier on in this round. Can Waste manage to pull this out? Yes, he can. Through the smoke, he can see. He's a Jedi. And he's going to single-handedly win this round for Indonesia. A much-needed round. At moments, I was wondering if I'd be sure, like, if that AWP got kills, you could see that round come together for Indonesia. But it did look really scary. Yeah, 12th round for them. It is a win. Not the most convincing, but they'll take what they can. Just looking at the earlier rounds, I felt that what Malaysia were really exploiting on the T side was knowing that Indonesia is just generally a little bit more aggressive. So they were just waiting outside hard, being patient, finding and punishing the aggression coming out from Indonesia. They also managed to find a lot of success with the AWP while just pushing out towards outer. And yeah, these two things have worked for them on their T side, just punishing Indonesia's recklessness. But yeah, I think Indonesia, they're not going to be making the same mistakes. They're going to call a tactical timeout. They know that they really want to end this now before this gets out of hand, goes into overtime, and takes a very unpleasant turn. It was 11-4 half, and yeah, this is not what they were hoping for on their CT side. Malaysia are going to throw a couple of smokes towards outer, and eventually actually try and take control of outer, but also take the fight towards Squeaky. Canry's going to win it. Neera on top of Hut ends up dying, and Canry is just taking this rather cheeky place right next to Wen. One player coming in heaven, John Chen, gets picked off elsewhere. And this lurk, this pesky little canary, fatality, lurk, whatever you want to call him, might cause a lot of problems for Indonesia.
Slower default now again from Malaysia. I was really impressed when Malaysia were able to find that one window in one round where the aggression would have actually worked, where they sent the AWP outside, because other than that, Indonesia have been aggressive enough where it doesn't warrant a lot of aggression from Malaysia to begin with. So, pretty cool stuff to see. Now starting to take initiative over towards the A site. You can see a player already starting to creep out of Squeaky, And with the bomb being positioned there as well, it's not going to be too long before that eventual A site hit starts to come through. Utility now starting to roll out. Molotov available on Garage as well. Zer just trying to flash out the heaven angle to try and get himself some mobility. Fatality with the opening frag on Rafters, but there's still a player that they need to worry about, the player that is lurking around HUD. And he's going to continue to reposition. Insane, he's not shown his position just yet. He wants to be the one that reveals later on in the round so he can be a pesky problem. But taken care of by the AWP. Marcia left alone, 1-on-2, but nothing he can do about it. Malaysia, again, man, they keep bringing it back.
Yeah, and I mean, just winning a round and then losing another, you just... One round's loss bonus, right, for Indonesia. They just won their previous round. So, yeah, their economy is in the doldrums. $1,400 is a pittance, really, in the world of CSGO. Might be a lot elsewhere, but yeah. And Indonesia, when they've been given rather difficult circumstances, they will just push and find sublime headshots, which they managed to do so far, but is this enough to win the round? I mean, Marcia just pushing out outer, taking Malaysia by surprise, has forced Malaysia into a very awkward 3v5, and Insane pushing out from HUD gets another. It is just one man. It is Asia with the AWP all by himself, without the bomb and without any idea what he's up against.
Oh, chance at a no-scope, a couple shots being missed, and that surely is it. Not going to get too many more opportunities than that. I mean, you get to miss 2 shots, so that's about it. That's where you run out of lifelines. But this is where the T side actually ends up running into a brick wall. So although on the T side you're generally expecting to squeegee the money out of the CT side, unfortunately, Malaysia, they've dropped the ball in terms of their own money as well, right? Now they're suddenly feeling very threatened. They're only going to have a limited weaponry to work with, limited utility as well. Even one of their players is even on just a deagle. And when they lose this round, potentially, if they lose this round, which they have a high chance of since they don't have a whole lot of utility to hold on to, they're going to be in an even worse spot. Even with the max loss bonus, they would have only been on $3,400. Now, the CT's starting to make quick work of the T's coming their way. Marcia has outside under lock and key.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if Malaysia loses round, they're going to have like $1,900 moving into the next. It's not enough for a buy, but at this stage of the game, I think this is a question I'd love to ask you. Do you even end up forcing if you lose this round if you're Malaysia? Do you just end up forcing into the next?
It depends, right? It's whether or not you have the mentality of making sure that you at least keep one foot through the door and make it to overtime, or if you want to make sure that you ended before overtime, right? Some people want to play for the 15, some people want to make sure they ended at 14. It's really just a mindset difference. With 30 seconds remaining now, Malaysia want to try and contest still. Bomb quickly making its way over towards ramp. Problem is, the bomb carrier has such little HP that a wild spray could still net a freebie for Indonesia. Flashbang to aggress into B. With 15 seconds remaining, they can't be very thorough with checking these angles, and unfortunately for them, Niora is going to be waiting. Niora opens the door, and Niora will end their chance at a round.
Yeah, that's it. Time not on his side. Zer having to deal with 3 enemies and get the bomb planted. There's no way he puts that together. Malaysia, like you said, I mean, like we discussed earlier, their money is absolutely shattered. They're just pretty much working with loss bonus. It's a handout at best, and it's a very paltry handout. There is not much you can do with this. And I think this is where the frustration kind of also sets in, because, you know, Indonesia are not too far away from map point. Waste does get dinged, but he is eventually just going to spray and bring down Canary. And yeah, Malaysia, they should know at least that there's a little bit of aggression towards outer. But Indonesia just switching up the pace very quickly. They poke outer, and then they swing over back to ramp. and they're kind of forcing Malaysia towards the A bomb site, where all that waits for them is death and destruction. Is Indonesia clean up a very straightforward round. Malaysia this time around, though, they do have a bye, and this could completely be their last, and they know it. They're going to call a timeout.
It's late for a timeout, don't you think? I would have really appreciated it if this energy for a timeout came through early on in the game, where we saw Indonesia on what seemed like 8-1, 9-1, who's counting, right? It was a very one-sided affair at the very start. I would have really liked to see Malaysia try and turn it around. And although their effort on the T side has been very valiant, I'm not going to take anything away from them. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough round wins stacked together just yet to warrant a potential map win. Indonesia still have that 5-round lead, and Malaysia, this is really just their final chance of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Because if they... the problem is, right, even if they end up winning this round, but with only 1 or 2 members alive, you're potentially looking at MAC-10s, you're maybe looking at a few Tech-9s in there, and on the other hand, the CTs can probably buy for a couple more rounds entirely, so... it's a difficult spot for Malaysia to be in.
It is, and from great difficulty... what? I didn't hear you, my bad.
I'm just saying, I mean, at least they've closed the round deficit enough to give themselves a chance. Okay, I'm going to have to hold that thought. Marcia, becoming very aggressive into ramp, is able to get 2 very swift headshots. And now, it just leaves 2 players on the T side. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, and Indonesia have already made quick work of most of the Malaysian squad. And look at the position waste of ammo is in. There's just not a damn thing they can do about this.
Yeah, waste with really good awareness there. I mean, sure, they left outer open, but we saw that in the previous half, where Fatality also ensured that he had to double up between ramp and outer. This time he's going to get the bomb planted, but he's not going to live too long. Indonesia will seal the deal. They're going to take victory on map 1. Nuke, their map pick of choice, is going to go in their favor. 16-10, Malaysia did definitely make it competitive, especially on their T side. They were there, they were ready to punish Indonesia's aggression towards Hut, and they did slow down the pace very nicely ever so now and then. It did work in their favor, but unfortunately, other than those rounds, and other than that little bit of very dramatic opping coming out from Anastasis, there was nothing... There wasn't simply enough for them to piece together more rounds on their T side. A panic timeout at the very end didn't yield too much. I mean, it felt like it just felt like that timeout had no effect whatsoever. In fact, both teams that called timeouts ended up walking into losses straight after their timeouts. So, I mean, maybe on overpass, you probably just call it early on. But yeah, great stuff coming out from Indonesia. I think this is... I just want to say how much I agree with you. They are one of the teams that is much more cohesive than any of the other teams. They are prepared. They know their maps really well. Their utility usage was phenomenal. And yeah, I mean, Malaysia probably just look back at that in retrospect. They're like, if we put together a couple of more rounds on the CT side, we could have given a tougher fight, but yeah, I think hindsight is a very silly way of looking at CSGO games. It's now, and if you don't make the most of it now, move on, sir.
Yeah, basically. Unfortunately, I didn't actually feel like Malaysia were playing terribly. They had all of their parts working, okay? But they had everything working at 50%, you know? They had these moments where I felt like they were making the right plays, I felt like they were getting the right pushes, but then the timing isn't right. Maybe they're going for a lot of outside aggression, where it is warranted, by the way, but they only do it with one player. They use utility, they're missing a smoke, so all that sorts of jazz. And I think especially a lot of the time when they were going into slow defaults, you would often see them miss out on a few key pieces of data around the map, which is often why you see the CT side of Indonesia often end up in positions where they shouldn't be allowed to, basically. Waste of ammo being able to push outside, being able to push a ramp. So many different instances where you would end up seeing the CTs basically in the base of the T side. And that doesn't quite happen if you're playing your default correctly. So lots of issues with the default. And again, like I said, they had the right idea, just 50% of the execution was there, and with 50% of the execution, you're going to get 50% of the rounds. So from a 9-1 or a 10-1 or something like that, who's counting with how one-sided it was, they're still able to bring together a serviceable game. And this is sort of just a mental thing at this point, where you're not really thinking about winning the game. You're just making it palatable enough for yourself so that when you head into the second map, you're thinking maybe we did have a chance. You know, you don't want to head into the second map just getting absolutely steamrolled on map number 1, because at that point you think, okay, these guys are completely outclassing us. Their aim is on an entirely another level. Their teamwork is just outclassed. There's no way we're going to do anything about it. No, you don't want to have that mindset going into it. Get some rounds on map number 1, treat it like a warm-up game, and maybe you've got a nice chance in map number 2.
Yeah, I think what would really benefit Malaysia is probably starting on the T side. I think, I mean, I'm going into basically my version of opposite day, but I'd like to see them start out on the T side. Anyhow, next map is going to be Overpass, and that's going to be an interesting affair. I'm curious to see how that goes, and who's starting out on the CT side and who's starting out on the T side. But yeah, Malaysia just looked really good on their T side. Unfortunately, their CT side, a lot of gaps in it.
Yeah, well, we are going to be quickly looking at the highlights to see who performed well, who was the MVP, who was really shouldering most of the burden, and was there anybody else on anybody on the losing team that actually put up a lot of impact. So we're going to quickly roll the highlights. Actually, we're not going to be rolling the scores. We're going to be rolling the video highlights. So you guys get a chance to catch up on those. We'll be right back after a short break. We'll be heading into map number 2, so stay tuned.
heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back, everybody. What could have been potentially a very one-sided game was actually kind of recovered by Malaysia, but they weren't quite able to roll it over the finish line. But they still do have yet another opportunity to potentially take it to map number 3 in this next best of 3. So, any thoughts here, Vivek?
I think Malaysia, I was just saying towards the end of the previous map as well, that their D side is when they look comfortable, when they're punishing the aggression coming out from Indonesia. Even though this was not their map pick, they looked really comfortable just waiting, being patient, slowing down the round and punishing the aggression coming out from Indonesia. Now we're jumping into overpass as per our Lord and Savior HLTV. It's got a 53% win rate for the CT side, 53 point something and 46 point something for the D side. So yeah, I think it really boils down to who starts. I mean, sure, if you start on CT, you do have a small benefit. I don't think this map is really favoring anyone's side, but yeah, I guess Indonesia, considering this is not their map pick, will start on the CT side, and then it's all going to boil down to how effectively they take control of Connector. I think Connector and how they play the A rotate from bank and bins, that's going to be really crucial for the side starting out on CT.
I actually think that the T side, sorry, I'm saying T side, I mean to say, we saw a lot from Malaysia's AWP player, right? I think they could very well be activated now that they're on overpass, and just being able to shift that AWP around, I think a lot of the question is going to come down to who has the better AWP player, specifically on overpass. So I'm very excited to see that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams actually hand over the AWP towards a different player on overpass. I mean, if I look back at India, at least we had a team that used to do this a lot just for overpass, because it is a map where the AWP can really shine, especially towards the A long, towards the half wall with those flowers. If you can get creative over there, there's the stuff that you can do. Even on the B side, sure, B heaven is kind of tricky, but you're probably going to get smoked off. But there is a lot that the AWP can do on the CT side. I feel that this is, I mean, Overpass has been around for a long time, but in a sense, it's a niche pick. Like, I mean, this map can be really daunting if you're not comfortable with it. Everybody's played this map a lot, but being good on this map will give you a very clear advantage. It's that kind of a map. So I'm really curious to see what Malaysia brings to the table. I mean, we've never made predictions in the course of this tournament, but are you expecting this to go all the way to a third map?
No, absolutely not.
No?
I think Indonesia is going to end it right here. Sorry for being blunt, that's just the truth. Because Indonesia are just looking a whole lot more cohesive. And yes, Nuke probably requires a little bit more team play, but with how the rotations can be on Overpass, I think the T side for Malaysia, unless they have an incredible AWP performance, it's probably going to crumble. It's probably going to crumble. I do expect Indonesia to just be miles better than them, probably run circles around them like they did against Brunei. And you know, this sounds biased, but I'm just going off the back of the data that we've been able to collect so far. So this is where I kind of get excited about the tournament. You know, we've got some data, we kind of know the players, so we can start to make better guesstimates about who's going to win and what kind of performance we can expect. But in that previous map, there was one major outlier, right? Malaysia, they had Fatality, who was, sorry he was named Canary for half the game. Hopefully we have that fixed by now. But Fatality, he had 28 kills despite none of his teammates having broken even 20. He was the highest fragger on the server, and still Malaysia weren't able to roll the ball over towards the finish line. So incredible stuff from him. Unfortunately, Indonesia, they were a force to be reckoned with, just played incredibly well as a team. Even their individuals, you know, they were no slouches. Marcia, he was on 27 and 17. You could tell that most of the time you just couldn't get past him. You could not get a duel against him without having to give up a couple of your own. So it was obviously a very, very difficult spot for Malaysia to be in.
Yeah, I mean, their CT side looked really, really rough on Nuke, and I mean, hopefully they have a better showing on Overpass. You seem quite committed to the idea that this is not going to a map 3. I feel that there is a chance that this one's going to be close. But yeah, one of us, I mean, either one of us are going to be proven wrong or right soon enough. But yeah, just look at the eliminations. Malaysia with just 83 kills in total. And one thing that I did notice on the scoreboard is that Spike had a very quiet map 1 on Nuke, and hopefully you want all your players contributing. Spike didn't even get up till double digits. There is time to remedy that. John Chen Chu, as much fun as his name is, he had all the fun on Nuke is possible, just running out of heart, shooting people with the 5-7. We saw a lot of that. And you mentioned the AWP player Anastasis on the side of Malaysia and how much he can accomplish. Now, he did have that one really good round on Nuke, but then we did see him struggle a fair bit. So if I remember a lot of missed shots with the AWP as well. Hopefully this can be remedied. We've got the match MVP coming up soon enough on our screens. This is not what I expected.
I mean, that's what I was telling you, man. Fatality was the one that was standing out. And despite the fact that Malaysia lost, you can tell that at the very least, they've got the individuals to make it work. Maybe not all the individuals, but if they can start firing on all cylinders, there's a good chance they win. Now, I'm not saying there's a very reasonable chance, but it's possible. I still expect Indonesia to steamroll them pretty much. Again, sounds biased, but you already know. I'm just telling it to you how it is. I do expect Indonesia to be the better team, but that just makes for an even better story if Malaysia ends up winning out, you know? If they can have a comeback on map number 2, maybe they can make me eat my words.
At the rate Will ATCS, make him eat his words. But yeah, you know the game better. Your read of what's going on is much stronger. So I'm going to quietly, in my head, if I was a gambling man, I would take your word for it, but I just get the feeling that the Indonesia had its moments where they were a little indisciplined, and maybe that can be punished, but is that enough for Malaysia? I don't know. Is just your opponents goofing up enough for you to win a map? In matchmaking, maybe, but at this level, I don't know. We'll have to wait and watch. It could be the greatest comeback stories ever. One of the greatest comeback stories of this Asia Championship ever, because they were 10-1 at some stage. That's got to personally leave a scar in your competitive CSGO career. And from that, if they manage to come back and equalize the series, it would make for a very interesting headline.
Yeah, for sure. Now, well, actually, we should be heading straight into the match, so I don't have to bore you with any of the analysis. Just kidding. My analysis is perfect and would never bore anyone, for real. That's why I have a cap on, because I'm always capping, yes. But yeah, Indonesia starting off on the CT side, Malaysia on the T. 4 sets of Kevlar. John Chen, actually 5 sets of Kevlar, my bad, I'm just blind. And 4 sets over towards Indonesia's side. Waste has a flashbang to work with as well. And you can see that they're already playing pretty aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, giving away that much of the map towards CT and all you have, towards the CT side and all you have is Connector is a bit problematic. I mean, Insane is spotting heads, he's tapping heads as well, gets 1 kill to his name, and then the rest of his team chimes in with a couple, but Zer will manage to pull it back rather quickly. It's now a 2v2. Malaysia have played this round really slow, and their patience is paying dividends as Fatality takes care of Insane, and now Waste has to make the most awkward rotation of his life, as it is, well, the CT running through T-Spawn gets a kill. It's one duel that he needs to win. It's Waste versus Fatality. Fatality, the MVP of the previous map. How much can he do? 50 seconds on the clock. Needs to go retrieve the bomb. That was just awkward. Mid-reload, hopping about. Waste eventually dies. And Malaysia win the pistol. It came down to a 1v1. And yeah, they get off to a good start. It was not extremely convincing. They turtled so hard on their T side that they got poked from everywhere. But a round is a round.
Yeah, can't complain about a round, even if you've, especially if you've gotten it by the horns. So Malaysia, at least happy that they're starting off on the T side with a round win. Yeah. Potential to convert, just having that little bit of buffer at the very start, making sure that CT economy doesn't build up too much. And oftentimes, with how few rounds people can often get on the T side, just having those first 3 rounds can basically be accounting for half the rounds you're going to get in total. So it's always nice to get that pistol. But it should mostly just be quick work being made of the CT side. Okay, make me bite my words real quick. Niora. Marcia is going to move in with the Desert Eagle as well, and there's actually quite a bit of time, so if they start nailing a few more shots, maybe we could see the argument for a defusal coming in, but the problem is that had to be the kill if they wanted to have a fighting chance. Does Insane have the time? Of course not. Maybe a kit would have made the difference, but it simply isn't available. Second round for Malaysia, but it's very messy, and for some reason Indonesia end up running away with more weapons than Malaysia does.
Yeah, there's Marcia doing a lot of the work with the Deagle. Like, I mean, a 1-tap and then just patience towards wins and gets another kill. And yeah, now Indonesia, they've got a proper buy. They kind of did really make Malaysia suffer a little bit in terms of body count in the first couple of rounds. But nonetheless, Malaysia, they get the win. They have the win. They still have very decent buy to work with, and now we can see what Malaysia's T side is really made up of. Marcia just playing Connector. Here's a bunch of players towards Party. Spots ahead, takes it off, but Anasis is there with the quick trade, but Waste will quickly refrag Anasis, and yeah, now Malaysia with just 3 members alive. They try and contest a shot, and they are being undone bit by bit as Waste takes care of Fatality. And now just Spike. Spike had 8 kills in the previous map. He has to get half as many to win this round for Malaysia.
That's an interesting way to put it. That's putting the pressure of half a game on the man's shoulders for one round. 45 seconds though, and yeah, the problem is, right, Malaysia instantly, because they end up losing all of their weapons in round number 2, they can't even like tuck their tails in this round and then come back for the next one with guns blazing. No, they just have to deal with the full brunt of the CT economy with basically nothing to fall back onto. 1400 in this round, that next round isn't going to be amazing either. Yeah, basically just have to go for a double eco now, so they realize that they're just going to have to force spike, bring yourselves down to the Tech 9s, and this is where they're just kicking themselves for running into so many deagles when they could have potentially just held down the site.
Yeah. Are you a Tech 9 enjoyer?
I'd like to say so, yes. But okay. I'm more of a buy a deagle and ruin your team's economy sort of person.
I do the same with the CZ. I lean more towards the CZ.
First you tell me that you like cash, and then you're telling me you like the CZ. Like, are you trying to make me dislike you? Like, come on, man.
I think I'm doing it rather effortlessly right now. But,
are we covering any more games together? Like, sorry, are we covering any more days together? I need to check the schedule, because like this might be the final nail in the coffin.
Why do people hate cash so much? I mean, I don't know. Wait, okay.
Listen,
here's
the first cache was goated. The first cache was goated. The second cache is not.
Okay.
Yeah, but what was your question anyway?
Do you like Vertigo? Which is one of the most controversial maps. Huh?
Do I like repeatedly bashing my head into the wall? 16 rounds in a row. Interesting question, actually. Thanks for phrasing it that way. No.
Yeah, okay. I think this is where we find common ground.
Yeah, but finding common ground as a Vertigo hater is like finding out that another human being is affected by gravity. Like, okay. Good job on being born, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Indonesia have quickly like put together very easy comeback on this half already. I mean, I want a comeback might not be the best word, but they've started to find their rhythm on their CT side, and Malaysia just walking into the M4A1S, getting picked off bit by bit, and now Waste has himself an AWP. You did mention how important this gun can be on this map, and we didn't see him pull out the AWP too much on Nuke, but so far he's found a kill. Malaysia are not going to lose a single member. I mean, Fatality, the last Indonesia are not going to lose a single member of the unit. They get the round, they hold on to all their weapons. There's even an MP9 for some goddamn reason at this stage of the game, and they're going to hold on to it. So, you predicted an outcome here where Malaysia... I'm just going to quote you. Malaysia are not going to win this map, and that's the truth. So, yeah.
Definitely
so
not what I said. You paraphrased me.
That's exactly what you said. You said it's the truth. And, oh my god, it's almost as if they heard us.
Malaysia now wanting to bounce back, and Zayn though, ooh, great timing on the peak. I'm not sure how intentional it was, but I'm pretty sure he gets away with yet another, especially because he's able to time the flashbang right before it pops. Waste lets Fatality walk straight into his crosshairs, and that just leaves her to his potential demise, especially with Sandman waiting right around the corner. So, Indonesia, 4 rounds against 2. Economy once again destroyed from Malaysia. You're seeing Glocks on the boys again. Maybe you see them buy down to just Eagles, but we get a chance to see Insane once again. You see that right before the flash pops, peeks into him, and that is as easy of a kill as it can be. I like this.
That was
early
nice.
timeout,
And
finally.
yeah, exactly. I mean, you question why call a timeout at map point. They're not going to do the same mistake this time around. At least that part of the game has changed, and yeah, this is their map pick. So far, it's still early days, so can't really say how convincing Malaysia can be on overpass, but it's still time. But what I found impressive about Indonesia in that previous round and in the round before that is how much Waste is comfortable just moving around the map. He was at A long with the AWP, then he moves over to connector. So Malaysia are not going to find an easy way to just read what this chap is up to. So I like the dynamism that he's bringing to the CT side with his AWP. This time, I think his spawn just favored him going towards A long, so he's just going to do that. Sandman will eventually move towards connector and try and slow down the aggression. Malaysia, you mentioned whether they would bring out the Desert Eagles they have. There is one Tech 9. And, well, there's already one player less for Malaysia. 4v5, I really am not expecting too much, unless Sandman makes a major mess up here. He finds 2 kills, eventually gets traded. So there is one AK in the mix for Malaysia. Can that one AK be enough?
The answer is no, it's probably not going to be enough. Am I being too pessimistic today?
I think this round. I don't know about today.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
AK's starting to work. AK's starting to put the moves in. Insane's repositioned as well. Perhaps he could make this AK pop off. And he's able to get another one. Bombs dropped as well. He's got a chance at the headshot, but the Molotov is going to flush him out. Brings it down to the 2 versus 2. Niora, he perfectly times that nade. And I love this little boost coming in. They're only going to be able to spot his head. And Zer, he's got a big responsibility, which he's unfortunately unable to shoulder. What a round potentially by Malaysia, but Indonesia are able to nip it in the bud.
Yeah, very nifty boost coming out from Indonesia. I really like that. I've forgotten about that actually, because it's been a while. But yeah, good stuff. Nonetheless, Malaysia, they are now at near max loss. Wait, I don't know. They've got enough loss bonus to buy, and they've been halted at B shot. The Molotov will slow down Zerd a little bit, but eventually they're just going to wait. Try and hope that there's a player at Sandbags that pushes them. In the past, we saw some phenomenal stuff coming out from Indonesia towards Pillars. But yeah, eventually we'll have to see some more of that. Nora's actually flanking them, still running that MP9 from many a round ago. I don't know if he quite spotted the bomb, but Malaysia are kind of boxed in. Fatality, once again, steps up for his team, finds a kill towards connector, and Neura is really, really low in terms of HP. Same can be said for Fatality, so it is a tricky round. Waste towards Sandbags with the AWP. Indonesia being patient about this. 43 seconds on the clock. What does Malaysia want to do here?
Playing things relatively slow still, which could come back to bite them because there's actually 3 players waiting on the B side. At least Zur has carved themselves a much better position. Smoke into heaven. Niora, that MP9 could be very deadly, and that op shot had to hit if they wanted to have a chance in this round. Zur now quickly trying to collect the bomb, but Niora has already collected the AWP of his fallen victim. And that's all she wrote for Malaysia. Indonesia just continuing to pile on the pressure.
That round was single-handedly won by Neura. I mean, 12 points of health with the MP9. If Anastasis hadn't missed that shot, sure, that round could have taken a completely different turn for Malaysia. But Neura just having the confidence to run with that MP9. And I never thought 7 rounds in, we're going to see anyone hold on and find dividends with a very early MP9 buy. But yeah, Monster, just like B tunnels in Dust 2, is one of the places where this gun looks really, really good. And yeah, Malaysia, they're going to still have another buy moving into this. Now, Waste with the AWP did end up getting undone by Zer. And we mentioned how important the AWPs can be. In the previous round, Anastasis doesn't find the trade, Waste ends up dying. This time, Anastasis blind will spray with the Galil. Neura gets punished. Insane is also pushing in. Malaysia, they didn't expect T-Spawn to really get pushed this early on. Azur is holding on for dear life, and John Chen is taking care of Marcia. That's pretty big kills for Malaysia here, as John Chen has taken control of the site in a sense. It's Waste playing retake with the AWP. Blinded, he gets a shot he has no business getting in the first place. John Chen dead, Waste with the kit, but Zer with the sharp peek in the pre-fire wins that round single-handedly for Malaysia. Their first round in at least 5 previous rounds, and yeah, they fight back.
Marcia looking for early short control, and this is just a little too easy for the man. Okay, actually caught out with his with the utility out, but Neora's at least able to pick up the pieces and bring things back to a much calmer state for the CT side. The T is now sort of scrambling to see where they can potentially reroute their efforts to. Bomb still left all the way at the midpoint of T base and B monster, so now going to be recollected. In the meantime, the players that have already found their footing onto A or closer to toilets are probably going to want to look for a kill or two just to try and open things up. Waste. Repositions his crosshair just in time. Be able to pick up one, and Insane, he is just too quick on that trigger discipline. Indonesia actually playing incredibly well, to be honest.
Yeah, early control towards B shot, going as a pair, taking control, getting that kill, getting the trade actually, and then after that slowing down the round, being patient, finding Malaysia walking into your crosshairs, and then once again Spike, I mean, he has to do half as good as his nuke performance to win the round. That seems to be the win condition for Malaysia, and that it's a very tall ask of anybody. This time Zer doesn't manage to better Waste, who's been solid with the AWP, this time playing in bathrooms connector, A long. He's been to nearly every part of this map with that AWP and found success. And Malaysia, because this is lost bonus just for a round, they are barely working with anything, having fully purchased everything and anything that they could in the previous round. It appears as if they've got 3 players towards Monster, and eventually I'm just going to battle out. Okay, Neura, called into action. Waste ends up dying, the Deagle finding dividends, and Zer with the Tech 9 finds a nasty shot on the Neura. Fatality and Zer are not going down without a fight for Malaysia, and 2v2, it's still very much possible, but very quickly, Sandman will pull back the numbers in favor of Indonesia. Marcia, he's had a strong showing on New. It's been rather quiet this time around on Overpass, but he'll punch in the final kill for Indonesia, 8-3. And Indonesia, they are bit by bit just fulfilling your prophecy of the truth that this might just be
you can start to just feel the desperation as well, right? They just go for pistols. Obviously, there's not a whole lot they can do in terms of different decision making here. They just try and dial it in terms of a basic push. Doesn't end up working out, and now I want to see if they try to switch up their game plan a little bit. They haven't really gone for too much middle control. They haven't really contested playground early very often. So I like to see that little bit of a change in pace. They've primarily only had most of their pieces over towards short or B monster. really only looking at A as a second route rather than a first attempt. Now, still, they've left the bomb all the way back, so they're kind of counting on their B player to eventually join them, unless they rely on Fatality to go back and get the bomb, which is going to diminish their numbers a little bit for just a little longer before they can go for the push. But Indonesia, they're playing it actually very aggressively on A, but the problem is they haven't butted heads just yet. With Sandman coming around the corner, he's going to have so much information, but he's not quite sure what's going on in toilets because they've been walking all the way as well. This could cause some serious miscommunication for the CT side.
Sandman was at toilets earlier, so he kind of knew that they were there outside toilets.
Oh,
and
no.
yeah, he is in such a good position. I mean, 13 seconds on the clock.
No.
Thwarted Malaysia's attempts to piece together any sense of a T side on this round. I mean, they have just been caught snoozing, having no player towards A long. Sandman escaped from toilets, ran all the way through A long to playground, flanked them, and yeah, Malaysia just grasping at nothing really in this round, as it's Anasis all by himself. And yeah, I think he's gonna save and just hold on to the AK. But you mentioned how Malaysia needs to go towards the A side. They do actually end up going, but not having anyone posted towards playground, not having anyone posted towards A-long really worked against them.
Yeah, you can tell that they don't really pivot into a push from a default. They're sort of just going into a push straight off the bat, which is something that really ended up costing them. Now, Niora using the flashbang from a teammate to push up straight into playground. Gonna start making quick work of his opposition, and Marcia is going to chime in as well. Just makes it look so damn easy. John Chen, last man standing, obviously just going to be waiting to receive bullets rain down upon him. And with 10-3, Indonesia have pretty much solidified their position as the top dogs in this matchup, even if they haven't won just yet.
This round in particular has a very Palestine versus Iraq vibe to it. I'm talking about
this map,
game. This map and this round actually was exactly what was happening yesterday, which was what Palestine was doing. I mean, Malaysia, at least they punished it a little bit on that east side on Nuke, but this time around Indonesia just take early control towards A-long, and Malaysia not really sure as to how they need to respond to this. They're going to slow it down and once again try and work A in that part of the map. Sandman loses a lot of HP, but more importantly, he's found the kill onto Fatality. Still an extra member to work with. Indonesia have to respect the fact that Malaysia have a proper buy in this round. Anything is still within the realm of possibility in CSGO. This is where Malaysia look comfortable, when they have to be near, almost next to their own spawn, and they have to just wait for Indonesia to walk into them. This is how I notice Malaysia winning rounds on Nuke. I don't know if Indonesia are really going to oblige that much.
Oh.
Zah, a nice lurk in the bathrooms, does actually catch waste mid-rotation. You can see that Indonesia are also a bit unsure as to where Malaysia are on the map. And this is going to let Malaysia get a plant rather safely.
Yeah, this shouldn't really be very difficult for Malaysia to secure, unless Sandman can actually do something with his position. Now, problem is, although he's in a solid position to potentially coordinate with Marcia, he simply doesn't have the HP to be that competitive in this instance. So Marcia is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting all by himself. He knows that there's a player over towards Truck, so he's relying on Sandman coming in as well. But look at that. They're not watching for long whatsoever. John Chen falls, and Marcia, he can narrow it down to a one-on-one, and Indonesia sweep away a 2 versus 4. If there wasn't a nail in the coffin just yet, that was probably the final one, at least for the mental coffin.
I mean, the plant was for bathrooms, but the after plant that Malaysia took was really weird. I mean, John Chen was on side, his gun showing. He probably felt like he didn't have enough time to reposition. He also knew that Sandman was coming in. But yeah, Malaysia not finding any meaningful way to play off each other in the afterplant, and Marseille more than capable to undo that. This time around, though, Marseille is going to push, gets picked off. Waste, he's going to find the kill with the AWP early on. Pull back parity in terms of numbers. And he's going to soon enough discover there's no one from Malaysia really coming up A-long just yet. Malaysia, once again, being patient. I mean, this is... I remember... Okay, insane. Just walks out of A-long, walks into Zer's crosshairs. I mean, on the first map, it was Fatality who did a lot of the fragging, but this time around on the T side, Zer has also picked up in that department. Malaysia at least have different members of their unit that are firing. Unfortunately, the 1v4 is the win condition that Spike is still struggling with. But yeah, Malaysia finding small glimmers of promise here and there. But this lurk from Fatality is what they really need to win this round. A big blaring gap on the A side, and Fatality towards Heavens gets dealt with very quickly. Anastasis will pull it back. It's a 2v1. Waste with the AWP. He was in a similar position with the AWP previously. Didn't manage to get a kill. The edgy grenade does get Zer. He's pulled it back to a 1v1. Anastasis forced to plant in cover. Waste, patience personified, is just waiting. For a moment, it looked as if he disconnected, but it's going to take his time, and this is going to allow Anastasis to reposition.
Yeah, problem is that he hid for a little too long, which allowed Anastasis to get in too great of a position here. He's got a smoke, though, so he can definitely clear out one of these angles. Doesn't really have too much to worry about. Gonna pop a smoke right in front of himself. The only angle that he's really worried about is gonna be that long position, but Anastasis is gonna catch him through the smoke and at least get that final 4th round for Malaysia. Now, again, this just circles back to letting that pistol round be the decider.
Yeah. I mean, the pistol round is the decider whether you have any hope or any chance of coming back on this map. If Malaysia do not end winning the pistol, the scoreboard, let it not fool you. Malaysia is the side sitting at 4. If they do not win the pistol, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to put together any sort of a comeback, considering that they're working, one, on the CT side, their economy is a bit hindered. It's going to be tricky. I actually thought that Malaysia starting on the T side would be one of the better scenarios for them on Overpass, but nope. They didn't find as much success as I would expect. They got a little bit tired. They were just getting poked everywhere on the A side towards connector, towards playground, and they're calling towards the B side. It looked as if they didn't really have much of an execute, and there was no great fluid mid-round calling. They just waited and waited. Time just passed them by, and bit by bit they were getting picked off across the map. Their CT side has got to be one of the best CT sides we've ever seen on Overpass for them to mount what has got to be one of the most difficult comebacks in the World Esports Championship Asia Qualifier. Like you said, so much on the pistol. If I were presumptuous enough to assume that I was leading a team in CSGO at this level, I don't know if there's anything you could call in particular for this pistol so that you win it. Stack A, maybe?
I think it's actually, I don't think it has anything to do with calling. It's about making sure that your team paces itself, because if you recall what happened on Nuke, is that Indonesia let it get too far, right? They made some mistakes because they were playing it very willy-nilly, just kind of trying to play it in the same way where Palestine was just rushing against Iraq, but it just ended up going very wrong. Malaysia now readied for that B presence. Spike and Anastasis is going to make quick work of the players coming their way, but the bomb is going all the way to to A now. Problem is, rotation times are not that high in Overpass, so by the time these Ts actually make it to A, they're already going to have an inkling of an idea that this bomb is probably going to be planted on A, and there's a player waiting, so it's not going to be an easy round for Indonesia whatsoever, and of course, that opens up the window of opportunity for a comeback to fly out.
Yeah, this pistol should be going towards Malaysia. I mean, only now do Indonesia find their first kill. They get the bomb planted, but it's a 1v4 waste. The burden solely on his shoulders, a Glock in hand. He gets dinged, gets a kill, but doesn't last too long as Malaysia win that pistol rather convincingly. It was a 4-stack on the B side. They had one player that was also just sitting at graffiti towards the boost, and yeah, mainly the USP at that range just seemed to work especially well versus Indonesia, which is running on to B. They did try and pivot, but nope. Huh. Are you a fan of these buys coming out from Indonesia?
Hell yeah. If there's any chance that Malaysia, if there's any chance that Malaysia have more of a chance of a comeback and to make Indonesia sweat, I'm all for it. I mean, obviously Indonesia are going to buy in the second round anyway because the CT side money isn't ever strong enough on the second round to warrant not buying, especially if you've gotten that bomb plant. It's just much easier to have relatively even weaponry, so why would you give them that freebie of a chance, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, Indonesia's buys have already taken Malaysia by surprise. Waste finds a kill, and yeah, this time, fatality. He's gathered a fair amount of information. He's moving in through connector towards B, but there's just one member, Zer, who's done a lot on the T side for Malaysia. He did hear a player towards long. In Malaysia, a bit confused moving between B and A. Eventually, this is going to leave a rather significant gap on the B side, and Insane and Waste are making their way towards the B side. Zer spotting for information. It looks like a B play. Two members from the side of Malaysia will have to hold on until reinforcements arrive. One player by pillar. He is cleared out swiftly. John Chen, bye-bye, and Spike gets a kill, but that's about it. Fatality dead. Spike doesn't last much longer, and it's just Zer all by himself. The buy from Indonesia paying dividends as they hold on to most of their important weaponry and they find a round win. Now Malaysia has nothing to work with.
$1,500 average. Is that you clicking in the background? Are you aggressively clicking something?
It is a sound from my part of the broadcast, but no, it's not me clicking. It's not me clicking. I know what that
You're
is.
just out here.
Just fixed it.
You're just out here commentating right next to a StarCraft player.
No.
No, but $1,500 average,
India
man,
doesn't have StarCraft players, man. That game is. We did have some, but like, geez. APM, actions per minute. Back to the topic at hand. $1,500. They can't do all that much. Couple of smokes. This is really a throwaway round for Malaysia, but fatality. I don't know. There's something about this pistol. It brings out the best from us in the worst scenarios possible. And I'm especially haunted by Majis when he gets his hand on a Desert Eagle, how much he can do in these hard buys that Astralis have faced in the past. And Fatality, pulling out something similar, does his best, finds 3 kills with the Deagle. One couldn't have asked for more. Malaysia have a numbers advantage, and they have a shot at winning a round they had no business winning in the first place.
Zer. He's going to want to use his teammate as bait, make sure that they're not going to be focusing on him so that he can put that 5-7 to good use once again as they start to move in. Oh, finally pulls the trigger. Marcia is going to fall to his death. Indonesia, they might have thought they were out of the woodworks, but just not yet. Molotov isn't going to keep that 5-7 at bay either, which means that that bomb isn't going to be going down anytime soon. Headshot connects onto Sandman mid-air, and that is all she wrote. Malaysia, it's like they're clinging on for dear life in both maps. I'm not sure if this is going to convert into anything more, anything to write home about, but let's see where this goes.
I mean, this round has just been individual heroics, right? Like fatality, just finding that initial kill towards connector, and then finding a couple of labored kills towards A long. And yeah, it's the fatality show. He's gonna find another early kill. Zer has often proved to be a very reliable second. John Chen having a little bit of fun. And John Chen and Zer will clean up the round for Malaysia. It wasn't... it feels as if Indonesia just give away a couple of unnecessary rounds and try and make the match closer for our entertainment. This round they're not going to have a very good buy. Nothing, in fact. Just... maybe Lady Luck on their side, but it's hard. I don't expect Indonesia to take away much from this round. Sandman is getting mollied everywhere he goes, swings with the deagle, does find one kill, but quickly Anisis is there with the trade, and Neura sees more than one member on his screen and dies swiftly.
I mean, that big difference maker could be that AK-47. Unfortunately, its numbers are starting to whittle down a little bit. Marcia is able to put one in the graveyard. Potential for more, actually. 55 seconds remaining. And recovering the bomb isn't going to be entirely difficult either. Okay, Marcia, you've got the ball rolling now. Where we thought this was going to be a very difficult round for Indonesia, they've actually started to bounce back quite a bit. 2 kills collected, bomb should be comfortably planted. And Spike is all the way on the A site, so just the concept of rotating is going to take so long to wrap your head around.
It's hard. I mean, he needs to, if he can find isolated duels, it's still possible for him to win this 1v2. He knows that one plays towards B shot, but I think Indonesia will not oblige, not peek, play off each other. In fact, Spike actually kind of drops the smoke, pushes through the smoke, does manage to pull it back to a 1v1, but there's not a chance in heck. Time not on his side as finds a kill, but that's just consolation. As Indonesia win a round they had no business winning. I mean, a very awkward buy coming out from them. They lose members early on, but they still piece together a round. They're sitting at 13-7. Fortunately, if you are a Malaysia supporter, Malaysia still have a buy. And I'm curious to see what the setup is. Earlier on, they've stacked B. They've had Fatality just swing and dry peak connector. This time around, a little bit more presence towards the A side.
In terms of money, this is probably going to be one of the final times, where they actually get to fight against the T's with relatively good force. After this, the money is going to be very shaky, and maybe they can still piece together one decent buy, but that's going to be on the brink of demise. Indonesia is still proving themselves to be one of the more solid teams all around. Bomb quickly being collected by Waste. Now they should be joining over towards the B site very soon. They've left one lurker in the form of Marcia, who's going to try and make sure that Fatality and I believe Anastasis do not try and rotate over early. With this information being spotted, although Zur is dead, this is going to draw out the rotations, but the problem is Marcia is already taking care of any potential of the rotation. Now, John Chen, all alone, he's going to have to try and hold this off, but hold that thought because Spike is still in Toxic, and he did make himself relevant with 2 very important kills. Now, a palatable retake for Anastasis if he does desire to go for it. Waste on 2 points of health, Marcia on 67. A very doable retake, but with how good Indonesia have been in terms of positioning, it's not exactly going to be an easy outcome. Waste, playing up close and personal, just going to be waiting for that headshot to align, and that HP difference is simply not going to matter. 14-7, 2-round deficit, and the money is, it's gone.
It has. I think Spike really did his best, but yeah, I mean, I don't think you could ask for anything more. Despite all of that, Malaysia in a 1v2, and like you said earlier, that was one of the last few rounds where Malaysia are going to have a proper head-to-head with Indonesia in terms of economy. Now they are working on fumes. I mean, desperation has started to set in. There's an MP9 in the mix. Deagles here and there, variety of utility, but I mean, I'm just not seeing how this is going to be applied in any meaningful manner. They're holding on to these flashes, they're holding on to that one frag grenade that they have. I'm really curious to see how, if at all, it comes together in any constructive way for Malaysia. Patience personified by Indonesia this time around as they're being slow. And I saw this in the round before, is that they forced out the early smokes towards Monster. They forced out a lot of utility from Malaysia early on in the round, and then started to make moves after the smokes dissipated. Waste finds first contact. Anastasis taken out of the server. He's been a reasonably impactful player, very impactful player in fact for Malaysia on overpass, and this time around he has to watch from the sidelines as Malaysia in a 4v5, which is very quickly spiraled into a 2v4, have no semblance of really even inflicting any meaningful damage in this round. Indonesia sitting at map and series point, and Malaysia sitting on the other side of the server, lost and confused as to what the heck is happening to
them. Yeah, again, a very hastily pieced together buy. They've got a scout rifle in the mix, they've got an MP9, a UMP, so you can tell that they're pretty much just getting desperate, and Indonesia want to put an end to it right away. Problem is, they've glossed past a player that's stuck in the smoke, which means that he could still very well be relevant. That MP9 goes crazy, John Chen, you've been an absolute beast. And suddenly, Malaysia, although they don't have many rounds, a ray of hope is going to shine upon them. John Chen, what an absolute madman.
That was insane. I didn't think anybody saw that coming. And John Chen single-handedly gives Malaysia a fighting chance on overpass. All of a sudden, Malaysia have a bye. They find some renewed enthusiasm. Indonesia cannot just force themselves out of Monster and hope to just take these rounds very easily from Malaysia. And now all of a sudden, Malaysia, they're contesting for control towards A. They've got one player in controller and one player in connect, and one player in toilets. But bit by bit, they are getting forced out. Anastasis, can he pull out another John Chen? As most of Indonesia are running down the bathrooms, but nope. Anastasis will end up dying a very sad death to a Mac 10. I feel like that's just a little unfair. In Malaysia, in a 4v5, are hoping for more individual heroics to keep their hopes alive in this series.
Flashbang comes through. Malaysia now getting ready for the onslaught, but unfortunately this time around they're not going to be able to hold it off. John Chen, you might have been able to buy them a lifeline, but that lifeline isn't going to carry you through that many rounds. Again though, John coming through 3 versus 2 does put himself in a position that he can leverage later on. But the bomb is now ticking down. Has to wait for his teammate to try and coordinate with. At least wants to isolate the player that is on Trock, being very careful. Spots the AK, and he could have bought them yet another lifeline. Back-to-back rounds for John Chen, and with Fatality being able to secure the second, John is doing God's work right now. 9 rounds for Malaysia, and that's off the back of 2 very important plays from John.
Absolutely, and what John has done other than win rounds for Malaysia is actually dent Indonesia's economy. This on paper should be another round that should lean in favor of Malaysia, and there you go. There's John's highlight reel. 1 perfect pop flash coming in from Zer. 3 blinded players from Indonesia walking into John Chen's MP9, and Indonesia, all because of one man, John Chen, are forced to move into this round, the 25th round, with just a couple of pistols here and there. They're going to storm out Monster once again. Angry is John Chen waiting for them, standing, waiting patiently to deliver and win this round for the side of Malaysia. There's a little bit of support coming out from the heavens. It's Zer. He's dropped down. Indonesia have 1 player alive, and Marseille can't do all that much. 10-15. Do you feel that Malaysia are getting more rounds than they actually deserve on these maps? Or is this a very accurate representation of what this game has been?
I'm not sure, man. There are so many instances of individual brilliance from Malaysia where I don't want to take away credit for them. But again, a lot of the time, Indonesia has just dropped the ball, like not checking for John Chen in that smoke. That simply shouldn't have happened. Losing that 2 versus 4, again, you could argue that Malaysia is getting more rounds than they bargained for. But if Indonesia is making mistakes, why the hell shouldn't they capitalize on it, right? So yeah. I think it's more a representation of how likely Indonesia are to make mistakes, especially when they start getting desperate or when they just want to close out a game. So they've notoriously had trouble closing out games, even though that shouldn't really be the case with how cohesive their team has been. I think they might be getting a little too hasty.
Yeah, that impatience can really get the better of you, and sometimes it puts forward a very uncomfortable atmosphere in the team. And I mean, you know, you've done really well for say 90% of the game, but the remaining 10%, you do struggle. You're forcing it. Nothing's working. But it's nice to see that Indonesia have really slowed it down. And yeah, they're going to try and hit the B side. 3 players from Malaysia waiting for them. Marcia is clearing Monster, making sure that the ghost of John Chen is not lingering in those corners. As ouch, that dink. John Chen nearly did enough to slow down the aggression coming out from Indonesia, but they're going to find kill after kill. It's Neura with the nade who finds the kill, but Fatality through the smoke denies the plant. And now Neura has to plant in a 1v2. Anastasius is pushing him. The Tech 9 does provide what's required, as Anastasius will get the defuse. Malaysia piece together another round. They are not going out without a fight.
And I like this, you know, they've realized that they're potentially smelling overtime, and they instantly go to a timeout. They want to pace themselves a little bit more. They realize that the difference between right now and overtime is potentially just 4 rounds, so they're being super careful about this.
Yep. And Indonesia doesn't have a buy. I mean, they can force, but I'm not a fan. They could buy Galils if they'd like on a couple of their players, but I'm really not a fan of that. It is... I mean, if it works, great. If it doesn't, you're looking at greater consequences and a more long-drawn affair. So I think you've got to be patient, and when you have a buffer of like just 4 rounds to work with. Every buy matters, and Indonesia have got to be a little concerned. I mean, the one John Chen moment has slowly turned this game. That one moment, that one round has single-handedly given Malaysia a newfound sense of hope and purpose. And I think one thing that's not working for Indonesia is hitting the B side. Malaysia just always manage to bring their numbers towards the B side when they have to. Nonetheless, I'm going to not expect too much from Indonesia this time around, as they're just working with pistols. And yeah, they're going to walk into connector. They'll find a couple of scrappy kills here and there. They'll get upgrades and they'll eventually find themselves in a 3v3. It is winnable. Malaysia have one man anchoring this A side all by himself. And reinforcements are coming. Indonesia have actually very quickly shifted gears and moved towards B.
There's going to be so much burden on this one player that's waiting, right? Spike at least is going to be joined by Zer very soon, so it's not going to be that problematic, but there is an AK and an M4 on Sandman and Marcia, so this could be a possible round. The player they've lost was the one that had a pistol. Spike now wanting to peek out of water, and as long as he can get this kill, this shouldn't be a difficult round for the CT side. Spike, ooh, that's a beautiful smoke actually, and somehow Spike's not going to be able to nail the shots on the planter. Zer is going to desperately want to walk out, and Asasis doesn't miss the AWP shot, and Sandman has gone all the way around, looking for a fight very quickly. AWP shot being missed, and Zer, thankfully, Malaysia are going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they didn't drop the ball on that one. 15-12. And now the pressure is just going to continue to pile on for Malaysia for the next 3 rounds. Money should be very feasible for Indonesia. And they're going to have to bear the full brunt of the T-side economy for the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, Indonesia, I mean, I think they have everything that they could ask for. Lost Bonus has equipped them to come together with one concerted push in this round. It looks as they really want to pressure, eh? They're pushing the player from bathroom further and further back towards the side. No one from connector really offering too much support. I mean, Fatality shows his head, but his head gets taken off as swiftly as it popped like a whack-a-mole. And now Malaysia find themselves in a 4v5, and immediately Indonesia, they get a little bit of control towards A. They switch gears and they move towards B. Insane is already there towards B shot, and Sandman coming out monsters. Both players from the side of Malaysia towards the B side have got to peek off each other really well.
No.
But John Chen, he's done a lot in the past, but this time he's only good for one, a 2v4. The 2v4 of which, I mean, Zer and Anastasis, they've done a lot in the past. It's a big ask, but it is still possible for them to take it.
Yeah, unfortunately with Zer falling and an AWP not having the option of shooting 4 bullets at once, there's nothing he can do about it. 16-12, what a valiant effort by Malaysia, but unfortunately Indonesia is eventually going to overpower. So many different highlights in this game. I'm super happy about the action that we witnessed, especially John Chen, you know, definitely deserves a slow clap because that was some incredible moments, you know, great clutches and all that. Unfortunately, there's not enough to stack together to actually lead into a round win. Sorry, a map win.
Yeah, I mean, they look really promising for a couple of rounds. And I mean, if you win a map because the other team's just frustrated with themselves and they are just tripping over themselves, it's absolutely justified. I mean, CSGO is a game of composure, and if Indonesia, I mean, as soon as they start smelling victory, there's a little bit of premature excitement, and that premature excitement gets the better of you. And that's how Malaysia end up winning. That's absolutely fine. But unfortunately, despite John Chen's heroics, Malaysia come close, but no cigar. And this has happened for the second time between both these teams. And yeah, Malaysia I think something that they could like look at and work on easily is like some individual players are definitely struggling to contribute as much as the other players, and those are I think individual mistakes to an extent can be fixed. You can definitely just spend more time on the servers and spend more time in deathmatch or on aim labs or whatever and work on that. But yeah, Malaysia, they put up a heck of a fight. Sure, for the longest time, both these maps looked extremely one-sided. There was a 11-4 start twice for Indonesia. You got to remember that they had a great start on both their first halves, but Malaysia fought tooth and nail, and respect to them. I don't know if maybe Indonesia is just their hardest opponent. Maybe that there are other opponents which they will take over and win against very easily. But yeah, good fight, not enough, and you spoke the truth.
Yeah, I think it was unfortunately looking a little too obvious that Indonesia were going to win, but honestly, Malaysia still made me eat my words because it wasn't as one-sided as I personally thought it was going to be. In fact, we were genuinely worried for Indonesia for a second. So many times we saw Malaysia just have these individual flashes of brilliance, especially John Chen. Obviously, you know, I'm not hyping him up too much. If you want to know how well he did, you want to go back in the highlights. I know that he really only got 2 big clutches, but that was basically all he really had to do. That was all he was responsible for, and I think he went above and beyond. As a solitary player, you know, in rounds where you were basically expected to lose, getting a 3K, getting a 2v4, beyond that point, you're like, okay, maybe I expect the rest of my team to do something as well. Not to take away from the rest of the team, because they also had decent performances, at least in terms of total kills. But it's not going to be enough to beat the Goliath that is Indonesia right now. They've been looking incredible, and I think they're going to continue to steamroll through a lot of these teams in the tournament.
Yeah, I want to remind you, historically as well, Indonesia was the winner last year for the Asia qualifiers. So, I mean, in a sense, the favorites tag rests with them, and maybe the other teams are looking at them and preparing for them even stronger. But yeah, it's been a great start for them in the tournament. Consecutive victories on day 1 and day 2, and they're feeling themselves. But they're also got to be. I mean, it's the result, but it's also how you play the game, and those unnecessary rounds that they gave away both on Nuke and on Overpass, that's something that they can rectify and should remedy as this tournament progresses. I feel the one thing that stands out for Indonesia is, sure, there are individual players that are really firing, but it also feels like the support players, they really know the utility on all the maps that I've seen them play, and I felt this yesterday as well. The utility usage is just a whole lot better. I mean, sometimes it's as dumb as knowing your lineups. I mean, sometimes that can be a big difference maker, and I feel Indonesia definitely have that confidence in that part of the game. And yeah, you mentioned how important Overpass can be for the AWP. Waste really showed up with the AWP. I mean, you wouldn't call those like highlight clips, but he was very effective on the CT side. He was roaming between Abe, he was roaming between Connector, A-Long, and it felt like he was everywhere on the map, and that can be a very frustrating experience for the T side, that you just, one player keeps getting picked off. He might not have a highlight reel, which is, you know, everybody knows that play at Mirage on Triple Box, but it was effective nonetheless. And kudos to Waste, kudos to Indonesia. Clearly the better team. Malaysia putting up a phenomenal fight. I think if these teams play each other just a couple of more times, and if this was if this was a match that recurred more frequently in esports, I think these outcomes could very quickly shift, and we could see upsets. And yeah, it's just that they haven't played each other that often. They haven't played with each other that often. You keep Malaysia versus Indonesia as a monthly fixture, and I think these outcomes could be very unpredictable as we progress.
Yeah, honestly, like, I totally agree with you on that point, because the more often these teams are going to go against each other, I think it becomes like more of a 50-50 affair. Right now, though, I think Indonesia are pretty much the dominant force in this tournament, and I think that's going to become even more apparent when we look at the match stats. I really want to dig into the details about who was really performing at the top level. This time around, for Malaysia, Fatality wasn't really hitting any big numbers, but still, he was holding his own. Unfortunately for the side of Malaysia, Spike was again a bit of a sore spot. 8 kills in the first map, 11 kills in the second one, not really having a great performance. And obviously, if you slot in another player in that instance, perhaps they could have seen better results, but also, like, I do sort of empathize for Spike because he did have some difficult roles that he had to play. Oftentimes, he was just playing the MP9, dropping weapons over, sort of just acting as the first man in, so it's a little difficult to be in his shoes as well. So can't exactly replace it one-to-one. But on the other side, Indonesia, they had pretty much solid performances across the board. Insane didn't really get much of a chance to pop off, but everybody else, Marcia on 29, Waste of Ammo on 27, Nora on 26, everybody above 20 kills. I mean, who's really counting the difference between 3 to 4 kills, right? Wrong. Because we are actually going to be looking at who the MVP is, which I believe should be Marcia, based on what his score was. But yeah, all across the board, he looked absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Marcia very, very consistent. I mean, if you just look at these head-to-heads, Malaysia, despite losing, has more assists, which is a rather interesting statistic. And I want to remind you where this is probably coming from. That one John Chen multi-kill round, he was flashed in by Zer. So I think that might be a small difference maker there. Definitely did have some moments of really solid utility usage. I think in this, I think since yesterday, today was the first time we saw any frag grenades resulting in kills. We saw a little bit of that coming up from Indonesia on this map. So yeah, great stuff coming out from both these teams. The MVP, drum roll, not a surprise, it's Marcia.
Yeah, had a solid performance all across the board. But honestly, again, Indonesia, the way they play, I wouldn't really say that there was a very decisive MVP. Obviously, this specific graphic just comes down to the total score, but everybody had their fair share. I think there was some moments of brilliance from Nora. There were some incredible plays from Waste of Ammo. And again, if I really had to sort of give the impact MVP, I would probably give it to Waste of Ammo because of how well he was positioning himself. You talked about this as well. Just being able to become a big nuisance for the enemy team because you're positioning yourself so incredibly well. Just popping up, being very dynamic, being on different parts of the map. Just a very difficult sort of player to play against.
Yeah. And that really comes with experience. I mean, Waste has definitely been the most high impact player in this series with the AWP, and yeah, great stuff coming out from him on Overpass. And yeah, I mean, you look at their numbers and it feels like they've got not just one man fragging, but got 3 folks fragging on the side of Indonesia. And it is hard to really pick who the MVP is, but kudos to them. Kudos to Marcia as well as Waste. Phenomenal individual performances coming out from them.
Absolutely, but of course, this pretty much wraps up Indonesia for now. Incredible game being played by both parties. Malaysia, just a little bit more, and they could have maybe even taken it to a third map. But that is always going to be a question mark for the history books, because for now, Indonesia have definitely overpowered them. But the CS action for today is not over yet. We'll be right back after a short break. We've got the highlights ready for you so you can enjoy a quick recap of the action. Maybe some of those clutches from John Chen as well while you're at it, if you're a fan of Team Malaysia and you're still feeling a little sore about that loss. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break as we head into the next matchup.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back to the IESF Asian Championship. Once again, we're back with some action, but this time around, I've swapped my co-caster around for this talent from the Netherlands. So, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing lovely, man. I'm so excited for this, and it's a cheeky little best of one to decide the seeding, but I feel like with the way that it already has been going in the previous times they've stacked up against each other, it's going to be tough. But you know, I'm just happy to get that first best of 3 out of the way, and now just smooth sailing.
And honestly, I'm very excited for this because one of the storylines that's been brewing right now in this tournament is how well Indonesia have been playing. They've definitely been showing some signs of weaknesses here and there, but for the most part, Indonesia are probably one of the top dogs and maybe one of the contenders to qualify and just make it all the way through. So Indonesia, they're basically a yardstick right now for every other team. we didn't really have a lot of data heading into this tournament. You know, like in a tournament like this one, a lot of rosters are hastily put together at the last minute. So oftentimes, a lot of the data you collect is going to be within the tournament. Now, we finally have information on Indonesia. We know how some of their players play. We know that they are an incredible force to be reckoned with, especially in a national tournament like this one, where they've been able to put together so much incredible teamwork. So now they get a chance to go up against Vietnam. And again, going up against Indonesia is like measuring your ability right now.
Yeah, exactly. And Vietnam hasn't fared too well. I already briefly mentioned it, but the previous time that they faced, which was yesterday, they kind of got destroyed. Inferno was a 16-6, and then Mirage didn't really do too much better into a 16-4. And that's the problem. When you're facing Indonesia, you're facing an actual team. You're not just really facing those players that randomly got put together, because at least the core of them actually played together in ESL. So they already have that preconceived teamwork, and that's something that they don't really need to work on, so they can get more intricate in the map. They can actually surprise you, and usually any organized 5-man roster should be able to take down a more random, put-together roster. But Vietnam, perhaps they can stack up against Indonesia this time around. It is only a best-of-1, and as we can all see very often by the Major and in the Major, is that's where the upsets happen the most.
Yeah, of course. Now, if you've been tuning in for most of this stream, you're probably already very familiar with the Indonesian rosters, and the Indonesian roster, rather. And honestly, it's very difficult to point out a single player that would just be like miles above everybody else. You know, they're all putting up incredible performances. They've contributed to their victories pretty evenly, and honestly, Indonesia, that's part of the reason they're a force to be reckoned with. They're just talent all across the board. Speaking of talent, we've got the roster for Vietnam. Now, I don't have like a whole lot of information about these guys, especially because they haven't quite played a lot of matches very recently. Some of the names that kind of pop up are Frostly, High Rambo. You know, these guys, they've been around the block a little bit, but again, a lot of it doesn't have a lot of recent match history. So even if you sort of delve into their earlier careers, you see some of their you see some of their matches from 2017, 2018. Is that really going to be all that relevant? Probably not.
No, I don't think so. It's just way too far back, and we already saw that with Brunei. They have a whole lot of experience, or at least HLTV matches that were recorded, but because it was so far away, literally 4 or 5 years, yeah, you're not really going to have that argument anymore of, well, sometimes when you come back into the game, you feel a whole lot better, but well, honestly, it also comes down to what maps you can feel comfortable, because the map pool has been through a ton of updates, and there's been continuous changes in not only the map pool, but in the map in and of itself as well. Mirage is the longest stay there, which is also why we see it come out that often. Inferno very much together with that, and perhaps Indonesia can play a little bit to that as well and ban out the more usual maps of Mirage and Inferno, even though they'll probably be better on it as well, but they can go for that punishment pick, a map that where they might not be as great, they could just surprise the opponents instead. Let's have a look at the veto.
Absolutely. Well, Anubis, Nuke, Ancient, these were sort of the maps that my previous co-caster was afraid of, because, you know, it's already such a messy tournament in terms of, like, the teams that we've been seeing, you know, like, a lot of it has been, like, based off of individual skill. Do I really want to throw in Anubis and Ancient into the mix as well, where team play and just having a lot of current map knowledge is going to matter all that much? Probably not. So, the fact that we've got Inferno left over is probably a good thing, because we're probably going to see a much more linear style of Counter-Strike, and hopefully a less messy of a situation. So I'm not really sure who this is going to favor. Again, you know, if you go back to some of their matches, like Frostly, one of the more active players on the Vietnamese team, his last match on HLTV was in 2019. So that is, I mean, 2019 doesn't seem that far ago, but man, we're in 2023. I mean, that was pre-COVID. So the game has evolved so much since then. Like, you know, with CS being like 10 years old or something at this point, that is basically half the lifespan of CSGO away almost, you know? know, back in 2019. That's 4 years ago. Yes, I know you're all of a sudden feeling very old, I fear you. But that's obviously not a great yardstick to have when we're judging players. So not a whole lot of recent info. Really, all we can go about is the fact that Indonesia have proven themselves to be the top dogs right now, and how you perform against the players that are playing well right now is going to determine the impression you leave on the viewers and just the impression you leave on the rest of the teams for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, Vietnam, they've already given us an impression, and that was a 16-6 on Inferno, of which 5 rounds on the T side. So their T side is alright, but with 5 rounds, you do need to go above and beyond on the CT end, and then on Inferno, that's so rough to actually do, because as soon as you give up a site, there's no real way of fighting it back, or at least not an easy puggy style where you can just kind of run in and see whatever you can get. No, you have to be so on point. You have to work like a team to dismantle the crossfires. That you can easily set up. You barely need any team play in order to set up the crossfires, but you do need a whole lot for a flash to come through and perfectly peek off of the back of it. Somebody throw a smoke as well, for example, to disconnect the pit from the actual site, so you don't have that crossfire intact anymore. Then you've still got Graveyard to deal with. Basically, there's a whole lot of problems as soon as you give up that site, but you can't really play 5 on one side because that means the other one is entirely free. It's so tough to manage that CT end, and they haven't really done a great job of that yesterday. Perhaps they can change that today with that knowledge, but as I said 2 days ago as well, it was yesterday actually, I'm just getting my things messed up, is that Indonesia seem like a team that continuously get better every single map that they play, and I wonder where they are at now.
I think one of the biggest issues for Indonesia has been that they get a lot of the times they just get carried away when they're stacking up win after win. And when they're trying to close out a game, you're often going to see them start to make mistakes because they're like, you know what, we'll just throw in a B rush, we'll just try and haphazardly end this, and it comes back to bite them. So one of the successful ways, or one of the success stories of teams just desperately throwing everything at the wall and it just succeeding because they don't have a care in the world and they think they're just so much better than the opposition was Palestine versus Iraq yesterday, right? Because Palestine, they were absolutely steamrolling the competition. They rush mid every single round, rush B apartments, rush A ramp, all the works, and they still ended up winning. And I think Indonesia gravitate towards having that sort of gameplay once they feel like they have a very big lead. So, you know, they're up 11-4, they're up 12-3, and they're like, you know what? At this point, it doesn't matter. We've already won. And that nearly came back to bite them in the last game. Because when they were playing their previous matchup, they nearly dropped the ball. Team Malaysia, John Chen had a couple of really incredible clutches for anybody that didn't tune in and didn't catch the highlights. And they were able to eke it out all the way to 12 points, despite the fact that it started off as basically what was an 11-4 half finish on the first one. And I think the scoreline was even worse if you go all the way back to the midpoint of the first half. So definitely allowing opportunities for their enemies to set themselves up and allow a bit of a comeback. But I think Indonesia, as you mentioned, they've been getting better with each map. So I think these kinds of mistakes, they're going to be cleaned up. I think they've started to realize this, and one of the indicators for the fact that they were actually getting better at this is that they, even though they were winning, they actually took the time to take a timeout, even though they had an 11-4 lead. So this tells me whoever the IGL is on the squad, he's like, okay, we already messed up on Nuke. We can't do that again on Overpass, so we need to hold this down. We need to make sure we're not going to be making a lot of those mistakes. Did they still drop the ball? Yes, but I'm just happy that they're changing up their game plan a little bit, changing their mindset heading into this.
And that's the main thing that I'm looking for, right? Because for both these teams, you've done your job. You've qualified onto the next stage. Great. Now this is just more for seeding, which you still want to be the top seed because otherwise that means you have to go against the best of another region, right? So, yeah, it is very tough, and it is going to be a rough match here for Vietnam. But as long as they show signs of improvement, signs that they're willing to try something different, or even something that might be psychotic, because the style is so raunchy already, and a team like Indonesia, who we put massively as the favorite, just needs to not get complacent. I want to see a whole lot of experience out of them, that they're able to calm themselves down in a situation where it matters the most, where you need to take a breather, take a little bit of a tactical pause, even though you yourself don't really need it to actually discuss strategy, but just to have a tiny little breather, give yourself some space. And out of Vietnam, honestly, it's kind of rushing mid every single time. It's kind of like answering A on a multiple choice question every single time. You don't really think that it's going to be correct, and it shouldn't be A the next time around, or at least that's what they're thinking on the other side. But if you continue to do that, they are going to be so caught off guard by it. It'd be a ludicrous strategy, but at this point, who knows, right?
Yeah, who knows? Honestly, there are a lot of question marks heading into this game. We don't really have a great yardstick for how Vietnam is going to perform. And the only time we've actually seen sort of Team Vietnam, I guess, was in the previous IESF qualifiers, which was, again, a year ago. So can't really make any deductions off the back of it. Same for Indonesia, you know. Before this, Team Indonesia wasn't really a thing. And I'm just really happy to see that they've been able to put together a team that is performing at a pretty high level. And oftentimes, it kind of looked like they were a little too well practiced compared to the other teams, to be perfectly honest. A lot of these players, you know, you can kind of see that their game plan is a little outdated, or it's just like not up to speed in terms of how meticulous and thorough people have been with their economy, just sort of having a more emotional play style that you used to expect maybe a little bit earlier in the days of CS. Not anymore, you know. That's one of the things I'm not sure if you said it or if my other co-caster said it, but I think the prevalence of game time kind of came with people being incredibly thorough about economy, right? And that was sort of a marker in CS history to sort of prove that people kind of stopped playing as athletes of the game, and they started to play as mathematicians, as statisticians of the game, right? And that it does really end up working out well when you really think about it. So yes, you know, it's a game of odds, and you're essentially trying to stack odds on top of each other, trying to maximize your chances. That's not something we saw from a lot of these teams. Indonesia, on the other hand, even though they're not perfect, I'm not going to make that excuse for them. I'm not going to give them credit where they don't deserve it. But they did gravitate a little bit more towards a fresher, newer style of CS. Or even if it's not fresh, it's at least stale in a good way, where they've copied a lot of things from the top teams, which is something you can be very proud of, because oftentimes they're not easy to replicate.
And the thing is, they knew this tournament was coming. It's not like they woke up and all of a sudden, hey, you're playing in a tournament today. Oh, okay, well, let me get my PC turned on. No, they knew in advance. So even sitting together like 2 hours a week or something and discussing some strategies, some moments where it's like, okay, what do we want to do? And let's boil out a set strategy already so we can apply that in any moment. That doesn't require a ton of effort, but it seems like the rest hasn't really put in even that time. So they just kind of play off of, okay, let's go for a 3-1 or 3-1-1 split or something, or whatever, right? 1-3-1, whatever you want to do. But it seems like a very easy setup and not really a whole lot of depth in that. But Inferno is almost ready. Let's get into the pistol here. Indonesia versus Vietnam. And this is for the top seed of this group.
Look at the confidence here already from Indonesia, rushing down middle, Marcia, or rather from Vietnam, actually, because the names are switched around. Marcia is going to be taking quick care of the player that tried to push him earlier. Now, there is going to be a second player in the form of Frosty, but he's going to very easily get overwhelmed as well. Now, Indonesia is starting to book their way back all the way towards the A site, and there's only one man that is waiting over towards Boiler. Prodigy is going to have to be very good with his shots. Misses out quite a few important ones, but he still ends up nailing both through the head. Suddenly, the CTs actually have a chance where there previously was none. How the hell does Prodigy get another one on top of that? He's single-handedly been defending the A site, gets another one in the back of the head, and this could potentially be the ace. Niora is so far away from the action, Prodigy is able to get all 5 to start things off for Vietnam.
What happened? How did Indonesia manage to have a player in sight, in brackets, and in banana, but there were players from Vietnam still in apps, also long, and rotating in from B towards CT. I don't understand the positioning, but on the side of Vietnam, they have now gone for a buy-up. P90 coming through, auto-shoddy as well. Look at the buy-up from Indonesia. They're going at it as well because they got that bomb plant. You have so much money, and this could be more Then Vietnam bargain for high. Rambo stands out into the open. Insane gets that first kill. Niora actually gets a kill or sees him, but then looks away instead. Hatred moving through into Boulder, and he's just going to catch them in the back, but he is being gate hit. He sees his leg sticking out, turns around and sprays a little bit too much. Actually still lands a dink on Sandman, who should be able to get that bomb down if he goes for a safer plant.
Oh, I love this awareness from Sandman, going all the way around, realizes that there's been enough of a window of opportunity for them to circle all the way around from short, but now he needs to watch out for the players circling around short, and he simply cannot. Vietnam, honestly, they've come out swinging.
Oh, that's very strong. Indonesia, if they just run B there, I think he only heard one set of footsteps, so he was still trying to figure out where that secondary player was. And I love that Vietnam also wrap around as well to make sure that they are not getting fooled. Easily able to happen as well. Now Indonesia just do not have the money to buy back up again. They've got some upgraded pistols. They can go for that, but Hatred standing out into the open. Galil rattling away. Plenty of bullets to do so. Only 4 to 5 damage taken. And this is a great start for Vietnam on the CT side. Able to gather up some rounds. Auto shotty. So close as well. I love that they decided to just go for the auto shotty, and it actually gets a kill as well. Frostly on the board. And it will be followed up by Min. And Sandman is the final one to go down for Indonesia.
I think Indonesia are already feeling a little rattled right now because they haven't quite faced this level of opposition before. To actually start off down 3-0 and not even have much to say about it, I think Prodigy's ace has already rattled them a little bit, and I want to see if they're going to make any sorts of adjustments for this. Not like they can really make any reactionary adjustments because the data hasn't been established yet. Molotov early on from the CTs. Ooh, I love this kind of aggression from Indonesia, taking very rapid brackets control. But because the smokes are going to be set up already, their progress is going to be impeded a little bit. Of course, this does give Vietnam quite a bit of time to reposition.
Yeah, Vietnam. So pushed up in banana, and that's exactly what you need to do in a 1-4 split. Somebody needs to be able to hold back ground. They're moving through into long. Rambo stands a chance and actually gets a kill off of the back of it as well. And they still continue with that A push. There's 2 players, one in mini pit. That's already gotten the kill, but Insane sprays Prodigy through the smoke. Min doesn't follow up too well in Indonesia, since there's only an auto shotty on the opposite end. I'd love for this to happen, but the chances are certainly against him. Coming out of Apps, that's the place that nobody from Indonesia is watching at least. He swaps to the Deagle, but now you've got Sandman with the crosshairs on Apps. I'm pretty sure at least. No, he should figure out rather soon where Frostly exactly is coming from. That auto shot, he's actually going to get one, but that was one of the lower HP players. Struggles to get the AK. I mean, the bomb timer is so far gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, he also took a bit of a scratch in terms of HP by the time he got that kill with the shotty, so not really going to be in a prime position to even make that AK work. First round on the board for Indonesia, and I'm kind of surprised that Vietnam weren't able to secure it. Their read on the situation was perfect. They quickly realized that Indonesia aren't just taking very basic brackets control. Instead, they're going to be putting the pedal to the metal. And because Indonesia took quite a bit of time to actually commit to it, the rotation was already there. Against 4 players, they're still able to perfectly execute. Now, early utility being deployed over towards Banana. Vietnam, oh, they should have been able to spot one of the players. Player on top of logs has been taken care of. And I do think they want to try and go for a little bit more than what they just bargained for. Prodigy has been a master in apartments before, and he's going to continue to dish out damage once again.
This does not look like a team that lost 16-6 against this exact team as well. A mere day ago. Wait. Just gets him through the smoke. Smart spraying through a little bit. Indonesia, perhaps, they can still crack open this B site, and I already mentioned how tough it is to retake a site. Smoke was filled, but there's nobody in CT just yet. Waste could use that to his advantage. Sits at the edge of it, but not looking into CT, where both Vietnam players are coming from. Niori's perfectly slipped through, though, and You're just not going to be expecting. There's no
Sweet.
trigger discipline, but now it's up against the AWP. Sees the barrel on Hatred. Okay, it's a bit messy, convoluted, but Neora with 1 HP manages to get the kill.
Do you think that round started off with Prodigy being an absolute monster in apartments, and the fact that the Banana players were able to take very easy control as well? That's a 2 versus 4, and that's a 2 versus 4 that Vietnam can't afford. They have no money remaining. They've had to buy down to just pistols. And they're probably not going to be in a great economic spot in the next round either. So Indonesia probably going to get a much easier chance to coast by. Prodigy swinging out of apartments once again. He's been doing incredible heavy lifting for the team. And with this shotgun kill being added to the tally and High Rambo being an absolute menace over towards middle, this could still be an argument to be made in the favor of Vietnam, even though they started with shoddy weaponry.
Indonesia. I don't know what their thought was going into it, but they're going one by one every single time, just challenging individually and peeking into angles that CTs are always going to have you beat on if they're on the opposite side. And there's no chance of a refrag. Indonesia not playing like a team at all, and that's costing them heavily. Smoke goes but considering Min is so far pushed up in bracket and scoping down, they're not going to have any issue reading this situation. But Min is starting to push up. Sandman, do you get your rifle out again? Yes, he does, but he actually won't catch him. Oh, this is going to be so weird. Sandman, is he a 4x3 player or 6x9? Doesn't matter. He's still, or 16x9. Still looks the other way, and now he's going back B. Oh, you do need to get a move on at some point, but he's completely sent Frostly.
Oh, and because Frostly is rotating from library and not arches, he's not going to be able to hear the late footsteps coming in from Banana. Easy peasy plan for Sandman, and by the time this rotation comes in, a lot of time is going to be expended. Frostly, on his way to the party, he's going to pick up a Mag 7, quickly realizes that he has quite a few more options to choose from, so he'll be going shopping on his way. About 25 seconds remaining now on the clock. As he starts to go in for the retake, Sandman has absolutely no incentive to actually show his position, and because the plan has been out in the open, it's going to be so difficult for Frostly to predict where this player is going to come from.
It goes on the defuse, not sticking it, 10-second one as well. And Sandman had a tiny little gander over, but Sandman is going to go down with a ship. Frostly, now very much the same. Knows that he's done for. And Vietnam lose yet another round, but this was one with they force bought, which had they not done that, they actually would have just been able to go for a buy. But for a team to look good while losing, that's the most important part. Whether you're able to manage your economy and get out more buys than one might expect, catch your opponent by surprise, but they're trying to go for that again. Now they've got the money too. So they can go for some Mag 7 and MP9 Deagle action.
The fact that twice in a row Vietnam have been able to basically have the round secured at the start but still end up dropping the ball to just individuals from Indonesia, it kind of starts to speak volumes about how much heavy lifting is being done by the individuals in Vietnam as well. You know, Prodigy has been great in apartments, he's been good at securing those early pickoffs, but the conversions are simply not happening on the rotations, unfortunately. Ooh, messy Mac 10. Don't want to see that again. Hatred and Prodigy now still trying to be relevant on the server, but they're a little too far away from the crux of the action.
This is the first save that I've seen. I like it. Vietnam. Now that this round is dead lost, Prodigy probably should continue about his path and go and retrieve that Mac 10 as well. To be fair, I mean, you don't really want that Mac 10 anyway. You're going to have a buy into the next round, but you do want to save over that kit. Hatred might struggle with holding on. Waste caught guard by Hatred. And obviously, all the way on the opposite bomb end, you're going to be more than secure of the explosion. Prodigy actually didn't pick up the rifle that just got dropped, so that's a bit of a letdown for Vietnam here.
Slow traversal into brackets. Starting to deploy that utility, the under shelter smoke, Archer smoke, Molotov and smoke combo as well. Now there's 3 players waiting from Vietnam on the A site, ready for a red carpet receipt. Indonesia are going to slow down their pace quite a bit though. Actually choosing against going for it.
Double up sets up on the side of Vietnam as well. And usually that's the massive countermeasure, and Min lines them up. And they just gets the price on 1, 2 products for it. Indonesia. Oh, I thought that was another kill out of the Ulpa real quick, but instead, Insane and the Aura, they're still fighting, kicking it, and another kill brings it back into a 2-on-2. They're going to be able to get that bomb down as well. They've got control Banana, but this is going to be a very quick CT swing. The smoke just about keeping Prodigy out. He's not able to make that swing. Hatred is, and kills Insane. Broad daylight. Prodigy moving into the back of sight with that AWP. Neora makes a stand, but already loses against the Deagle, and that's another round for Vietnam.
Oh man, if Neora doesn't miss the shots there as he's swinging out of Coffin, that could have been the round again. And that would be yet another round that Vietnam could have lost despite having the initial advantage. So, lots of alarm bells are ringing on the camp of Vietnam right now. Obviously, they're thanking their lucky stars that Marcia and Sandman are going to line up for the AWP, but even then it comes a little bit too close. Early Banana control being established now. Molotov and Flashbang combo. Min has to back off with the AWP. Always going to be a very hot contest here in Banana. Lots of utility being exploited by the CTs as well. And Indonesia, they're quite okay with just entirely leaving Banana up for grabs because they've established their presence. They know for a fact that the AWP, without a flashbang, he's not going to be posted up anytime soon. They're going to take at least 20 seconds to start gaining information on Banana again, and by that time, they can already start to cook something up on A.
Prodigy, AWP already got the first, misses the timing though, and now Indonesia are able to cross. Hatred in the mini pit. And spraying down range. Gets a kill on a second one as well. Immaculate headshots coming through, and even that one, my goodness, that's to the credit of High Rambo though. Even though it looks very similar, Hatred puts another one, and Insane's tomato is exploded.
What a round there by Hatred over towards Spit. Like, that was just too clean. That's 1, that's 2, and then he instantly reacts to the player coming up from top and headshots in midair. So 3 crispy headshots with the A1S. Not exactly an easy affair, but he's able to get it across the line. Great CT side so far from the Vietnamese players, but Indonesia, they're trying to book it. They're trying to force the issue here on B. They have lost a couple players, though, but they're still going to be putting a lot of pressure on Min here, who's stuck in the corner with an AWP, finally going to be taken care of. Marzia, though, peeking into CT spawn, gets both Prodigy and High Rambo, and that final flank will be taken care of swiftly as well.
That was a kill as well by Neora's Glock in there. Indonesia quickly overwhelmed the B site. Don't even really need to plant that bomb. And they've already won before. That can fully come to fruition. Indonesia fighting back, making a stance, but that's only putting them at equal footing in Inferno, a notorious map, for being incredibly equal. Man, usually you go back when there's a tech pause, but you just forgot to buy up a little bit of util. I'll have that scraped out now, and Indonesia are ready to get back into a fighting stance where Vietnam have to hold on to this round. If they don't, that's going to be 7 for Indonesia, considering there's a full eco for Vietnam after this. Depending on how much they save, but even if they save, their loss bonus isn't really fully built up just yet.
Ooh, I like this positioning from Prodigy. He just has such an eye for apartments. I love this player already. The fact that he's able to get perfect timings in apartments every single time is just a testament to how individually brilliant he is over towards apartments. Now, Indonesia wanting to press the issue further on B, but they've spent enough time that the CTs are incentivized to rotate.
Marzia first kill. Frostly from the back of the site gets Neora up close, and Indonesia, this is where they struggle. They can't really move in to where the players have just been killed from. And Vietnam also with a very quick response. They've already got them boxed in. Hatred sitting at the bottom of Banana, and it will now start pushing up by hearing the bomb going down, but surely they had time to actually plant. Doesn't matter. Hatred will take him out of the picture, and he'll make highlight reel.
I'm actually very happy to see this matchup. You know, so far in this tournament, we haven't seen very compelling, equally contested matches, but this is about as close as it possibly gets. Now, I'm still a little worried for Vietnam because they did have a few rounds where I really thought they should have been able to close it out, but I think the difference in teams could become more apparent after the side switch comes through. Early nade being deployed on middle, that does damage Insane and Waste a little bit. Not too much, but does make a compelling argument to bring them within one headshot territory. Waste now wanting to contest it a little bit. What's this on Banana with a flashbang there? He's just gonna peek through just like that, and nobody's actually watching the smoke, so they end up anti-flashing by accident. Min, nice kill even though he's flashbanged, but the problem is Insane's gonna be able to refrag it instantly, and because they had that earlier push player pushing in, they now have the information that B site is probably empty. They're gonna narrow their efforts down and making sure that there's gonna be no transgressions coming in from CT, but Waste is able to nail 2 to the back wall. And now the CTs are scratching their heads. How the hell did that happen? Waste is an absolute monster, but you gotta but a lot of that comes down to Vietnam messing up their positioning there.
Vietnam, they're going to learn a very important lesson that they should have known from the start. Don't push through when you think your opponent's economy is low. There's no need to show acts of aggression, because all it does is invite an act of re-aggression. It's a never-ending gang war, and you've just given a very crucial rifle to the Alps. But Indonesia, they're not out of troubled waters just yet, as Vietnam still have got 2 rifles going into this round, and that's been enough to be lethal. Indonesia really have struggled to take a site when Vietnam haven't really pushed over it, but now Marcia is entirely aware. God Flash coming through as well. That's going to be tough for Vietnam to deal with. There's nobody there on the opposite end to receive it, but Hi Rambo is the recipient of some bullets courtesy of Sandman. And Vietnam, you can't go for this, my friends.
As soon as they take care of Prodigy in apartments, they already know that they have a free A bomb site, because not to take away from any other players on Vietnam, but you know for a fact that Prodigy has largely been the one responsible for making sure that the action never actually realistically makes it to A site, because by the time they actually get close enough, they're already losing heads left and right over in Boiler or in apartments, or maybe he's already pushed closer to second middle. Great work from Indonesia regardless. But I'm super happy to see how hotly contested this map is.
Vietnam, they've at least been able to get on equal standing as they were yesterday. But considering they're already on 6, things are looking bright for them. And 6 on the CT side, certainly doable. But then again, it's Inferno where it feels like anything is really doable because it's such a 50-50 map, and it really comes down to how much momentum. That's especially with these type of teams who probably struggle a whole lot more to find form when things haven't been going their way, where they feel hard done by. That's where it can really start rolling downhill. Vietnam, however, they have only got an A4 to stack up to the challenge here, and Indonesia are probably quick to overwhelm. There's 3 players in pit though. Apps rather.
I mean, they're pretty much banking all of their resources and somehow working out. And I'm sure they'll be able to get at least 1 player off the back of the Zeus. Okay, yes. Hatred, enough of that. But now he's got an AK-47, so he could actually be much more relevant. Neora takes care of that business, though. And the problem is that the one player that actually had an M4 to begin with He's a little too far away from the action. He's playing from library because he wants to make sure he can hold on to that long position. Unfortunately, perhaps if he was playing from graveyard, that could have been a much more difficult push for the T's. Just not in position for it.
Rough times. But still a decent attempt by Vietnam. It's just the aim department that didn't really show up there. And you do have to adjust so quickly. As soon as you peek on out. Wait, Indonesia, don't do this. Okay, then they've got somebody staying behind and making sure that that bomb can't be defused anymore. But still, the way they went out so early, nobody threw long or library or wherever. That's just inviting trouble. But it comes down to the final round of the half. Can Vietnam connect in the scoreline and at least minimize damage, or is this going to be a pretty tough one to pull back? The difference between a 6-9 and a 7-8 scoreline is so massive.
Of course, Vietnam haven't left themselves too many options here for the CT side, or the last round of the CT side, considering they're missing out on quite a few key pieces of utility. I love the fact that Prodigy wants to take initiative, though. He realizes that utility is not going to be of the essence here, so has to push in and try to bring the fights to himself. A great opener from Waste, though. Quickly recognizes that there's a one-way smoke setup, and Hatred could actually be a problem. Luckily for the D side, though, Marcia is not going to have any of it. Only allows one transgression here, and Marcia, the fact that he's able to get the audio cue from Prodigy trying to push in forward, he's able to quickly cut off that rotation as well. Now the ball is in the T's court, and with that kill being secured on B, surely this is just an easy B-side take.
It absolutely is. They quickly realize that. They don't check the back of side. I don't think the position for High Rambo was confirmed before that, but you can make a very good guess that he's probably over towards A. Usually see this go, just guessing isn't good enough. Indonesia. It's a 2-on-1, 3-on-1. That's how it started. The AWP already finishes the job. Waste makes sure that Indonesia get on 9 as they gain more and more form all throughout this map. Again, Indonesia, they need to get warmed up a little bit, but it seems like Vietnam are now struggling a whole lot, and the pistol round is going to be important for them.
Great, somebody started drilling on the floor above mine, so... Speaking of drilling, Neora wants to cosplay that with his USP. Min will fall. And he's going for a little bit more than just what he bargained for. Waste on his own account is going to take care of Prodigy as well, so now it's already a 5 versus 3. Indonesia have been surprisingly unsuccessful in pistol rounds or the rounds after that in the previous games, but they've cleaned up their act a little bit, and they've realized that this is something they've got to do when they're up against a formidable opponent like Vietnam.
I don't agree with this at all from High Rambo. There's 5 players left on the opposing side. You've gotten 3. You can't go off onto a solo venture and try to put on the K, be the hero here. You need to just rein yourself in, play with a team, and at least try to go for an advantage. But Sandman is quickly burying them left, right, and center, and the burial is completed. Hatred thrown into the grave as well. As the ceremony just needs to follow, but Vietnam, they can't buy up. They didn't get a bomb plant. I mean, they could buy up, which is exactly what they're going for. And is this some old type of strategy that I mean, I see this so much. It happens basically every single time where a team loses the round and still buys up to about like 700 instead of just fully committing into it, which is, if you're going to buy into the round, that's the way you should be. But it seems like they're always buying less than they could be.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see where you're coming from. I mean, I know that Vietnam have more players here, but unfortunately, Indonesia, they're in such difficult positions to get past. They're basically spawn camping Vietnam right now. They've got 2 players in middle. There's a player cutting off rotation in the second middle as well, and I'm not sure if he actually has information on Prodigy having crossed over. So, although he's on the T side, is still willing to be the Hydra. That's a menace in apartments. Neora, though, he's unsure if he's allowed anybody to transgress. Prodigy comes out of Boiler. Unfortunately, not able to hit the second shot, or their position would have been much more palatable. Now, having to defend the bomb. 45 seconds remaining. Neora. He's got his head on a swivel because he's not sure where that second player is. Going around the corner now, just needs to hold down mouse 1, and he's able to get... Oh! He doesn't even get both. It's hatred to kill his own teammate. But I think he should have been able to get the kill regardless. Man, this guy, 17 and 9. Great work on second middle.
Oh my. I don't actually know whether he would have gotten that, because he ran out of bullets by the very end of it, so... Perhaps he wouldn't have had enough damage in him. Indonesia. They just go so quickly down mid again. Min spotted him, and Sandman, you need to be more vigilant if you move on through. Oh my god, this is so weird.
Oh, what am I watching? And Prodigy
from behind. Oh my god.
Messi.
Ronaldo.
Yeah, he's rotating against an empty bomb site.
Oh, rough. This is kind of what we talked about at the very start, right? You can't get complacent with Indonesia. They're getting complacent, rushing down mid without their heads screwed on the rest of their body. There's no thought in between it. It's just go rush, we go kill. We are so much better than them, and turns out, well, that's not quite the case, is it?
Problem is that Waste shouldn't have gotten away with those kills at all either, you know? This kind of seemed like this might give them some fake confidence, some false confidence that they actually almost got quite a bit of damage done. But the problem is, Waste ran into a player that had the audio cue, but he still pulled out his knife. So that was just a freebie being given up, right? Little unfortunate that did happen to Vietnam, but now you're still able to get back on the horse. Indonesia 11-7, and you talked about complacence. I think Indonesia, they're quickly starting to realize that this might be one of the opponents that, if they allow to transgress, they might just capitalize on the entire map win. And it's a best of 1, so no takesies backsies.
And there's a tiny breaksy, at least, for Indonesia. They call a timeout and take a breather, and probably to discuss their economical situation, which pretty detrimental but annoying, because Neora has actually got money, and they're probably trying to haggle Neora right now. So just come on, just drop us all 5-7. You've got the money, you could do it. And I don't think you do it, because now you've got a player that's already saving up for the AWP. It's all good. Your economy, yes, it's going to be bad for this round. Honestly, probably for next round as well, because 1900 loss bonus, that plus 1500. Not really going to have a whole lot. That's 3400. I think you buy here. I'm actually going to complete the 15 minutes here. Just playing a tiny game of chess in between or something to clear the mind.
Maybe in long timeouts like this one, casters should just get to play like live chess in front of the audience, so that whoever loses just gets berated.
I'd definitely lose.
Oh, I'm losing for sure. I can't tell the pieces apart.
Oh, okay. Fair. I mean,
I also happen to be a liar.
Probably tell the pieces apart, but It actually genuinely would be a strat for Indonesia as well, to just make Vietnam wait for 15 minutes. If they're starting to get confident, Prodigy needs to be careful here because while you're aggressing, you're also putting yourself on the line. But together with Frostly, that's all good. Hatred also wants a piece of the fragging, and they'll distribute them evenly.
Oh my god, what am I watching? Is this CS or am I watching Apex? Well, Indonesia, you can definitely start to feel the fire under their feet. 11-8, and they don't have money. They've been very haphazard with their buys, and I think complacence is probably the bold and underlined word that could describe this game from Indonesia. Obviously not to take away any credit from Vietnam either, because honestly, like the likes of Prodigy, they've been doing so much work. Hatred this time around going to be the one that progresses in apartments. Lots of pushing coming through in B by the CTs as well. Guns being recovered, and I think Frostly might be making a mistake peeking right into them, but he's still going to be able to get away with 2. Sandman now actually puts himself in a very palatable position for a retake, but he's going to walk straight into the crosshairs of Hatred, who was happy to put him to his demise.
And the thing is, Vietnam knew that their bomb was in T-spawn still, whereas Indonesia probably thought that they had it on their back, they would just be able to go A, and Hatred tried to connect very quickly. Instead, he ended up being entirely wrong in his read about the game, and Vietnam are now breathing down the neck of Indonesia. Well, they do have a buy on the side of Indonesia, and are going for a more structured play this time around. They got punished by the loose ones. And that's the thing, sure, Indonesia gave opportunities, but it's also very easy to get overwhelmed in the place that Indonesia went for. So Vietnam still very structured, great at dealing with the pressure put forward by Indonesia. Now this is probably the swing round that you do need to get in your favor. Niora half checks the corner, but the flash from Insane is absolutely immaculate. Gets Rambo blinded up, and a free pick-up kill.
Now Indonesia, they're in very solid positions to receive this in the oncoming onslaught from the terrorists. Sandman is going to be checked, but he's a little too quick on his feet, and because there's other teammates serving as distractions, it's all going to be quick work for Vietnam. Indonesia getting away with a 12th. Problem is, look at the money that Vietnam have been able to accumulate. Man, this is going to be a difficult mountain of cash to argue with.
Money talks. The guns can shut up quickly. Vietnam. Also, their money away very rapidly. So this is all that util, the AK and everything. Marcia getting aggressive down mid, but now he needs to find a way out as well. There's an AWP holding him to the angle. The AWP almost shot his teammate. Actually does get a kill somewhere. Marcia sticks around, but there's a player at the edge of the smoke. But now he's been able to kill another player. Marcia, my goodness, there's no stopping. There's no halt. It's just all gas, no brakes. And he manages to overwhelm another as Hatred hits the front of the Marcia vehicle. And that just leaves the one. A very odd position out of Prodigy. Not one that you'd expect, but Indonesia, they like to play tease.
Prodigy now up against 3, but the good thing is he can isolate 2 duels if he'd like to. Niora being put in the grave, and it would be such a disservice to Indonesia if Marcia isn't able, well, if they're not able to close the round, even with Marcia having gotten 4 kills. Now, Prodigy needs to cross over, but as soon as he does, he's going to have information on potentially 2 if they want to peek out. 45 seconds remaining. Prodigy taking his sweet time. Indonesia still unsure if that bomb has been collected, so they're going to be sticking around. Just want to make sure that both pieces are going to be available to get a favorable duel. In the meantime, though, Prodigy, he's already crept into B, so Indonesia, they're not going to be moving a muscle until they actually realize that the bomb starts getting planted on B. This could be good for Prodigy.
Really understand why Indonesia have even allowed this to happen. They had the bomb down in T-spawn. They had a player there that could have called it clear, that probably called it clear. And they just didn't react to it at all. They just sat top mid and sat in A to try and defend that. When you had the bomb, the key piece that Vietnam need. Now Prodigy has been able to plant the bomb. Also ample time to make out of the site. And yeah, he's going to get one frag for free. That's on Marcia. Now it's just all up to Insane, but he's setting up the util. Prodigy around the corner, and Insane still picks it up for Indonesia in the nick of time.
Oh, that all comes down to the fact that he's using a flashbang. If that flashbang Q doesn't go through, Insane doesn't realize that he can actually peek in because he doesn't realize that he hasn't rotated all the way over to Coffin yet. And that could have been the round still. And man, I think Marcia would have been banging his head against a wall if that didn't end up converting into a round when even after that monstrous 4K. Of course, Vietnam, although I praised their economy just a second ago, problem is, they've been burning on both ends of the candle for quite a while now. They've not been winning rounds. They've been investing very heavily, and these investments, they're going to come back and bite them. Even with a $3,400 loss bonus, you're probably not looking at full utility and all that, since 2 of their players are on $0. Look at this B commitment from Indonesia, though. 3 players ready and set up.
To be able to close it out here. High Rambo gets the one, but immediately Neora trades it out. That's going to push Vietnam over towards the A site, but there's still 2 players sitting there as well. Marcia and Sandman. Probably the 2 most lethal players out of this Indonesia roster, and they're rotating over from B as well, but we're just going to see this one from the spectator slot of Marcia gets the 2. Oh my god, Prodigy, sure he got a kill in pit, but now Marcia tries to duck it out in the corner. Hatred comes for the fight. He goes looking. Now when the bomb goes down, that's where Indonesia have that tiny in, but it's also scary because it could just be a fake plant, but it's a 2-1-2 retake scenario, and they've arrived too late. They've already gotten the crossfire set up, and they don't even manage to go. Prodigy in Vietnam get onto double digits as well.
You can't sing enough praises for this guy, because when they were on the CT side, he was largely responsible for holding it down all by himself. Just holding down apartments, being that 3-headed Hydra that was impossible to cut the head off of. And again, even in this round, it gets both kills all by himself in that clutch situation. So, although the money was starting to look a little weak for Vietnam, and they were probably staring down the barrel of economic collapse, Indonesia, they've dropped the ball, and this has given a chance for Vietnam to start to bounce back.
Indonesia did the exact same strat. Waste is going to collect that rifle. Marcia gets another kill as well and does a ton of damage on Hatred. Meanwhile, Waste is creeping in from behind. And yes, this is not a duel that Waste really wants since he's low on HP, or low on armor rather. Waste still pops a bullet in the head of Hatred, even though he was low already. Love that. Disguises the sound of dropping down by the AK shot. But he is starting to run out of bullets, so at some point he's going to need to reload. Vietnam get another kill on Insane. They're going for an A crunch now. If you're Sandman, you just rotate over. You're going to hear this very soon. He started walking as well. This is so awkward. Waste gets incredibly fortunate there. Now ample bullets left in that AK, and the flank also coming through. This is going to be a rough one to try and break through for Vietnam. Oh.
Men, as an AK, has not a whole lot of information to work off the back of, and Waste having already circled all the way around in second middle. Okay.
Yeah.
Not really a whole lot I can say about that.
Kablamo.
Indonesia, they've put Vietnam in probably an even more awkward spot than they were a couple rounds ago, because look at the money. Full investment, and if Indonesia end up on match and map point, obviously, since this is a best of 1, they're going to have nothing to fight back with.
Yeah, Vietnam in a tight spot here. Sure, they've done better than they were yesterday. Oh my god, Frostley. Brilliant shot on Marcia. Indonesia. And an artillery review till forces Min into the challenge, and Waste immediately picks up another frag down. Banana as well. And Vietnam, sure, they could call the push over towards A, but they've still got a player there. You at least rotate one of them over. Insane already moving there. But Sandman, he's got a tall order here, sitting in the pit, trying to duke it out. And there's two players actually rotating over for Indonesia. Sandman doesn't stand a chance, though.
Prodigy, great collection once again. But Indonesia, they're not... Oh my god, Prodigy... Can we just get a highlight reel instead? I mean, we'd be watching the same damn thing. Neora knows that doesn't really have a chance in this round now. And time again, Prodigy is able to save Vietnam from the brink of collapse. He always brings it back for them when it kind of seems like there's no hope. Many times on the CT side in apartments, and plenty of times on the T side now as well. 14-11, but I think Indonesia are going to start to struggle a little bit here as well.
Yeah, they've got rounds that they can play with. Vietnam absolutely do not. Their loss bonus is 1400, so as long as Indonesia keep this one close, Indonesia are probably not going to win this round, but as long as they keep doing enough damage so Vietnam can't really build up comfortably, it still kind of becomes a case of 2 for the price of 1, where as soon as you get 1 round, Vietnam just don't have the money to buy back up. They're still going to force into it. But Vietnam looking for a very quick B execute, and if they go too quickly, they might not realize that there's 4 players over towards this site, but that's been reduced to 3 already. Waste from up top with the 5-7 strikes, and is actually able to pick up that Galil as well. And Vietnam are going through with a push. This is 3 players throwing themselves into the Lions pit. And there's only one outcome when that happens. Neora strikes 3 times in a row in Indonesia. They just need 1 more kill to be on their 15. But Hatred, how are you going to pull this one off, my friend?
Probably not. I mean, he's got a minute on the clock, so he can at least try and isolate the duels. Okay. Got the heart pump in there for a second, but Indonesia, they're able to keep it under lock and key. The tap started to look a little too crispy. Get a chance to look at Neora once again. Repositions as he drops off, and since he's left unchecked, Vietnam just lose all hope here. 15-11, they've got no money. They've got a Tech 9, Deagle, P250 in there, a little bit of utility, and AKs to boot. So they're just going to have to pull themselves up by their socks and try and get it done the old-fashioned way, just an anti-eco, basically. No, there's just not much they can do about this. Hatred, you know, Indonesia, they're getting complacent, they're giving you chances, but actually a 2v3 could be doable. Insane catches one in the back, and Hatred is once again left in a 1 versus 3. At least they're in positions where they can be individually isolated.
In pesky positions, like how often do you check around that corner where Sandman is sitting? You do not. In Indonesia, they will remain as the very first seed of the group, as they look the strongest. They've been able to take every single match down 2-0 fashion, and also this one. It wasn't as easy. There were certainly fight back, and this is exactly what we were looking for, right? From the side of Vietnam, at least improvements, willingness to try something different, and they absolutely did that.
Yeah, just incredible work by Vietnam, even though they ended up losing. Indonesia, for now, they've basically cemented their place as the top dogs in this group, in this tournament so far, because they've honestly been the only team that have been consistently steamrolling everybody else, right? On the other hand, props to Vietnam, and especially props to Prodigy, because he played beautifully. You know, I've hardly ever seen anyone have this level of awareness when they're going for apartments control, and to be able to vary your playstyle so much in the tiniest of corridors possible, that's impressive. And there were so many times where he was able to get a perfect read on the opponents, just having the perfect position to go in for a second mid push, realizing there's somebody right under him, realizing that he can get the drop on somebody on bridge because he's not focused while his teammate is already in apartments. So just catching all those tiny little timings is what made Prodigy's gameplay just so damn great. And it's not like he only did it on the CT side, he was able to do it on the T side as well. You know, when you flip the cards around, he still felt like he was in his domain. He was still playing it like a CT-sided player. All you need to do is help him get into apartments, just get him that flashbang, have an extra teammate to boot, and there it is. He's just playing it like a CT once again.
Honestly, with the way that they were pushing as well on the side of Indonesia, he very often swapped into a CT side at a position as well, whereas the CTs were all of a sudden the Ts. It was a very weird Inferno, admittedly, but, you know, that makes it scrappy, that makes it fun. This is grand for both these teams. I mean, Vietnam, they already moved through. This is just for those bonus points, and now you get to watch the rest of the teams that are trying to go through, aka your opposition, the ones that you need to beat in order to go on to Yashi at some point, right? So you can do now do the extra part of prep. You initially probably come into this of, okay, we'll see how far we get, but now that you've actually putting yourself in a position where you can qualify, you should be putting in more work. You have to spend a little bit of time to actually go over what strategies you want to adapt, perhaps learn a new map as well. I want to say real quick, it never really happens real quick, but you can at least grasp the basics of a newer map and catch your opponents by surprise, because it is that best of 3. You have time where you can ban out a map and the opponents also can ban out only one map, and then you can pick into your own choice. And if it still comes down to Mirage or Inferno, which realistically will probably be floated by your opponents as well, that's where you can get that huge one-up where you're comfortable in your opponent's map pick, comfortable in your map pick, and also on the final one that come through.
Yeah, pretty much. A very, very hype game, actually. I don't think you and I were expecting this level of competition already, but honestly, I know that we've been giving, we've been kind of giving Indonesia a lot of shit for going for all of these haphazard plays, but the problem is that they've actually been responsible for so many of the crazy moments, right? They're willing to go for pushes, they're willing to go for the crazy action, which is also just like providing us with so much entertainment. So do I really want to make them stop doing that? I don't know about that, man, because it's just so much fun to watch them play. You know, they play CS with a spirit. You know, they're not playing CS very mathematically. I like the fact that when they want to rein it back in, when they're struggling, they will sort of go back to playing the game a little bit more mathematically. But I like the fact that they've got a lot of spirit in the way they play it. Lots of pushes, lots of crazy plays, lots of smoke pushes and all that. And it's always a treat to watch a team like Indonesia, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not something that isn't entertaining, but it also is a part of their odds of going through, right? Because, yes, you're able to play a little bit loose when you're up against 3 other teams from a more regional standpoint, but as soon as you're put in with the best of the rest, then all of a sudden things get a whole lot more difficult. You're facing the top teams of their own respective region. And I'm sure a lot of people have had that, where they think they're actually very decent at something because in their high school, I don't know, they learned chess at a very early age. And then you get into the regional competition like, dang, other people are really good as well and a whole lot better than I am. That's kind of what I meant. Oh, you need to get more solidified if you want to be able to take down those types of teams as well.
Yeah, especially I think Indonesia might end up struggling a lot more when they start to go up against more of the global competition. Right now, regionally speaking, they're doing incredibly well, and also the criteria for qualifying from this is actually much easier than you'd expect, right? Because there's a lot of teams actually going forward, and for anybody that needs a bit of a rundown, you know, these are the IESF Asian Qualifiers, which then lead to the Gamers8 tournament, which is the IESF Offline Qualifiers, which then lead to the IESF World Championships. So lots of people are going to be qualifying from this, and there are simply many slots that are allotted to each sub-region. You know, we've got I'll get into a little bit more of the details about each of the regions in just a little bit, probably before the next game actually, so that I can give people a quick recap. But shouldn't be too long before we have some of the post-match statistics ready, Hyperia, because I'm not really sure who the MVP is going to be. I do think it could be Prodigy, even though he was on the losing side, because he was just playing just that damn well. I mean, I would personally give him the MVP. It doesn't matter if you won or not, but who do you think? Who's on your mind personally?
it's always rough to make somebody MVP when they still ended up losing, but I'm actually inclined to agree with you. But to pick a player from the opponent's side as well who really stood out a little bit more than they did it the first time that I've seen them is Niora. Niora definitely a player that stuck their ground and it was also playing smart positionally. You've got a player like Marcia who has, I think, more raw aim mechanics and is better at that, but a bit rougher around the edges, where Niora, I think, is the better combination in this particular Inferno, where he stepped up, also where, he stepped down when it was on B, fell off, and peaked again, played that incredibly well positionally, and also had the aim to back it up. But I guess there's only one deserving one, and we'll have to wait and see what the game decided.
Yeah, honestly, you're right. You know, it is kind of rough to crown sort of an MVP. I think I would be torn between Marcia and Niora as well. There were just so many individual flashes of brilliance all across the board. And definitely not a single player that was just carrying everybody, which unfortunately kind of was the case for Vietnam. You know, I don't want to like sort of heckle them for it, but realistically speaking, I think Prodigy was kind of the only man that was keeping them on the board. If you end up losing 16-12 and one of your guys is on a 30 bomb before everybody else, well, almost on a 30 bomb before everybody else is making it to like that 14-15 kill mark, there's probably a reason for that. I mean, he was single-handedly responsible for maybe 4 to 5 entire rounds where he just got it done all by himself. Now, granted, a lot of rounds were also just given up by Indonesia. Like, realistically speaking, they made some incredibly shaky plays where they decided to go for random pushes and whatnot, which, again, kind of hits Indonesia as a team out there as a contender, which is open to allowing comebacks, kinda, you know? Strange to say, but they kind of enable the conditions for a comeback, but then they stomp on your fantasies, you know? They're like, no, I gave you the chance, but you're still not going to be able to make it.
Yeah, it's that all-or-nothing type of play style where you can get very close, but if you just lose out the very next round, a few things can be going differently. A time traveler has moved the chair and all of a sudden you get absolutely obliterated, right? It seems to very much hang in the balance where you can't really have a cohesive strategy to counter it because they might do something a tad different and all of a sudden you get peaked from an entirely different angle. And that's kind of why also that recency bias to come through, just that instinct to be able to react, or that gut feeling about, I think somebody's going to be around the corner. I don't know why, but I'm just going to check it just to be sure. And there ends up being somebody around the corner instead of just a quick look and already back, right? Where you're not fully checking it. And those kind of mistakes are going to be prevalent. Let's face it, we've already mentioned, these are players that haven't really played as competitively since, what, 2019 it was, I'm pretty sure. So you're going to be forgetting about the tiny nuances of the game. But overall, I'm still very happy with both these teams going through. I think it's entirely deserved the way that they were showing off against each other here as well. Kind of a measuring stick, as you mentioned at the very start. And
yeah,
both of them have come out with overwhelming force.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about how Vietnam have actually played before and they were going like 16-6. And they had a different performance this time around. They definitely played like a very different team. Maybe not, obviously, you know, I can't harp on enough about Prodigy because like he genuinely did put in a lot of effort. But it just looked like a better package. Whether or not that package is being developed through one individual or the just alt effect of many, the truth is, it was just a much better Vietnam we saw today.
Very simply put, Vietnam able to upgrade themselves, and that's kind of what I look for. A team that continuously get better. That's what I mentioned the very first day with a neat Indonesia, and map in, map out, they look better and better and better. Now, I didn't really have a chance to continue tracking them for the rest of that day, but considering their matches all ended in 2-0, they at least did well enough, and perhaps it wasn't growing and growing and growing, but yeah, Vietnam certainly in a great standing point as well. And I reckon this just motivates teams. It's always so much more motivational as soon as you're guaranteed to play at a different location instead of from your bedroom, right? As soon as we go to a studio cast, for example, you've got that invigoration. You want to do incredibly well. You don't want to make any mistake. There needs to be no blips on the radar at all. And that's kind of, I think, where Vietnam will start powering through, because they've got those qualities already, and they just need to freshen them up a whole lot. And if you start grinding this out for just a little bit, again, even 2 weeks is enough to start getting you up to speed. It's like going to the gym a lot, not going for a year, and then when you go back, you know, you start quickly racking up the weights again because you've already done a whole lot of that ground work.
Speaking of getting up to speed, we'll quickly be getting up to speed with the match statistics. So, Vietnam, you can see that Prodigy was definitely sort of the standout performer. He was assisted pretty significantly as well. You know, one of his players had 24 kills. And then we have Indonesia, on the other hand, which had relatively even performances, and if you just looked at the scoreboard, you could probably not tell what the winning team was instantly, right? With the exception of obviously looking at the grand scoreline. And this is kind of why I was leaning towards just crowning Prodigy the MVP, because he was just playing miles better than everybody else on the server, just looking like a completely different beast. And you know, you talked about who the MVP could be for Indonesia, and Neora, obviously there's a good reason why you picked him. Because he was just looking absolutely nutty. There we go, head-to-head, 93 for 93 eliminations and 94 deaths, because both of these teams had an accident where they killed a teammate. So, like I said, you couldn't tell from just the scoreboard who won. It ends up being the exact same number of eliminations. Assists go the way of Indonesia, which kind of makes sense. I mean, you could see a little bit more team cohesion. And part of the reasons why their assists are so inflated is because they were going for a lot of team-based efforts where they were pushing down middle, using a lot of flashbangs. Maybe if they're pushing down banana, they're going to be doing it a lot over on the CT side, which isn't something we saw from Vietnam. And now we get a chance to quickly, of course, crown the MVP, which is, by no surprise at all, Prodigy.
Yeah, no surprise at all when you look at the player in a bubble. When you look at that he was on the losing team, all of a sudden, you know, perhaps most valuable player. Can you really be insanely valuable if you still ended up losing? Because you don't get anything if you got 11 instead of 4. But either way, yeah, I do think it's deserved. I don't want to take that away from him. He played absolutely immaculately. His apps control was through the roof, and he continuously just contested at all by his lonesome, like a landlord of today's landscape, evicting everybody. And Prodigy, so incredibly deserved, and I'm glad to see him into the next round as well. I feel like we can see a whole lot more out of him, even though it's a tough ask and a tall order to see somebody on 28 frags and think I think we can see more out of him. But Prodigy has got it in him, man, and if he's getting a bit more team play to go with it, he can definitely be that play around factor that you can just kind of utilize, of literally like Bottles in the Major, for example, that you can just send somewhere and he'll do the dirty work.
Yeah, pretty much just a one-man show, and I was sort of envisioning him as the Hydra of A Apartments, where, you know, you would think that you finally cut off one of his head. You're like, okay, we've killed him in Boiler before. No chance he continues to come back and surprise us over towards second middle, but boop, comes in, easy kill on bridge, easy kill right under you. Just too many cases where he looks like a complete beast, so obviously can't really take any credit away from that. I would have honestly liked to see him maybe in more of a conducive environment for victories, because it's often tough to play in a lot of these national tournaments where, like I said before, I think I've said it a little bit too many times, a few too many times now actually. It's just that a lot of these teams are put together at the last minute, so I don't know, man. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what kind of environment I would want to see Prodigy in. I think maybe in a more structured team he could probably excel, because he's so good at holding his own that if you put that into a team that is holding their own as well, just has a little bit more teamwork, maybe we could see some signs of brilliance.
And the thing is, he doesn't even need to definitely fit in with that structure. Obviously, there's going to be rounds where he needs to dial it back, but having a structured team gives freedom for him to push down banana, for example, if we take Inferno as the map, where he can aggress forward with the help of his teammates, and if that doesn't work out, sure, you can still fall back on the rest of your team, where you kind of play around. It's a player to excel, and Prodigy, sure, they might be able to find that in the next few weeks as well, leading up to the Gamers8, or leading up to Yashi if they manage to reach it. There's still ample time in order to get your perfect play out and basically find the best you that they can find. But Vietnam, they still were the losing team, and we're talking a whole lot about them. I think Indonesia, Niora as well, he definitely was up there in terms of MPV performance, considering he had 24 and 15. Prodigy, however, 28 and 16, still incredibly well. But the second player, which I think was a waste of ammo, also immaculate work, 8 assists coming through. I think he's going to feel like he should make a claim for that MVP, or at least top of his team title.
Now, of course, we do have to talk about the implications of a game like this one. Remember, guys, this is just an IESF Asian qualifier, which is going to lead into the offline qualifier. And the teams that have already qualified to the IESF Asian Championship for Gamers8 are Uzbekistan, Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, which is the host country, so they are directly allotted a slot. Now, honestly, man, I'm quite actually happy to see that Pakistan is qualified, because, like, I'm from Pakistan, and, you know, we don't really get too many international opportunities, so maybe I'm a little bit biased about that, but I'm really happy to see some of the boys back at home be able to sort of make their way to the top echelons of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you know, you just can't cast any of their matches, otherwise you're going to be way too biased. They're going to take you a fool. But at least you can sit in the green room and just cheer for them all out. I hate it when, personally, I'm casting a match where I really want the Dutchies to pull through, but I need to stay unbiased, and I can't really root for them. Just take me off the cast entirely. But there is going to be ample highlights for that match as well, and I'm very curious about Uzbekistan, because that's not really a country that I associate with high-level CS action. You know, you've got a team or a country like Kazakhstan, which have gotten great talents to come through, and they did not make it, which is incredibly rough for them. They're going to have to regain, and well, there's not really another chance, but I already mentioned there's going to be ample highlights, so we'll give you a tiny little reel of it, just a little sprinkle in as you get ready for that next up match. We'll be prepping that up. We'll see you after the break.
Not sure we're right.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back, everybody, to the IESF Asian Championship. We've already had 2 matches today, but that CS action is simply not over just yet. We've got up next Iraq versus Team Iran.
Yeah, Iraq versus Iran, and I think that should be a very interesting best of 3. Now, they have played a lot of their group stage matches. Later on in the day, we've got the seeding match for West Asia. So, I mean, everything is at stake. More importantly, Iraq, after yesterday's harrowing 2-0, they are playing for pride. And I actually managed to do a little bit of research on Iran, and they played an earlier edition of this tournament where they actually ended up going up against Sweden, and Sweden was the team that knocked them out. And it was close. It was the map that I like and you don't. It was Cash, and it was about they had managed to put together a lot of rounds. So yeah, Iran is definitely a team that's got a lot of promise. I don't know how well they match up versus each other now. So that's definitely going to be interesting. And I'm also going to touch upon some of the players that really stood out for Iran, because this roster has stuck together. So Zeron is their AWPer. He's had insane ADR. He dropped a 30 bomb versus Sweden back then. Rashness is one of the more wiser or older players in the scene. At 31 years of age, he's been there with this team since 2018. McGammon is I actually looked at his HLTV, and it's he had another name called MRMN, but both him and Amin really bring the firepower with the rifles. Amin being like one of the higher ADR players on that team. So yeah, they are a team that's at least familiar with each other, right? I mean, you mentioned earlier how a lot of teams are just being put together towards the end for this tournament, because they haven't had they haven't had the most optimal practice situations. But yeah, if you look at Iraq, yeah, I think the players that stand out here for me from what I've seen versus Palestine was Danger, Destroyer, Danger. These were the players that had a little bit of success versus Palestine. So again, they need to show up for Iraq in this best of 3. So yeah, hopes and dreams of West Asia as to who gets this second slot, because after this, I mean, they're going to be playing a best of 1 for seeding, but yeah, it's up in the air. West Asia is up in the air, 2 slots up in the air, and Iran and Iraq is fighting for them.
Yeah, unfortunately yesterday, we didn't really see great things from Iraq, because Palestine was able to absolutely run over them. There were no real cases where we saw them actually fight back much. Now, this map, Vito, Iraq picking up Mirage, Ancient being picked up by Iran. I know that you shy away from Ancient and Anubis, but at least you only have to cast one of them. And Overpass being the decider. Honestly, I think this very heavily favors Iran, because again, you talked about how they have a little bit more cohesion as a team. Their AWP player is also going to be much more relevant on a map like Mirage. When you take that over to Ancient as well, the fact that Iraq have basically picked up a map that Iran are going to be very comfortable with, and then also allowed Iran to pick up Ancient, it basically just means that Iran are going to be playing 2 of the maps that they're very comfortable with, right? And that team cohesion, it's going to be so very important when it comes to a map like Ancient. Long rotation times, very difficult mid holds, all of these little timings that you have to focus on, and I think Iran are going to have a much easier time at potentially putting this one in the bag. Now, I don't want to judge all of Iraq's gameplay off of the one map that they've lost yesterday against Palestine, but they definitely have to fight off a very difficult opponent right now.
Yeah, if this matchup has the same amount of skill gap that we saw yesterday between Iraq and Palestine, then we're in for what could be a very one-sided affair. And I think when a team picks Ancient, I think Iraq are obviously going to be a little frustrated with this veto, because I hope they're prepared, because I can sense that if you... Okay, I'm going to hold my thoughts, because for now it's just rashness. Kill after kill. This is too easy, but Monster...
Still comes down to a 2 versus 2 somehow. The bomb is going to go down at the hands of Monster. Quickly numbers being punched in, and there's a player coming in from Market, and 1 at the ready on short. Rashness has already been able to get 3, and he's still been uncontested. Question is whether or not he can continue to dish out the damage. Coming in hot from short, Rashness doesn't know where that second player is, but at least he's been able to isolate the player on site. And with his player, with his teammate chiming in, it is all a done deal. Iran doing an incredible job.
Yeah, phenomenal retake. I mean, they just played off each other so beautifully, and it just felt as if Iraq had no meaningful post-plant to really hold. It felt like they could not trade each other out. They didn't have the time to run back into apps or any of that. The rotation coming out from Iran was very swift. And I mean, as soon as Iraq got the plant down, they were like, oh my god, we have two folks closing in on us. We really have to figure this out. And they were caught like sitting ducks. So Iran win the pistol and an immediate commitment to the AUG at mid, and it's paying dividends. This is one of the best ways, one of the most idiot-proof guns. I think it's a very simple, elegant solution to mid. And yeah, it was abused a lot, did get nerfed a little bit, but it still works.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It still works incredibly well against pistols, even though it's been nerfed to hell. Obviously, like holding it against an AK, you're probably not going to win that duel, but up against pistols, you're good. Now, Iran, they're already showing signs of success, and unfortunately, the bloodbath we watched yesterday when Iraq were just getting absolutely destroyed over here on middle, I don't want to see a repeat of that, but they've picked into Mirage, which wasn't exactly their cup of tea to begin with, so I'm not too sure how this is going to go.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, if you look at Danger, this is, there's not much there, that I'm expecting from Iraq in this round, but Danger is very disconnected from his team. He is playing some odd part of the map. I don't know. He's expecting a palace push. That's what the minimap tells me. While the rest of Iraq, they've come to mid, and this has been, I mean, the most successful mid take since yesterday. They have survived here the longest compared to all the games I've seen them play versus Palestine. And where do they go from here? Because no way are they going to get a jump into window. Is that really the play?
No, apparently not. Dantic says no. Should again just be a very easy-peasy cleanup for Iran, honestly.
Yeah, none of the Desert Eagles really working in Iraq's favor. Danger's fallen off, but just as I say that, Monster proves me wrong, gets the kill, but if Iraq managed to plant the C4, that's going to be a big win for them. If they manage to take away some weapons, especially the AUG, because it's a fairly costly weapon. So those are the real wins that Iraq should be aiming for, but nope. Iran makes no mistakes, doesn't entertain any fools, and Iran win a clean third. Iraq moving into their first buy on Mirage for day 2.
It's a bit of a tough spot to be in if you're Iraq. You can just continue to see that AUG being put to good use. Oh, Zeron. He's definitely got the movement off an AWP player. Maybe not the first bullet accuracy. And he's not going to be able to hit the second one either. And the flashbangs are really good. But the problem is, the CT side, they just end up missing out on aim duels. They had the jump. They had everything. They had the flashes. But unfortunately, they're simply not able to hold mouse 1. Amin does a decent job at least getting a kill before he falls, but Iraq, they've quickly brought on the Thunder.
Yeah, very nice movement coming up from Zeron, but I mean, movement just by itself without converting into an objective or a kill is near meaningless, and I think...
Problem is, sorry to cut you off, but I still feel like Iraq didn't play that incredibly well. They were exposed to short, and the short player wasn't flashbanged. The player from connector pushed out without really being contested, and he just ended up missing his shots. So I can't really give too much credit to Iraq just yet, because Iran actually played that well. They just didn't mechanically hit their shots.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely a lack of nuance here. It made the first window smoke fails, and eventually a Molotov gets tossed out. It's very messy coming out from both these teams, but this time Iran, without the AUG, are not aggressively playing window. Zeron, it's almost as if he heard us. He's going to make up for his previous miss. He's still running in AWP, but the rest of his team is getting picked off. In fact, he's going to get picked off as well. And now it's just Amin under Palace with the Deagle. He's whiffed 2 bullets, excuse me. Gets 1 kill, but yeah, it's quickly falling apart for Iran. It is a 2v3 for them. They will at least have a frag grenade and a smoke to work with, but it's hard.
Great work from Monster. Is able to nip the issues in the bud as they come in from CT. And now it's starting to look at least a little competitive. Iran not going to have money to fall back onto, so this should be them allowing Iraq to just get onto the third.
Yeah. Interesting setup. So they have 1 player towards ticket booth. I didn't see anyone play jungle or stairs. So it's a bit of an unconventional setup coming out from Iran. This time the flashes are there and the smoke onto window lands, and Iraq bit by bit are just waiting for the pushes. Danger and Monster will lap up these kills, and I mean, Iran, they didn't have much to work with, but score is even now, and one has to keep in mind the CT economy. And I think just looking at both these teams, Valeti, I think this series is going to be close. I feel like both teams have small instances where they shoot themselves in the foot, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
Especially with Monster having a really good game, I do expect Iraq to have a better performance than they did yesterday. And, you know, maybe yesterday was a one-off. Maybe they just weren't able to quite find their footing. At least that's what they'd hope. Relatively slower approach from both teams this time around. Iran not really feeling too comfortable to go for any sort of aggression. Although I would have kind of liked to see it, considering how little of an economy they have to work with. Now, the push is slowly going to start developing into a B site hit. The bomb is making its way there as well. Some fake utility has been thrown out as well to make sure that those A players aren't going to rotate. But as soon as Extreme is spotted by the jump spotter, this push is going to be an onslaught.
And the push is coming. I mean, Van's been cleared out. Weirdly, they're kind of smoked off. Megaman gets 1 kill, but eventually perishes to the Molotov. And Extreme jumps on top of Van, clears out Dantic, a 3v3. Iran did rotate very early on from the B side towards A, and maybe these rotations could be their undoing, but Zeron has cleared out Danger, and Azim in no position to really trade. He's got the small gap in the smoke. He's going to make the most of it. It's Rashness, the most experienced player on the side of Iran in a 1v2. He knows that there's 1 player bench, but that's about it. They should have picked them together. Rashness has managed to pull this back to a 1v1, but Azim will clean it up. It got a bit too close for comfort, but Iraq will take the win, will take the lead.
Man, I really want to point out Extreme's play there. I mean, Alzim, yes, he played incredibly well, but to get the opening on the player in market, because he found a tiny little gap in between both the smoke and the Molotov, that's basically what kind of opened up the round, because they weren't expecting there to be a player on man when there was a Molotov there just now. Still, could have been a retake. Just a ball being dropped by Iran. Jantic. This time he wants to take initiative, gets in dirty with the 5-7. Kawi catches them using each other as a stepladder. But Zeron and Megaman, they're getting some work done with the Deagles. Dantic, he's got that AK in hand, manages to land a headshot, brings it down to just the last player, and all by himself, he has reigned supreme over towards the B site.
Yeah, Iran really running in eco there, and they win it because of this Dantic 5-7. I mean, that's why they won the round. He pushes underpass, gets a kill, retrieves an AK, swings back to the correct part of the map despite their boost not working, and still manages to single-handedly he'll do people with the AK. So phenomenal stuff coming out from Dantic. Iran also, I want to say they're one of the more creative teams on their pistol rounds, on their light buys is what I mean. They've got this nifty little boost, although the boost didn't exactly play out as intended, but they have an approach. And just as I say that, Ziron gets picked out in the open in the middle of nowhere on the A side, but was, I think, flashing over mid to set up his teammate, and his teammate did find a little bit of success. OV4, I mean, Iran are taking their time walking up catwalk, but there's that one player in ladder room, there's Rashness in ladder room, who should be able to get a decent flank on Danger and probably just shut down this B hit coming out from the side of Iraq. They moved onto the side. Megamin is also here, gone unchecked and ran. He should... Okay, I mean, Megamin was AFK, or I don't know if he fired a single bullet or not, but he just gets picked off, and Rashness, sitting at ladder room, has moved onto the side. He's going to get picked off as well. Kawi, marking the rotate, takes care of Amin. I mean, Iran seemed to be in a really good position there. I think Rashness at ladder room had the potential to really make a round-defining play for Iran, but all of that falls apart. Well, again, it's Iraq just challenging Iran head-on at mid, and they moved on to the A side, but Dantic playing Palace. For the longest time, Iran haven't really posted anyone at Palace. Dantic gets a kill, and Monster, meant to be using the big green gun, runs around with the Tech 9, gets one, finds another. His success is just tilting in favor of Iraq as they're winning these duels, and I mean, Iran has got to be careful after this round. They're not going to have a very good buy moving into the next. So they want to win this 2v2. It's possible. Time not on their side. One player jungle, one player towards A main. This is a very tricky afterplan for them to crack open.
Yeah, especially with the player tucked into sandwich, but Amin is actually very quick on the trigger, and Danger wants to light up both of them, and he's able to defend the bomb. 6-4 now. And the individuals from Iraq are looking incredibly promising. Iran forced into a corner, forced to time out to try and recollect their thoughts. I think one of the players is timed out as well, so a fitting timeout. Okay, and they are dropping like flies, actually. I think it might just be an internet issue or something.
Yeah, whatever difficulties they're facing, I just hope they pass, and hopefully Iran can get back into the game and play the map as fair and square as possible, with all their players and with no technical difficulties. I'm gonna ask you. I mean, we were talking about this matchup yesterday as well, and we looked at the veto, and I don't know. I mean, if you're a team that has the confidence to, I won't say confidence to pick Ancient, but I'm just saying that if you're a team that's not playing at, say, a major, blah blah blah, you're not playing at those kind of levels of CS. If you can force a relatively niche pick in the scale of all the available maps, relatively niche. I'm going to contextualize this hard, but yeah, I mean, you kind of feel like you're the team with an upper hand, and this should be your series to take. But Iran are struggling a little bit, and are you still going to go with your prediction of 2-0 in favor of Iran, or is that your prediction even?
I think that the individuals from Iraq are really shining right now, but also
It's not very sustainable, so I'm not sure if I still like lean towards the 2-0, but I still do think it's going to be an Iran victory.
Okay.
You can see that there were some individual signs of brilliance which we haven't seen before from Iraq, which I'm not sure if it was just a one-off, but I don't expect this kind of play to be sustainable. You know, Azim just getting an incredible 3K, Monster having that 4-kill opener, so many different instances like Danger getting that collateral when it should have basically been the round for the CTs. I think so many stars have been aligning for Iraq that I just simply don't think it's sustainable over the long run, not over a best of 3.
Okay. So, are you feeling that this might be the first series that we get to cast together, which is going to go all the way to a map 3?
It could, but not necessarily.
Okay. I think what's concerning for me is just what Iraq's default has been, and I feel that their approach to mid stuff like this, right, is really concerning. We saw this yesterday. I mean, Palestine clearly came to play, but yeah, their mid takes are a little bit messy, and I mean, on paper they should be winning this round, but they make it harder than it should be sometimes. Well, the last light buy that Iran were running, they had Dantic go crazy with the 5-7. Zeron and Rashnus have found a couple of kills, and now it's Rashnus in a 1v1. This is possible for Iran.
Oh, did Monster actually spot him on the way towards the left? Problem is that Rashnus doesn't have any armor, but it's okay because Monster actually doesn't have much HP either. It's just really about who has that first shot, and Monster will be able to get it done. Again, man, it's just these individuals are looking so damn crazy right now for Iraq. Comes down to just Monster and he gets away with a 4K? Like, come on.
Yeah. It's not perfect, it's not picturesque, but it's working. I mean, sure, they had Danger's 1v2 was beautiful, and Monster really needed to get that frag, otherwise it would be not a very pleasant round to look at in hindsight. But yeah, Iraq, now this is another rather crucial round for them, because Iran for the first time in a while, I managed to put together a very proper buy. Zeron not doing anything crazy with the op towards mid. In fact, he's going to be playing towards ticket, and he's a bit confused. He's unsure whether this is an A hit or a B hit. Alzim walking up connector. They smoked off B shot. They've gotten into connector. Pop flash would be nice. Otherwise, they're just going to walk into this operator that Zeron is positioned with. Swings by the box, gets a kill. They walk into the operator. The second kill doesn't come through for Zeron, but Amin under Palace takes care of Alzim, and Zeron will deliver when asked of. Finds 2 crucial kills for the side of Iran, and now it's just Monster all by himself. We mentioned that the players were feeling themselves on the side of Iraq. Monster, well, he's got to really deliver. Squeezed into mid, trying to find this duel with Market, but not gonna happen. 5-7, Iran put another round on the scoreboard. More importantly, hold on to their economy, upgrade to a couple of AKs, and start to really lean into Zeron working with the operator.
Sorry, I just need to reel it back for a second. First, you say you enjoy the new cache, and then you use the CZ, which is already 2 strikes. And then you keep calling the operator. Like, come on, man. Like,
I was just checking. I'm glad you're listening. Do you know what's weird? You said it too.
What?
It was so weird that I heard you say it. Like,
no way. It's not possible. There's no way.
Good.
I don't even play that game.
Yeah.
This is definitely misinformation, and you should not listen to my co-caster. But yeah, Iraq getting ready for a B-side pop. They've got the flashes, they've got the grenade, the bomb ready as well, and that Molly and nade combo is certainly going to make it harder for them to even land on the ground there. Extreme does try and fight back, but Dantic is already in a great position to make sure that the cross isn't going to happen. Monster in danger. I mean, they've been incredible before, but now you can see that they're starting to slow down a little bit. Not like you can blame them, obviously. One, you can't have that sustained performance, and two, unless the economy is right with you, probably not going to have the resources to keep replicating the kind of, ironically enough, monstrous performance they've been able to have.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good for a bit for Iraq, but Iran have started to piece themselves together. That I was just going to talk about the earlier timeout. Don't know if it was a tactical or a technical timeout, but it kind of allowed them to really find their footing. And yeah, I mean, I won't say this is a highly convincing CT performance, but considering that for a couple of rounds it looked as if Iraq owned the map, it's kind of nice that they are starting to come together, at least on the map. Unfortunately, the mysteries of technology will not side with them, as I think it's not quite sure who, but they've lost a player on the server. Hopefully, our Lord and Savior Gaben fixes this at the earliest.
I mean, yes, you would hope so. Pretty sure they previously had a technical timeout as well, and it's a little upsetting to see because you know that this is a great team and that they started to sort of build up some confidence now. They had too many moments where they were just getting destroyed by the individuals. Now it's a different case, though. I think they definitely have the chance to bring it to potentially an 8-7 finish.
Iran?
Hmm?
Are you talking about Iran? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
It is. It is.
It didn't look very convincing at the start, admittedly, but now it's very different.
I feel like both these teams have like these individual players that find their moments of mojo, and that it's great if it happens, but otherwise you're just looking at really costly errors as a team. Like, I mean, Iraq spend so much time getting mid control, and then after getting mid control they seem a bit clueless as to what they need to do. Iran are actually just giving up mid the past couple of rounds, but they're holding on to connector. Iraq just walk in and one by one walk into an EWP, and yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see what Ancient looks like. I think a mid is going to be, I mean, similar in the sense that we're going to see a lot of first bloods being drawn at mid. I feel like that's where either one of these teams are either finding success quickly or just losing a lot in the round. And yeah, I sense we're going to see a lot of that on Ancient as well. It's also a map where the AWP has a huge importance. I don't remember Iraq even finding the opportunity to use the AWP all that much versus Palestine. So hopefully, as Mirage progresses and on Ancient as well, we can see them really pick it up and put it to use, because they will have to on their CT side. They did buy it a couple of times yesterday versus Palestine, but nothing too special. In fact, Iran's just been a lot more successful. And yeah, it looks as if all of Iran is on the server. Their economy intact, while Iraq not working with too much. It looks like we are heading, if you just look at the economy and the utility that both these teams have, we should logically be heading towards an 8-7 half in favor of Iran. And Kawi 2K. It's a lone man with a CZ.
I'm glad you said lone man because I don't want you to join him anymore. You'd be the first to rush at the opportunity of playing CZ buddies.
Yeah. Did you ever play when the revolver was broken?
Yes. I promptly uninstalled the game until the other update came out.
Okay. I never got to play at that time, and I think I like switched it on my loadout and tried to use it. It's one of the silliest things in this game. I mean, I'm mocked for my CC,
Wait, before you have an opinion on the R8
Yes.
revolver, what rank are you?
In matchmaking or Face It?
Either.
Face It, I was 6, matchmaking about LEM or something like that.
Okay, so there's a pretty standard rule about meta. It's that you need to be
Okay.
at least level 7 to have an opinion. Like, I'm sorry, man, it's just the law of the jungle. Like,
Okay.
you're a great guy, but like you got to be level 7.
Okay. Yeah, I was 6. I don't know. We actually were just a bunch of 5 people that played matchmaking Face It together. We were quite bad. I think more than the thing is Face It. Sure, like all the tryhards did play Face It. We did play Face It, but like played more on this Indian variety.
Oh, you mean
that was
back in
just
the day
more-
when there was So Strong?
Yep, it's still there, by the way.
Oh. Kinda surprised
They
by
are
that.
coming with something new.
Well, we're not talking about that.
Yeah.
Man, it was very interesting when the Asian scene was just so poppin'. There were so many different players involved. Like, I'm not gonna name any specific brands or anything. There were just
Yep.
so many different companies involved, and it was really a poppin' time to be an Asian CS player. And I think back then I probably didn't appreciate it as much as I do now, because back then it kind of felt like, okay, we have a lot of opportunities, but they're not really big boy opportunities. And now I would kill for some of those, you know, just having all of these local leagues, having so many local tournaments, the tournaments where you can qualify directly to bigger tournaments in Asia. Just, no, I've just got the Freaks music playing in my head as I'm thinking about good times. Or are you too much of a zoomer to know what I'm talking about?
No, I mean I know that.
Wait, sorry,
time
you'd have
vividly.
to.
I know that time very vividly, and yeah, I think I felt at that time a lot of people really believed that Asian CS:GO had a positive future, and I think I vividly remember that the time the game that shall not be named came out, and yeah, I remember a lot of players on the Asian scene being forced to switch loyalties. I think this is probably an aside, but yeah, I remember Mind Freak, Dawai, Benkai, Alex. I mean, Alex kind of was the last player who really tried playing from Singapore, but yeah, all of them unwillingly, bit by bit, had to give up their love and loyalty to this game. Kinda sucks.
It's definitely a tough position to be in. I mean, as a player, you know, oftentimes you're just sort of stuck in a position where you have to do what's best for your career, and
Yeah.
maybe like obviously you have to like sort of think about the argument of, okay, do I want to do what's best for my career? Do I want to stick to what I'm organically interested in? And so at some point, this sort of just kind of this kind of philosophy sort of spreads across your life, because sometimes you have to like do what you're not particularly interested in, but you're interested in it enough, like, you know, like choosing a certain career, choosing a certain hobby, because it's more lucrative. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of players, like you mentioned, they had to switch loyalties, and it was very sad to sort of see the Asian scene die down quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I'm just glad we have at least we have tournaments like this one to at least keep it popping, you know, bring back players, especially with CS2 launching very soon. I think that relaunch is really going to change the Asian scene.
Did you get a beta key?
No.
Oh, that's weird. I thought you would.
That makes
get it
me so
because, like,
sad.
You play so much, and I mean,
I
you're
thought
still
so
playing
too,
so
and
much.
then I felt betrayed by Valve.
It kind of sucks. It is just I mean, I know a lot of people didn't get it, but still. What's weird is how I think, sure, sometimes you have to compromise in life just like you would in the choice of esport title you're playing or casting. But what's weird is how it died in Asia, because from my memory, and I remember this very vividly, it was during COVID. And I remember there was only one team in Asia being led by this fine Swedish chap called DSN, trying their hardest to play the ESEA leagues, which really went nowhere. And then there was asking questions, which just put together a roster, and I mean, I don't think they played too much afterwards. But yeah, I mean, few good folk in Asia like Prasad and Nikhil tried their hardest, fought the good fight, but yeah. See, I think if you look at like more localized Asian countries like ours, you can understand that we're not as big as all of Southeast Asia put together, right? We're not as big as Indonesia, Vietnam, Mongolia, all these, China. But it just, like, Asia just slipped away. And we were very
I mean, there are much bigger reasons for it slipping away, but like, do I really want to get into like a marketing analysis about why CS:GO couldn't do it? I actually don't want to do that.
Say no more.
Yeah, because like, CS:GO didn't die as much as it was pushed out. Is all I'm gonna say. Because this is a very optimistic stream. Speaking of optimism, I'm still trying to be optimistic for Team Iran. I mean, they've been timed out for God knows how long now. They have 15 minutes of total pauses. So yeah, not really sure if things are starting to get better on their end. They have all of the players connected, so not really sure what's going on. It could just be like an emergency as well, you know? Maybe it has nothing to do with like internet or power.
So one of the previous rounds, I think, I'm just going to call him Mega. Mega had like an issue where he was AFK at WAN. I mean, I was looking at the minimap, we were clued in on the B side, and he didn't fire a single bullet. So I don't know what went wrong. I'm just really guessing, but I think it's something to do with his PC or his setup. Hopefully it gets fixed. I have a question for you, I mean, because we've been CS2 has bought a newfound wave of optimism and a lot of hate for Dust 2. But do you think it's enough to revitalize this game in at least our part or our parts of the world?
I think it's enough because it incentivizes companies to quickly invest because they're trying to look for the first mover advantage. Okay. That's basically how it's going to be kickstarted. So the problem is that previously we didn't have conditions because of other games also trying to exist within the same ecosystem of players. Since CS:GO has a shared pool of players with other FPS games, not going to say anything else. But basically, like, if you have another game trying to coexist and there's a lot of very aggressive developer intervention to like get prize pools and stuff, it's very difficult to keep players around based off of organic interest. But as soon as that developer interest starts to die down a little bit, and that aggressive marketing from a certain developer stops, and then you also have a new game that partially has a lot of organic interest coming in from either old players or just people that are interested in the newer game, suddenly there's going to be a demand that quickly companies are going to try to fulfill, because they also realize that they're not competing with a bigger developer, right? So this is basically why I think CS2 is going to be a big deal for Asia.
Okay. I think in stuff like esport titles, at least in smaller regions, most tournament organizers, one obviously look at if there is a player base in the region, but they kind of generally look westward before really adapting something, unless it's a mobile title. I mean, mobile titles have picked off crazy in India and Pakistan, I'm sure. I'm guessing, I think you guys play New State, right? Or PUBG. Both very popular in Pakistan. Is MLBB big? No idea.
Mobile Legends. What is MLB?
Mobile Legends
in Pakistan? I actually have no clue. I follow the mobile community very sparingly in Pakistan. I mean, I might know a little bit about just the global mobile industry, but not very much in Pakistan, which is honestly a bit of a knowledge gap for me, because I should, since Pakistani esports is like very big in terms of mobile games.
It is big, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure about Mobile Legends specifically, but mobile games in general.
Okay. I'm just curious, which is more dead in Pakistan? CSGO or Dota?
Man, this is a very tough question. It's like looking at two graves and asking me, like, oh, which one of the guys do you think is more dead? Well, I think they're pretty dead. Like, I guess I could tell you who's been dead for longer, and that's Dota.
Okay.
Which is also, like, they're dead. No, but I'm actually very happy to see that Pakistan has an opportunity on the global stage, courtesy of IESF, you know. And I've not been told to say this. I've not been told to say this for IESF or anything, I promise. I'm just very happy to see the boys in green get an opportunity.
100%. I mean, I feel likewise. And I asked you the question between CSGO and Dota because I think, I mean, of course, like, both games have had a similar trajectory in India is what I'm learning. But India sparks to life in Dota every year because of an IESF tournament. That is where we find some promise. And yeah, I'm really grateful that we're having these tournaments. And yeah, hopefully we should be back with some more action. There's going to be a delay in the match is what we've been informed. We'll be taking a short break and we'll be back. You're watching Iran versus Iraq. See you really, really soon.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back, everybody. We've had quite a few delays, unfortunately, for Iran. I'm not sure if they had timeouts or player troubles or whatever, but now we are finally back with some of the action. 7-7. I believe it was a different scoreline when we left. So we might have missed one of the rounds, actually. I think we missed the 14th round. So we're here, final round, 7-7. And like I said, Iran, they're making a really good case for themselves to potentially take it to an 8-7 half. Love this little boost coming out. Rashness, I'm not sure if he's going to be checked. There's a smoke as well, so they're going to feel pretty safe in terms of being contested from underpass. Now, Extreme is anticipating there to be a second player in underpass because he spotted it when he was getting shot by the A1S regardless of the sound cue. And they're in a bit of a difficult spot now. They've lost a player on short, so they don't have cover. They're trying to fight against a player in underpass as well, and they're unable to get a single kill for their efforts in the boost.
Yeah, that was really creative, but it just backfired. They committed 3 players to make the boost. I mean, all boosts are cute to look at, but only cute when they work. When it backfires that badly, you're kind of wondering what the heck, guys. We put that much effort into running out a window and jumping into underpass and getting this boost, and we pushed catwalk as well, and should have won that round. We kind of equalized for a moment there. Should have ended on a good note, but yeah, 7-8. Iraq will take the lead on this half at least. And man, I think, of course, when the scores are one-sided, pistols are that much more important. But especially in close, really close maps like this, Iraq really won that pistol. They want to get that CT economy rolling. And just looking at the replay here, he did get 1 kill, but okay, this is where things went wrong. They weren't really expecting another player from underpass, and Iran is just gonna walk out mid. Dantic with the Glock and sure will finds an opening. Extreme dead, and Mega is pinching from A main as well. The Iraqi defense has been split open, and now 3 members have to piece together this retake. But no kits to work with. It is still possible though.
Oh,
and
not with Dancing getting so much space. This makes it a whole lot easier for his team. Gets to player in market as well, and that just leaves the one man in CT. Kawi at a USP, no kit. I mean, there's not a whole lot he can do.
Yeah, he went to ticket. Didn't expect Dantic to push through for some reason, but Yeah, he was really hoping and praying, because in those kind of scenarios, you're just hoping for a little bit of luck. But yeah, Iran very quickly win the pistol, equalize, and I think I have controversial opinions on certain maps and guns as far as my co-caster is concerned, but a P90 is as interesting.
P90s are valid.
Okay.
Don't put anyone down for using a P90, for we all were once peasants of the P90.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I never got into the whole thing, but yeah, sometimes it can feel right when nothing's working. When nothing makes sense in this game, just press W with the P90. One of the good old staples of the game. And
I think P90 would be such a good weapon if it was just priced a little more appropriately, like probably at 1900 or something.
Yes.
It would
costlier
be so
than a
good.
Galil, right? A Galil is
Yeah,
2000.
there's no point to buying
like
a P90 in most cases.
Yep. AK is 2700. A Galil is like 2000, if I'm not mistaken, and this is like 2300. It's a weird in between. Danger just walks up mid. This is one difference between Iraq and Iran. Iraq yesterday at mid lost multiple players without finding trades when they were playing the T side. Iran will very quickly equalize. They're playing a slower pace, a couple of players towards apps. They're taking their time. They're trying to probably fake some presence towards A. That's what Zeron is trying to do with that one flash. The rest of the players are stationed towards B.
Iran, they've got a flashbang ready, and with only one player as a defender, it's going to be so difficult, and Zeron is doing an incredible job at making sure that those A rotations are simply not going to happen towards B, but that Molotov almost incentivizes ETs to start pushing into B. But now, Utility's starting to roll out. All pressure is going to be on Kavi as he tries to hold it off solo with an A1S. Flashbang in his face, his screen's completely white, but he's still trying to hold on to dear life. This has bought enough time for his teammates to start rotating in, and there's already one back site. Megaman fully ready for it, expecting a second player coming out from market as well. Very little HP on these T players, and Monster is starting to rip them to shreds. Knows where the last player is, does have the chance to make it a 1 versus 3. Has to be the 3K for either player, but Zeron will be the one to come all the way back from A and clean up the job.
Zeron just doing so much heavy lifting in that round, selling some sort of a fake towards A, catching rotates. I did throw that one flash, and actually his Molotov, it kind of, you could see that Iraq were kind of stuck in this weird limbo where they, the two players towards jungle were quite unsure whether it's an A hit or a B hit, and then the hit came fast from Iran towards the B side, and kudos to Kavi towards bench. He did get wall banged a little bit towards bench, but he managed to hold his own by enough time and made it really, really close towards the end. There you go. Tries his best, gets a kill. Megaman, I mean, began that round with the P90, but somewhere in life, he made the wiser call, switched over to the AK. and yeah, Zeron really doing the heavy lifting. I mean, his HLTV statistics do not lie. This man has a 1.2 plus, 1.3 plus HLTV rating, and in their past matches, he's been the man to do the most in terms of damage and ADR. He was sitting at 90 for ADR versus the Swedes in 2018, and he's delivering again for Iran in 2023. Iraq with a very
4
scrappy
years later, like 5 years later, and the talent hasn't changed at all.
Absolutely.
I mean, if anything, probably gotten better at this time. Age is like fine wine. Now, Iran getting ready for a very quick execute onto A. Free players are going to be waiting on the other end, but it should be pretty easy work for the AKs. Really just a matter of mowing them down. This is not much more than a deathmatch server at this point. And like I said, man, I don't really think that Iraq's initial performance was very sustainable. And now that they're on the CT side, now that they actually have to play in some circumstances where the money is not going to be looking very good for them, they're starting to struggle. All of those instances where one or two of their players were able to pop off, suddenly that's not happening anymore. Although I do expect it to happen more on the CT side.
I mean, when there are no rules, when there is no structure, Iraq looks stronger, right? But on the CT side, you got to, I mean, move with some thought. In a way, you got to play off each other. On the T side, it just involved them walking out mid and taking these duels and kind of work for them. But in their CT side, they just caught looking really clueless. I mean, Danger, oof. It was close. I mean, Ziran nearly getting away with literal murder there, but Dantic will manage to pull back in Iraq. This is their buy round. This is them with the AWP, and Monster hasn't even spotted a single player just yet. I guess you just go for the save. You purchased an AWP and an AUG, and yeah, it looks like Iraq are just going to fall back for the save. The style of CS that Iraq play, for that to work on their CT side, I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive. Not in afterplants when they're trying to save the AWP, but maybe a little bit more early on in the round as a CT side. That confidence on the CT side is there for Iran, but Iraq are just not finding those moves. I mean, being caught mid-rotation to stairs is one of the most awkward ways to die in Mirage. Being caught from A main, and I feel like Iraq need to play as if there's nothing to lose. They need to be, for lack of any subtlety, they just need to be a bit YOLO on their CT side.
Fair enough, but also, like, you can kind of understand where the nerves are coming from, because they're also staring down the barrel of a potential Ancient in the next match. And I think one of the things they were probably thinking is that, okay, we just need to make sure we get past map 1, because there's no way in hell we're winning map number 2, so this has to be a 2-1 victory if it ends up being a win at all. Again, pretty much a guaranteed 13-8. Unless Kawi can show some absolute menace with the AUG. Not going to happen. Extreme, or rather Alzim, tries to go for some acrobatics there at the end, but it's really not going to be fruitful. 3 rounds away from the potential finish now, and things are looking very bleak for Iraq.
Yeah, I think what we'd like to see is Monster try and abuse the spawn as much as possible and be a little aggressive with the op. He's playing towards stairs right now, looking towards A main, where, I mean, for now, no one from Iran is really obliging. And Iraq going for the same boost that we saw earlier. Iran were caught midway, kind of looking clueless as if they've dropped the soap. But Iraq have actually managed to get on top of that box, playing slow, being patient. Iran still have a lot of utility to work with. They haven't committed anything, so a full execute towards either one of these sides is a complete possibility.
Yeah, Iran basically relying on the idea that their B players are going to make sure the rotations start to head over there, and then that late pop will come through from Palace with the bomb. Utility now starting to go through, and you can see that Iraq, they're very antsy, they're very quick on their feet, they're willing to start rotating over, and by the time they realize that it's not going to be an actual B commitment, the bomb will already be way too far planted for them to do anything about it. Megaman knows that he doesn't have to go for these duels. Instead, pops a smoke, wants to buy time, and he has done exactly that. In the meantime, Dantic creeps up, gets full control of jungle, and these rotations are going to be very hard since there's just too many players in position already.
Yeah, you can see that Iraq are like really doubting themselves and just being unsure of where they need to be. You can see them constantly moving across the map, trying to find some sort of a read of what Iran is up to. And I think this like primarily stems from not taking control in any real part of the map. They were just playing so deep on site that they had no information, and as time started ticking, you could see that they had to make like really awkward rotations. And yeah, I feel like Monster with his AWP hasn't really found any chance to even scope in on an Iranian player. It feels like he's been nullified just by how Iran are playing the map, and Iraq this time have a bye, and this round really needs to work for them. Otherwise, they're going to move into the next round. Sure, they'll have max loss bonus, but they're sitting at the verge of losing Mirage, and you're quite confident that Ancient is going to be hard for them. And I'm inclined to agree with you. But yeah, still curious to see how Ancient plays out. I'm going to be a little bit open about it.
I honestly think that Iran are going to be pretty much bulletproof on Ancient, so Iraq are very heavily relying on making sure that they can get past this one.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty blunt when I commented on the state of the Indonesian match as well. And I think I have roughly the same level of confidence in Iran being able to close it out in 2 if they end up winning this. Azim, I really like the fact that they're starting to listen to your YOLO strategy. Willing to send out a player for a little bit more of an exploratory approach. And I think they've sold the idea that the rotation was going over towards A because that's when he caught the first player. But they've now rotated the bomb all the way back, and this eventual presence is going to be that B site hit. But they still have a player in the form of Amin to make sure that nobody's going to be coming through, or that more players are going to be situated on A by the time that B push starts to come in.
I mean, the smokes just came out at A, and immediately Extreme rotated, and that left Kavi all by himself. But Extreme does fall back into kitchen, does manage to take out the Danger Man Zeron, and makes it a very winnable situation for Iraq. But Megaman taps the bomb and peeks immediately, and Extreme just ends up dying. I think Iran can win this. Dantic at apps with the AWP. Possible.
Dantic needs to be able to hit these shots. There's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders because his teammate is low as well. He spotted a pixel. He's about to get the opportunity. He goes for the peek and gets the player on short as well. 15-8, and they've been able to do it with yet another fake. 16 is just looming around the corner, and Iraq's just on 8. I love that little angle. He had so much faith in his teammate's ability to potentially save him from Market. I'm not sure why, honestly, because if the player had come in from window instead, that would have potentially been a free kill. But Dantic, you know, he stuck to his guns and it paid off dividends.
Yeah.
Oh, they're taking a page out of Iran's book, but Iran's not going to be checking for it. Cute little boost, and it ends up being a lot more useful than just being cute. 2-for-2 trade. Iran not too happy with the fact that they walked right into it, but at least Dantic's able to pull the reins back in.
Yeah, and this is where Iran have fully accepted that the approach to matchmaking is the approach that they need to this game. Sure, fakes are beautiful and fakes have worked, but sometimes just go YOLO. And Danger all by himself in a 1v3, walking around with the FAMAS, struggling to tell north from south and east from west and A from B is now shift walking through apps as the entirety of Iran. They've gotten the A side and map point. And then the dreaded Ancient for Iraq. If Danger... Okay.
Oh. Yeah, pretty much was a pretty much guaranteed round for Iran. 16-8, and unfortunately for them, this next map is not going to be easy whatsoever. Iran, there's a reason they've picked it. They're feeling very comfortable on a map like that. Mirage, again, unfortunately, the kind of map setup we have, the kind of map setup that Iraq sort of picked into was, well, you start off with Mirage, which is something that Iran are obviously going to be good at, especially when they have an opera like that, especially when they've stuck around for so long, and also because it's the oldest map in the game. And then you head into a map that is more favored for Iran. So it's just... it kind of feels like all three maps are just favored for Iran. It's not like they have any specialties up their tricks. You know, I would have really liked to see, especially smaller teams. I love it when they try to experiment with sort of off picks. Like, you know, maybe you want to force a team onto Vertigo or Anubis or Ancient, but they've shied away from them entirely. But that was a long map, so we are going to cut this camera segment a little bit shorter than we normally do. We're going to roll the highlights for you so you can catch up on all the action if you missed any of it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break for map number 2.
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a solid day of back-to-back CS action, and it's been a long day, but that CS action is not over just yet. We still have map number 2 of Team Iraq versus Team Iran. Unfortunately, Iran are going to be cornering Iraq a little bit. You know, they've won the first map, they've won Iraq's map pick, and now they get to flex on their own map pick. They get to play Ancient, and this is going to be a lot harder than Iraq probably bargained for. So any thoughts here, WEC?
I mean, I don't know about thoughts, but I have a lot of questions for you. Like, where would you rather start, or what?
I mean, am I the expert here?
You are.
Thinking cap is on.
100%. There is a banana
Okay.
duck that I can see that automatically makes you the
An expert on the subject, yes.
But yeah, so Iran, they picked Ancient. Now you're Iraq. You want to start CT or on the T side? I feel I would lean towards the T side, but I'm just curious what your read of this map is and what you think. You are the expert on Ancient.
The expert? Probably not, but I mean, if I was playing in Iraq's shoes, I would probably start off on the T side, because that's something they've had more success on, and I think individual brilliance can shine a little bit more on that, especially when you're largely unfamiliar with the map as a team. Now, of course, that could entirely be overwritten by the fact that Iran could just have a whole lot of practice on Ancient, which would make it very difficult to eke out individual duels, and again, it's really difficult to pinpoint what kind of side you would start on Ancient. It's like the meta on Ancient has been so strange that some teams prefer to start off on T side, some teams prefer to start off on CT side. You know, with the most recent updates, people have been saying that it's very T-sided as well, but I frankly don't fully agree with that. I think it really just comes down to a lot of the teams, but I think for the sake of comfort, Iraq might want to start off on the CT side so that they have less of a responsibility to be the playmakers on a map that they're less comfortable with.
Okay, so I mean, you're saying T side because they rely on individual brilliance, but the case can be made for the CT side because you just have to not make plays and hope that you just have your opponents walking into you and you can find kills. But I don't know. I mean, I from what I've seen and played this map, the A side is, I think, one of the harder sides to hold as a CT unit. It just feels so weird, and then you have to be so perfect with your mid control. Like I feel it takes like 2 people mid and that pillar area donut or whatever. So I feel like mid and A are the more trickier parts of the map. I'm really curious to see how this is played out. And yeah, we've got some post-match statistics ready as well from the previous game. So before we jump into Ancient, we can take a look at who really did a lot of the heavy lifting for Iraq, which is what I'm curious about. And it's Monster with Danger and Extreme also contributing heavily. And if you look at Iran, yeah, Zeron, like you said, 5 years later, this man has only aged like wine, just gets better. And yeah, 2023, it's a good year, it's a good vintage for Zeron and Iran. And yeah, I want to ask you, in Ancient, do you feel that there's a lot of potential for the aggressive use of the AWP? Do you think we could see some of that on the T side as well from Zeron?
I think there's definitely potential for that, but I really think that this is going to be such a one-sided matchup that we're probably not going to get much of a chance to see very flashy plays. Now, I know that seems like I'm foreshadowing a little bit too much, but I really don't expect Iraq to have as much preparation on Ancient as Iran have. I mean, even in the previous match, they were pretty outclassed. Now, there's not that much of a kill disparity, but there's enough of a kill disparity to make it a pretty convincing game in the previous map. You know, it was 93 to 70 in terms of eliminations. I think the deaths are all over the place, actually, not because of the actual eliminations, but because of all the disconnects and all that stuff that was happening. So I think it's not going to be entirely accurate, but also 29 assists from Iraq. Surely that is from the disconnects, right? Like, there's no way that that's the actual statistic. So you know what? I'm just going to entirely disregard this specific head-to-head. Now, it is going to be important to see who the MVP is regardless, and I think that was Zeron. There's probably no arguing with that. 26-15, had an incredible game, and he's sort of been a staple for his squad. He's done it before, he's done it again, and I'm pretty sure that this is going to continue on Ancient as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the team that's like let Ancient into your veto, picked it, in fact, you definitely come prepared for this map. I want to say that Iraq did look much more prepared on Mirage today compared to yesterday versus Palestine, but Ancient is another ball game. It's still a map where, as you're saying, the meta is developing, and yeah, I'm really curious to see how it plays out. Obviously, Iran have kind of cornered Iraq into unfamiliar territory possibly, and let's see if Iraq can come out of this one with a win. It's going to be quite an impressive task. And guys, this is not me just saying that Iran are flat out the better team. It's just that when somebody picks a map which is a little niche, it can be difficult if you haven't prepared for it, especially maps you haven't prepared for. That's why people do have first bans. A lot of teams have had very standard first bans because for whatsoever reason, that is just not their map. They haven't prepared enough for it. For the longest time, a lot of Indian teams, especially Indian teams internationally, just banned out Mirage. Indians didn't like Mirage. It used to be the case. And this is evolved throughout the active pool. So Ancient was something that Iraq were comfortable allowing. I think the priority was vertical. Yeah, now they're going to have to win Ancient so that they can take this into a map 3, which is going to be overpass if we do get there. Again, because this is not Iraq's map pick, they get the preference of starting out on CT or T, and that is something I'm curious to know about. The players are readying up. I'm just ready for an education in Ancient. That's what I'm expecting out of this map, just to see how it's played. And yeah, I was watching. Did you manage to catch the tournament that's going on today? Did you watch any of the games? No.
Not really, to be honest, because I've been casting the entire day.
Okay. Yeah. Forgiven. I mean, very understandable. But yeah, I saw a little bit of Ancient, and yeah, I mean, it is a map with an excess of green, and if you play with a green crosshair, God save you, they did make improvements to the lighting in the map and the contrast, but it is one of those maps where you want to open the console and type CL_crosshair color as soon as possible. That's the one most relatable aspect of this map. So yeah, I also feel that the one thing that I'm concerned about for Iraq is that the rounds that they won, they did boil down to a lot of individual heroics. I feel like if they're getting those raw aim duels on this map, they have to win those, because that's what's worked for them. I mean, just taking gunfights. It's not faking your opponents. It's not some phenomenal mid control. It's not flushing your opponents out of positions with utility usage. None of that has really been Iran's calling card so far, and let's hope that Danger and the others can just find those raw aim duels, and whether Iran will even let them have it. So yeah, should be fun. And then after that, we've got the seeding match for West Asia, which is where the top two teams that just play seeding for the next phase. As this phase is eventually progressing, guys, 10 teams from here will move on to Saudi Arabia, where they're going to be playing the LAN qualifier for Asia, and from there 6 teams move on to Yash, which is spelled IASI, and that's where they'll be battling out for the World Esports Championship itself. We did look at some of the other teams that qualified. Was South Asia a surprise or not a surprise for you? India and Pakistan?
It was a bit of a surprise, but you know what? We're going to talk about that in detail potentially after the game, because right now we're about to go live with map number 2, which is Ancient. Iran versus Iraq about to come your way. Pistol round underway as well. Iraq on the CT side and Iran on the T. And that's pretty much standard, right? That's what I expected. I expected Iraq to go for the comfort pick of the CT side and just sort of allow them to be the playmakers. Not sure why Kawi hasn't bought anything, actually. That's new. Monster about to be very overwhelmed by the players coming in on Donut, but he's going to hold his ground, and he's going to continue to be a menace. They're taking a little too long to clear him out, which means that now they're going to have to shoulder the responsibility of being up against 3 players. Bomb and Donut. And it will be joining the A player very soon. Kawi, remember, he doesn't have armor, he doesn't have anything, but he's still able to get away with 1. And Extreme will be able to put the final nail in the coffin for Zeron. 1-0, great start to the CT side pistol.
I mean, Iraq was so confident they didn't buy anything on one of their players. This is one of the... I mean, you just don't see this too often in CS. Especially not on the pistol round. Not like that. And Iran, yeah, they pushed Donut, they got a couple of kills, but then eventually they come over to the A side, and that's where they get picked off bit by bit. Looking at the CT side, this time around, they have a decent buy. They've got 2 mid, 2 towards B, and just 1 man pushing out A, and this 1 man pushing out A is finding dividends as Extreme with the FAMAS gets 2 early kills. And yeah, Iraq, I mean, they're off to a good start. Let's see if they can keep this going.
I'm actually pleasantly surprised by the fact that Iraq were willing to go for a much more heavy mid contest, because I honestly thought that they would try and shy away from it. Even though it was against an eco round, obviously, so we don't really know the potency of their push just yet. But yeah, Iraq always going for that early Molotov, using a smoke as well, so they're going to have basically free reign over towards middle, which also allows them with quite a bit of information. Now, A Execute is about to come in, though, and Iran is fully locked and loaded with the weaponry. Danger coming in from Donut is able to take down 2 with the help of Alzim, and now that as Danger backs into Donut, the A site will be up for grabs.
Yeah, they've given up the A side, but they did have both Danger and Monster push through mid aggressively, so that gives them Donut at the very least. Kavi gets picked off early on in this after planted. Iraq have a very decent position. They're pushing in through Donut, but Iran just playing this with extreme discipline.
Playing it very carefully. About to start moving into the site now. The bomb is quite out in the open, so it's going to be very difficult to defend if you try and hold the defuse. Zeron and Megaman, though, make it look like easy work. And this is where Iraq's economy starts to dwindle a little bit. Iran, they get a chance to breathe a little bit, potentially getting a freebie of a round, but you're going to at least expect a Deagle and armor combo to come out, because they do have a sufficient amount of money for a basic buy.
I mean, Iraq took so much control towards mid, but even then, I mean, Alzim gets a kill, but eventually he's the lone man on the A side. Again, forced to anchor the A side all by himself. He's been mollied. Excuse me, that's Kavi, who ends up dying as Iran this time actually swarmed the B side. And they have gotten complete control of the B side. Not quite sure where Iraq were. But yeah, the smokes have been deployed and Iran sitting very comfortable in this post plant as Azim is just melting to a Molotov. Did he not hear it? I'm not quite sure what happened, but Azim just dies and yeah, Iran winning this round with consummate ease as B is just given up a bit too quickly by Iraq here.
Weapons will now be brought out for the CT side. Monster on his A1 still. It's been carried over. Are they actually going to pull out weapons, though? I'm not sure. Yeah, no, they don't have the money for it. So it's just going to be some basic weaponry, a couple deals thrown in there, maybe some extra utility. They're kind of going to try and play around Monster's M4, presumably. So I want to see how that rolls. Early Molotov towards middle to contest. Megaman takes a shot to the head, courtesy of the Deagle. I'm not sure if it was from the Deagle or P2, but regardless, it did connect the headshot. Dantic, space created over towards middle.
Yeah, I mean, Monster and Danger have been like vying aggressively for mid control every round. But it's not really resulting in much. In fact, Iran are very comfortable just taking back control of mid later on in the round, or just giving up mid completely earlier on. And yeah, this is them slowing down the pace, ensuring that they take these long-range duels where, sure, if you get lucky, you get lucky, but the pistols aren't really going to accomplish too much at this kind of range. There is one Deagle in the mix, but really curious to see if Extreme can find anything. And Extreme denied. Kavi 2K. Lone man standing, the man who began this map with no buy at all. Chipping away at Dantic. Actually whiffing on the initial couple of bullets there. Does bring Dantic low, but doesn't quite get the one missing bullet that could have secured him that kill. I'm just curious, if you're getting so much control of mid on the CT side, what should be your next logical step? Move into Donut?
If you're losing CT control, is that what you're saying?
No, because Iraq were getting CT control. The past couple of rounds, they've just been strolling out mid, and they've been given mid for free. This time, window gets smoked off, and they're a little bit more hesitant. In fact, they're nearly playing towards spawn. They've got Alzim on the side, and Alzim goes unchecked, gets a kill, could get a second, but Dantic there, looking after his friends as Iran, well, lose a member. They've also lost Megamin there. That nade really shutting him down, but Amin with the lurk does eventually clean up as Iraq are now in a 3v3. Still a very winnable round for them. Flash through is...
oh my goodness, that is just too good from Dantic. Peeks out into CT spawn and makes soup out of his opposition. Gonna continue to spray down for a third as well. 4-2, and this is sort of the case I was worried about for Iraq, you know? They kind of freeze up when they have an execute coming their way. They're really unsure of how to respond to it, which kind of circles back to what you were asking me, right? How do you respond to it when you start losing some mid-control, right? When somebody actually contested by smoking mid-window? And the answer is pretty simple, you know? You must invest a utility as a CT player to either to either fully take control of middle and win out those duels and get in better positions, or you abandon it completely and rely on the fact that you've saved utility to play that late round. The latter not being preferable. Again, Iran just looking like they're smurfing at this point. I know that it's not really reflective in the scoreboard or anything. You might say, you know, like there's definitely going to be a viewer that goes, oh, well, it's only 4-2. How could you say that? But you can see the difference in gameplay, okay? It's quite apparent, you know? You see Iraq get away with the first 2 rounds, and then beyond that point, Iran's approach is just miles better, and you can start to see that this is probably going to be a downwards trending trajectory. I do want to wait for more gun rounds, though, before really putting a blanket conclusion on it, I guess.
Yeah, one thing I'm certain about is that Iraq picking up the AWP is not something that I would be in favor of, because they're really struggling to get anything done on this A side, and there's no need for the AWP to go mid. That really questions as to how Iraq would use it, because you were talking about looking at another gun round as a sample size for how this map is going to play out. But yeah, in the larger scheme of things, I think Iraq need to play more with their rifles and more with their utility. The A side is a bit of a problem. I mean, there isn't so much cover really, and they're struggling to find some sort of a setup on the A side that works for them. Yeah, what they've been doing the rounds they've won is just having Danger and Monster run out of mid. But yeah, it really feels like Iran has a much superior read of this map in general. It just feels like exposure time to the map is slightly different, and I'm saying this just based on what kind of strategy or approaches are being played on this map from Iran. And yeah, Iraq, they have a buy, they've gone for the AWP. I'm not a fan, but Alzeem feels that he's going to find a place to put it to use on the A side. He's been playing the A side. If this AWP can find 1 or even 2 kills, it's a big positive for Iraq.
Well, going to be a lot easier to judge their gameplay now since they're on a gun round. So AWP on Alzeem, M4s on everybody else, utility being brought out as well. I want to see what their early round approach is. It's pretty standard. They try and go for some mid presence, but again, they've been smoked out by the T side smokes. There's a mid window smoke, which Danger has actually crept past, which is why he can quickly tuck himself into the right side cubby. And this gives them a whole lot of information and the potential of rotating over. So they're actually not playing this terribly whatsoever. They've got a player in cave. They've got a player that is also holding ramp all the way from back CT. And as long as they can keep that mid control present, they shouldn't really have any trouble if that eventually turns into a B site hit.
Yeah, Extremes also was pushing out B for a little bit of information, but I think Iran just tossed out a Molotov and pushed him back further. And yeah, Extreme going to be the first point of contact, finds Rashness. His Highness Rashness dead, and Extreme finds another. Monster's also chiming in, so that early aggression coming out from Iraq is paying dividends as they have managed to hold on to this B side. The early information towards mid just forcing Iran onto the B side as it's just intake with a nice sweet headshot towards Danger, all by himself in a 1v3. Doesn't have the bomb. $20 I think he's just... Wait, is my heart broken?
No, your HUD is just fine.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that was actually a much better round. Yeah, that was actually a much better round overall from Iraq. Because, like, you know, I was looking for things, to be perfectly honest, you know, I went into this game thinking that they were just going to have a terrible Ancient, so I was, like, trying to look for whatever I could find in terms of any signs that they would break down, right? But I couldn't. That was a pretty decent last round. They had early control of middle. They were in positions to rotate early over if there was going to be B-side presence, and they definitely had the synergy over on B to hit their shots. Now, it is going to be a much faster takeover towards ramp. Love the fact that Iraq is willing to take that risk when it's necessary, not just going to turtle up into a static game plan that has worked out for them before. Now, Extreme does overextend a little bit, where he did have the opportunity to try and go back, but Rashness still takes quite a bit of damage before he can put one in the graveyard. Eventual ace site push is about to brew from Iran.
Kavi's done a lot in the past with less, and this time it's just Kavi all by himself. He's made contact. I think he's waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Really, there's not much he can do. He's just moving deeper and deeper off the side. He actually gets picked off. He decides to take the duel, gets picked off. And now Iran find themselves with a numbers advantage, and Iraq trying to piece together a retake with an AWP, but Danger, well, he's going to work off the assist that Extreme helped him out with. Rashness ends up dying. He's trying to deal with the flank coming in, and the mid player, Danger, is slowly connecting. The AWP does find the kill, and Amin's dead. It's just Xenon all by himself. Xenon's had a rather quiet start on Ancient. The bomb is being tapped. Oh! Xenon does nickel Xen through the smoke, but yeah, trades are fast.
Surely there's no more time. Yeah, he's just got to back off, so that's enough. Six to 3, and Zeron's able to hold down the line when it's necessary. And obviously this also means that the money starts to break down once again for the CT side. Should be able to drop each other a few weapons over, but they're continuing to sort of stare down the brink, or rather the barrel of economic collapse, potentially, if they keep sort of burning the candle at both on both ends.
Yeah,
if you can't collect rounds consistently... Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he managed to save up an AK, and again, there's that mid-aggression coming out from Iraq. After this round, their economy is really going to be in the doldrums, like you mentioned. And for the first time in the entirety of this map, we see one player, Dantic, contesting mid all by himself. And Iraq, I kid you not, for the past 9 rounds, they've just been taking control of mid for free. For the first time, Iran contested. This is a new spin on the map, and I'm really curious to see what Dantic manages to accomplish. For now, they are being patient and expecting some sort of a push. A minute on the clock, they've got all the time in the world. They're not really trying to explore the A side. Instead, they'll catch Alzim. Alzim really pushing his luck there. I mean, this is what's worked for Iraq, right? Extreme pushing, them pushing mid. But this time, it's all gone terribly wrong. And Danger and Extreme, just the two of them, tasked with having to dismantle the 5-man unit of Iran. There's the economic collapse that you were talking about. Nothing to work with. I think this is a round where we see Iraq just be a little bit YOLO towards mid and possibly B. It looks like they've just got one player holding mid and the rest of them are pushing out B. Dantic's fully ready for this, and even Xeron is. Monster, Danger, they've been friends in aggression in the past, but this time going to get dismantled as they walk into Xeron's AWP. Easy peasy for Iran. I think now we have enough of a sample size to predict Ancient. I mean, I think it's just inching closer and closer to your initial prediction itself.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case, unfortunately. mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Iraq still turn something up, and they've gone for a double AWP setup, so again, burning on both ends of the candle as far as money's concerned, but they've already lost 2 players, and things are just going to continue to get harder from here on out. Zeron winning his respective duel, Kawi and Alzim, though the 2 AWP players are still alive. Amin comes in from behind, takes care of the player on middle, and Alzim's going to be left all alone over towards the B site to try and hold this off. Nope. Zeron, takes care of business. And Kavi, again, he's just left all alone. AWP, sniper in hand. It's becoming a little too predictable now. Iran just looking a whole lot better than Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, the double op setup really not getting too much done. And I don't know if there is a case for 2 ops to be run on this map. I really don't know how you run them. If think on some maps, in certain scenarios, it can make sense, but I don't know if it's common in Ancient or even if it makes sense in Ancient. But yeah, you gotta at least admire Iraq for trying a variety of approaches on their CT side, right? They push mid, they push B. Their setup has basically been 1 on A, 2 mid, 2 B, and yeah, they've even tried the double op setup. It's been a mixture of approaches coming up from Iraq, but not really found anything that's worked. Is still time though in this half, and we could see Iraq take this time out and turn the half, turn the map, turn the series, but we all love fairy tales.
Unfortunately, I don't think Team Iraq are great authors of fairy tales. Double digits is right around the corner for the T side, and they have plenty of money to fall back onto, even if they falter. So, with the 9-6 guaranteed and potential for more, they're not going to be too sad about how they've been playing it so far. Monster, love that little angle from him. Recognizes that there's a gap on the smoke and will be amply using it to its full benefit. I think they're getting ready for yet another A-side pop.
It's a very telegraphed play towards A. Can Monster find another kill? Kavi's on the side, and both Kavi and Monster, their defense gets split apart in a matter of seconds. Iran will get the bomb plant. And after this, I mean, you said the 9-6 half was guaranteed, but what's concerning is that it could have been a different story. But after this round, Iraq is going to be struggling a bit financially. And yeah, it's concerning. I mean, it looked good at the beginning. They get that pick with the AWP. And after that, the very telegraphed A hit from Iran is one that they're struggling to really deal with.
Yeah, Iraq actually started off very well in this game, in this map. They had those first couple of rounds, but beyond that, it's been 1 round among 10 for Iran. So, or rather for Iraq.
Yeah.
Like I said, just getting a little too predictable now, and I really like the attention to detail that Iran have as a team. So instead of just running into the bomb site like headless chickens, they're anticipating the player to be behind big box, which is why Zeron waits in A main and just holds that angle while they're going for an entire push, because he's expecting him to try and circle around the box and go for a multi-kill. Good aggression from Iraq on middle regardless. They definitely need cavalier plays like that one.
It looks as if they want to wrap around B because they've given up the B side and they've got 3 players on the flank, Monster, Danger and Alzim, but Zeron is ready and Zeron has his task cut out for him and he's more than ready to step into it. Finds the 2 crucial kills. Kavi does manage to pull it back with the op.
So
Zeron
quick.
Still working wonders as him and Megamin will shut down Iraq and their chances of a retake. This was around the... Again, look promising. They find that initial kill towards mid, but then they have to just get past an AWP and they have no answers. Well, Iran, the last round on the D side. And they have gotten the A side pretty much for free. I mean, Kavi doesn't have too much health. Alzim will manage to find Xenon. So, the big fragger for Iran dead. 4v4, very possible for Iraq. It is in afterplant, but they've got a kit to work with. Danger has got himself a diffuse kit.
Oh,
Alzim walking through the smoke.
No!
The first no scope doesn't connect, but the second one does. Fortune favoring Iraq at the tail end of the CT side. But Megamin, he doesn't give a damn. He is just going to hold his ground, shut down any chance of a retake, and time, having turned away from Iraq, will ensure that Iran clinch this half with extreme ease. 12-3. It was very easy.
Yeah.
There's no,
So I can't believe Alzim gets that at all. Like, he argues with the Grim Reaper for a second chance at life, but you know, Mega Man is pretty good friends with the guy with the scythe as well, so he ends up getting a 2K and getting them over the finish line anyway. What, 12-3? Very convincing so far for Iran, and the fact that they're on the CT side will bolster their confidence even further now.
Oh yeah. And their CT side is 5 mid. This is, and Iraq's T side is 5B. This has got to be one of the most contrasting approaches to play two sides in mid. But yeah, I have no idea who comes out on top, because it's going to be this very awkward bloodbath on the B side. And it's coming. Rashness ready with the USP, will draw first blood. Megaman finds another, and Amin and Rashness are taking care of Iraq. Iraq, their hopes and their afterplan clearly deflated in a matter of seconds. As they have just...
That wasn't even anything too complicated, right? That was just them going in for a plan, getting it successfully, and then just getting mowed down by Iran. And Iran were able to do it with nothing more than just what's called better aim. Like, it's really not that complicated. It just came down to the USP shots being hit. That's it. 13-3, 10-round deficit, and the fact that Iraq are reasonably buying into the next round, it's going to leave them hanging out to dry until the 15th round. So if they lose this one, they have to save another, and they're probably just fighting for 15. Iran, you know, you talked about elegant solutions, and what could be more elegant than that? Just mowing them down through the smoke.
Yeah.
It's a long-range enough angle for him to benefit as well. Okay. You do you.
It worked. I mean, it worked in the beginning, and I think it's going to work in the end. As Kavi is just sitting with barely any health, and he's going to be shut down. I like this AUG buy. I mean, it's something. If you're watching, you want to do in your matchmaking. You win a pistol, idiot-proof the second round. Just buy an AUG and sit mid and expect idiots to come and take long-range fights with you. Scope in and just tap heads. Only works in matchmaking.
Yeah, again, this is a guy not even not even playing deathmatch, because you would play deathmatch with another rifle, right? This is a guy just fooling around on a Smurf.
Okay.
Iraq now getting desperate. Yeah, going for the boost. Ooh, nice shot for Cryozine, but unfortunately that's probably, even that is probably not going to make it to the highlight reels, to be honest, because it's not really impacting anything whatsoever. 15-3. Unfortunately, I mean, I hate to say it, but this is exactly what we were sort of predicting. I know you were a little bit more optimistic than I am, but I have watched way too many of these national games in my lifetime to know how things go.
Yeah. I think it's rough. I feel like Iraq just had to be. I mean, in hindsight, one can look back at the veto because they played their hearts out on Ancient in their own way. On the CT side, I could see them trying to come up with solutions, but sometimes doing it on unfamiliar territory is awkward. And Iran just buying the AUG nearly, I mean, just winning the early rounds on the CT side have made this simpler. I mean, sure, you can break the CT economy, but you can't break it 4 times and take this to overtime. It's a really big ask of Iraq to make a comeback, but yeah. I mean, this round they briefly had a numbers advantage. They were in a 3v2. Now it's fallen apart into a 2v2. Amin is going to take care of Alzim, and Iran, they can smell it. They can smell the victory. 42 seconds on the clock. Extreme in the 1v2 of his life as Iran are sitting on map at series point.
Yeah, I mean, this is just... He's basically just delaying the inevitable. Probably very few chances that he can actually get it done. 26 HP. Oh, okay, he's gotten the first one. Maybe he can still fool about. Nade missed. Extreme looking the wrong way, though, anticipating a flashbang, and that should be all she wrote. Iran getting away with a 16-3 victory to close things out. 2-0. First map still kind of look competitive. They definitely look more competitive than the Palestine versus Iraq game we saw yesterday. But beyond that point, Iran, they were a completely different beast. They were outclassing them in every single capacity. I can't really think of really any praises to sing about Iraq. Like, I'm always going to try and root for the underdog. I would always try and find some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. But unfortunately, that was just a cave with no entrances or exits. That was just a terrible game from Iraq. Iran completely steamrolling them over. The good reason why it's 2-0, they were definitely the better team in this instance.
Yeah, they were the better team. I think that goes without a doubt. What I can commend Iraq for on Ancient was their varied approaches to their CT side. I think they tried everything they could, all permutations and combinations towards mid and B. I feel like how they played A was kind of static, but the mid players, the B players, they pushed. The mid players tried to take early round mid control. It kind of looked good every now and then, but then it worked so little, as the scoreboard will tell you. Impressive stuff coming out from Iran, and I think for this tournament, for teams in this tournament that are looking at the bigger picture, there is a small sample of how Iran play Ancient. This is something you can look at and use as your preparation as the tournament gets more serious and more heated, and in the future if you're looking to counter-strat them or just prepare for this map in general. Kudos to Iraq. I think they put up a much more meaningful fight today in Mirage compared to yesterday versus Palestine, and yeah, I mean, if you look at chat, the supporters of Iraq did get excited for a couple of moments, and they were really hoping that their national team could come through, but Iran just the better team, and yeah, there is not much to say about Ancient other than Iraq tried, man.
I mean, yeah, that's sort of the narrative we went with to begin with, and honestly, I try and keep it a more positive narrative most of the time when I'm casting, because who doesn't love a fantasy underdog story, right? Who doesn't want the underdog to win? But the truth is, this was a little too obvious from the start. You know, Iran, they looked like they had incredible preparation. We had seen some of their past games as well, and it just kind of looked like they were more of a team that had more recent results and all that. So, you know, with all that information being available, especially after seeing how Iraq played against Palestine, we had all the data we needed, right? We kind of knew that Iraq wasn't going to be up there whatsoever, especially when they got completely destroyed by Palestine. I think it was like 16-3, 16-4 or something like that. And then you also see that Iran is performing much better than most of their group. When you see those two things combined, then you know for a fact that they're not going to meet down the middle. They're going to be on completely opposite ends of the spectrum. So, obviously, we have to be a little bit more flexible when we're trying to get conclusions by using yardsticks like this, because oftentimes you're not going to have enough data and it can seem very arbitrary. But at the end of the day, you know, like as a caster, as someone who's analyzing the game on a daily basis, it's very easy to just look at a team and sort of just give them the eye test, and you can see if you can't really tell who's going to win if they're very close teams. But if there's a big enough skill disparity, it's just immediately obvious, right? I think to any skilled player, to any skilled analyst, you're just going to have that jump out at you, and you can kind of tell how that game is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, there was a clear skill disparity, and I think it really showed on Ancient. I think that's the map where, I mean, on maps that at least you're familiar on, you can, you know, kind of have these moments of individual brilliance, which we saw on Mirage. But on maps where tactically you're struggling to even have any semblance of equality, that's where you completely get blindsided. I think 16-3 was the final scoreline, and it's I mean, it's up there. It's I think, I don't know if Palestine had a more one-sided scoreline yesterday, but Iran on Ancient really putting up one of the most one-sided scores so far in this tournament. And you got to remember, there are 2 slots in West Asia, and you got Iran, Iraq, and Palestine, and the other country
Bahrain, I
from
believe.
West Asia is Bahrain.
Right?
Yeah, Bahrain. So, yeah, I hope. I'm really hoping production will, in fact, inform us and inform all of you. And even if production doesn't, you can find IESF on Twitter. They will be posting updates. You can check out their socials, and you will know soon enough which 2 teams from West Asia are moving through. I think we have one more match today, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is definitely a more one-sided region. I feel like South Asia is a less one-sided region. I feel the teams are like kind of close to each other. I mean, sure, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka was kind of Katvitsik, but I feel like everybody is in a similar ballpark of sorts. But yeah, West Asia.
Yeah, I think I think there's definitely been the issue of teams being matches being a little too one-sided, and you know what, you can't really avoid that, especially in qualifiers where a lot of teams are going to be qualifying from every single region. You know, in a lot of these tournaments, you're not really trying to pick out the best talent from an entire region, like you're not trying to pick out the best talent from an entire continent, but you're mostly just trying to give representation to the best countries within that region, right? So it doesn't really matter if you're not able to pick out the best of the best, right? You're mostly just trying to make sure that every country gets a very fair chance at least having some representation out there. So it kind of makes sense. It still ends up being a very one-sided affair in some matches, and it's to be expected when you have qualifiers with this this total number of slots. I think it is going to be a lot more competitive at the offline qualifiers, though, which you're also going to be hopefully be able to check out on this channel. I hope my information is correct on that. Don't entirely quote me, but yeah, I think it's going to be very exciting to be able to see the offline qualifiers. Those are going to be a blast.
Yeah, I think that's where you have, I mean, to some extent, a broader skill gap, because you're going to have Europe play against South Asia and stuff like that, and that could be a rather interesting affair. because oh wait, that's the offline qualifier for Asia. My bad. That's where you see Iran, Iraq, and India. Oh, I mean, whoever wins the West Asia qualifier: India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Vietnam, who's had a strong showing in this tournament in the past. But today Indonesia looked better in the 1v1, on a best of one though. But yeah, I think all these regions coming together should be fun. They're playing on LAN as well, so.
I think LAN completely changes everything as well. And to be perfectly honest, I think like for example, I think in online tournaments Pakistan really struggles, but like from what I've seen personally, I do expect, let's say, the Pakistani team to perform a lot better on LAN. I think some of the boys I've seen, they're really good at handling LAN pressure as well. So just having all of that combined definitely provides for a much more even experience, especially when you consider things just like, you know, ping. So when everybody has very even ping, very even equipment, all of that, I think it definitely makes it. I think it gives the game a more accurate representation of skill, if anything, because everybody's sort of playing in the same conditions. Everybody's sort of got the same nerves, the same crowd, and all that. But yeah, I mean, this was not really a whole lot to say about this game in particular. Iran versus Iraq, like, it was just, again, it was too one-sided. Iraq, they were definitely one of the bottom teams in this tournament. As every other team has sort of just been circling them, right? I mean, Palestine played a lot better. Iran has played a lot better. So, yeah, pretty much a one-sided affair, all things considered. Now, I'm not really sure why we don't have the statistics just yet, because that's something we're going to be heading into very soon. You know, I want to quickly go over who was really the top dog on Iran, who was really still struggling on Iraq. And one of the things I really missed when we casted Iraq was probably the fact that they didn't have one standout player, right? I think when we were casting Malaysia, we had Prodigy. Even though they were losing, that he was still standing out. And I would have really liked to see that sort of performance from Iraq, from someone on Iraq as well. You know, maybe we had Monster, who was pretty good on the terrorist side of Mirage, but then he kind of just went in a downwards trajectory.
It felt like Monster and Danger were the players that, I mean, at least, I mean, the numbers will paint a better picture, but it felt like they were the players that really wanted to take the fight to the opponents, that they were ready to take the fight. And yeah, I feel like if you just look at the kill distribution eventually, I think Danger and Monster are those players. But yeah, often in one-sided affairs, you will see one player pop off insanely on the losing team. I mean, that's often a streak of silver lining, that you see this player represent the country in the future and do great things for the country. If I had to name a player for the side of Iraq, it's probably Danger. That really took the most initiative upon himself. Sure, they all had their moments. Kavi had his moments. Alzim had his moments. But in a sense, I concur with you that you couldn't spot one individual success story in Iraq's team. And yeah, I was actually trying to quickly open Liquipedia and try and find out who is doing good in this group. How is West Asia actually going? Because I'm really curious to see who progresses. For those of you just tuning in, the teams that are progressing to Saudi Arabia for the offline Asia qualifier, the teams that we know of so far are Vietnam, Indonesia, India, Pakistan. So your boys on the panel are happy. And also we've got Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is a rather interesting region. We didn't manage to catch too much of them, but enough about the teams that are qualified. Let's just take a quick look at the numbers. And yeah, I mean,
it's again, it's the same story, right? It's really just a case of Zeron being above and beyond everybody else. Just having that insane talent, being able to consistently put out an amazing performance. Again, you know, It's really difficult to judge whether or not anyone actually played very well on Iraq. The Extreme had a couple of moments there. That's probably why he's on the top of the scoreboard. But it was none of the plays all across the board were anything to write home about. Aside from a couple of individual shots, which I really don't count personally because they didn't end up having a lot of impact. Unfortunately, Iraq, you guys simply didn't do enough for the books. You guys simply didn't do enough for the show reels. And you can see that in the kill disparity as well. Iraq almost has half the kills of Iran. That's how poor the fragging had gotten, to be perfectly honest. And there's not like the disparity in assist matters. It was just such an overarching difference in eliminations that it was always going to be an Iran show. It wasn't one of those games where it's close in terms of kills, but then somebody's winning out on technicalities, somebody's winning out on defuses, and all that. Maybe you're saving eliminations because of saves and all that. It simply didn't happen. And of course, get a chance to look at the big man himself again, Zeron, 24-9. He's been continuing to dish out this kind of performance, and hopefully he's going to be able to sustain it if he wants Iran to continue to dominate.
Yeah, Zeron clearly the light of Iran, if that's what you want to call him, is he's had stellar performances on both maps, and yeah, very reliable with the operator. I like his approach to just picking up an AUG in the second round. It's something that's really working well for him. So good stuff coming up from Zeron.
Yeah, well, we are going to be wrapping this one up. I think we've talked enough about Iran versus Iraq, and I know it's been a long day. Hopefully you've been tuning in for all the action if you're interested in this particular region, if you've been following all the boys. Now, this action is still not over just yet. We still have a seeding match. We still have that final best of one to go. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break, and we'll bring you some more CS action.
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back, everybody. We've had a long day of some incredible national Counter-Strike action, but the day is not over just yet. We still have the final seeding match, which is going to be between Team Palestine and Team Iran.
Yeah, I think I'm pumped for this one. What I find quite interesting, because we had a sneak peek at the video, Palestine actually respect ban Ancient. I think this is something somewhat telling, as both these teams will eventually move towards the LAN phase of the Asia qualifier, and I think when you play versus other nations, it's going to be a lot more interesting. And Palestine versus Iran, it's going to be good old Inferno. I think it's going to be a lot closer than any of the maps we've seen in West Asia so far. Yep, I'm up for some really close Inferno.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, Palestine and Iran, these were the sort of the top two teams in the region, right? So this is sort of what we're looking forward to now. Palestine, you know, we've talked about their roster a little bit yesterday as well, but some of the highlights that we personally noticed was that, you know, Nako was absolutely off the charts. We had Monty, who was going crazy. But overall, because Palestine were absolutely steamrolling over a team like Iraq, I didn't really get too much of a chance to see who was individually performing too well, because it was all just a team effort, right? And on the other hand, we've got Iran, and honestly, there is just so much talent among these people. We've seen Don taking some incredibly difficult clutch situations that he's been able to carry out. Zeron, he's been very capable at consistently pushing out a top level of CS, so I'm really interested in seeing how these two teams are going to interact with each other, right? Because most of the time we've seen these very, very one-sided matches. Finally, I think we might see this come to an end, and it's going to be even more potent, because this is going to be a match on Inferno, a map where it's really hard to get a one-sided affair. You know, it makes sense if it happens on Anubis, it makes sense if it happens on Ancient, because preparation is really hard to come by, but this is going to be a very different story. Inferno, Hail as old as time, map as old as time, and neither of these teams should be struggling on it whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think any of these teams should be struggling, but if I'm just trying to refresh my memory about these teams, and I will talk about these teams a little bit more in detail. There you go, those are the maps. As you can see, Palestine respect banning Ancient, and it appears as if Palestine also take the opportunity to ban out Anubis. Iran banning out Vertigo, they could have let that slip through, but it's good old Inferno. It's I mean, it's a map that in my part of the world was played for days on end, endlessly in local leagues, but it's a solid test of your fundamentals of Counter-Strike, in my opinion. It should be a fun map. But yeah, I wanted to talk about this matchup, Palestine versus Iran. I think I'm going to be a little bold enough and make a prediction on what should be a closer map, because both these teams are kind of even. I feel like Palestine's going to win this. I feel like Palestine are the better team. And no?
I don't know about that just yet. Honestly,
You're going to wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see, but I'm gravitating a little bit towards Iran. They did look they look a little sloppy in some cases, yes. And I kind of understand where you're coming from, right? Because if we have Mirage as the yardstick to compare both of the teams, then Palestine had a way better performance against Iraq than Iran did. Because, you know, same team, same map, much better performance from Palestine. Makes sense. But also, I think that the case where Iraq were performing really well against Iran was also a case of Iraq really overperforming, you know? Monster was going absolutely wild. I believe it was Destroyer who was just doing some absolutely heavy lifting. And those individual flashes of brilliance didn't actually happen when we saw them against Palestine. So we didn't actually see a very apples-to-apples comparison. We saw a supercharged Iraq versus Iran, and we saw a very understated Iraq versus Palestine. So I think they actually kind of meet in the middle, to be perfectly honest. I think Iran having a player like Zeron might still sort of
favor them a little bit. But honestly, I'm not too sure. I've made very bold predictions today. Maybe not bold predictions, but very blunt predictions where I was just like, yeah, this team's gonna lose. This team's gonna lose. Don't just like throwing out predictions like the biggest pessimist in the world. But this is definitely something I'd rather wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you made very pessimistic predictions when they were in your head, especially one-sided matchups. But I'm trying to make a prediction when it's hard, man. When, I mean, the top teams of the group are facing each other on one map, a best of one, a map that everyone's prepped for. And I mean, sure, the sample size is both these teams beating Iraq, which just looking at Iraq's performance in this tournament might not amount to much. But I look at the Palestinian players and I see a more rounded roster in terms of firepower, and then I look at Iran and it's just Zeron. I mean, sure, a couple of other players popped off, but that's the name I remember. And I look at Palestine, I just see everybody else contributing a lot more. But yeah, I mean, I could be completely wrong. We'll have to dive into the map, see who wins the knife round, see who decides to start on what side. But yeah, it should be an interesting battle. Zeron has definitely been one of the more impressive hoppers in this tournament. I think I mean, you of course saw Indonesia and Vietnam and those teams, but and Vietnam had Crazy Guy back in the day, but I feel like Zeron's definitely been the most consistent hopper. So yeah, I'm just curious to see if there's anybody that tries to contest him from the side of Palestine. I think that battle is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. Now again, this is going to be a pretty big coin toss, especially because we're doing it on Inferno. It's not like either of these teams is really going to be favored or anything of that sort. So, you know, I think this might come down to who's having a better day. Zeron's been having a great day, by the way, so I wouldn't really put it past him to just go absolutely wild again, just get a 30 bomb or something. But again, Palestine, they're not slouches. They are nothing like the teams that Iran has faced before.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, like, Palestine. It's so weird though that the seeding matches are the matches which are the most competitive games. I mean, seeding is important in the tournament. You have to play for the best possible position you can in the bracket later on in the offline qualifier. But personally, I think this is one of the more hype matches, man. The best teams from West Asia facing off. We saw a lot of support for Palestine yesterday. I'm sure Iraq and Iran, all the supporters did show up in chat. And I think Palestine versus Iran, you don't get to witness these international matches that much, or you're not seeing international esports that often. So just like both of us would be hyped to see India versus Pakistan because it happens once in how many ever years in any esport title. I think supporters from both regions are equally excited for this matchup. Even if it's a best of one, it means a lot, right? I mean,
yeah, there's definitely going to be some national pride going into it.
Yeah, I'm on the Pakistani Dota 2 groups, and when Pakistan loses to India, I can see players flaming the supporters, the fans, just flaming the Pakistani players so hard. Like, passion in that country for Dota is so high. Yeah,
sometimes the passion can be almost toxic, to be honest. But that's kind of been a theme for a lot of just nation-based teams, I guess, because a lot of people just have very high expectations. And you know what? This isn't me like saying that CS fans are toxic or something. This is just sports fans in general. It happens in football, it happens in cricket, and I think some people tend to get more riled up than others.
Yeah, I definitely like in India-Pakistan matches, I always see that the Pakistani supporters are like very devout and like very passionate about their respective teams, at least in Dota. I see that community pop off like anything. And if India wins, India doesn't give a damn. Like, nobody is even saying well played or anything. I mean, there'll be the same 8 usernames on YouTube or Twitch. I know all of them by heart. They're the only ones that tune in. And yeah, they get some crazy kick from watching those matches. But yeah,
it's honestly just close supporters, honestly. It's just It's close supporters of the team. Maybe it might be somebody who used to be a team manager, somebody who used to be friends with one guy from the team, or anything of that sort. Maybe somebody has maybe somebody's followed the old organization's page and he's like, oh, what are these guys doing these days? It's not really a very, I guess, it's not a community that might be very passionate about those specific teams. But to be honest, I don't really know too much about the Indian scene whatsoever, so I probably shouldn't comment on it. I do know the Pakistani scene very well, though. And I think Dota hasn't really been very popular recently. I'm sure there are people passionate about it, and I'm sure there are people who would come out of the woodworks if there was a decent opportunity for it. But for now, it's kind of been dead recently.
Yeah. I mean, there are those on and off show matches that keep happening, and those rare occasions where these teams and these nations do meet. I mean, in CSGO though, you can feel that Iraq, Palestine, Iran, these countries have a very passionate group of supporters that have shown up, and I want to tell you that the real fun is just about to begin. This best of one on Inferno, it should be a real reason to bring out all your love and support for your respective nations. And I'm grateful that the org-based storylines keep happening, but the national storylines, these are the ones that we will remember as nation-based play becomes more common, and actually in a sense it kind of develops the grassroots. A lot of people who do not get the chance, who do not have the opportunity, do get a chance to really make their country proud. And I mean, it's a unique opportunity that you are presented as an esports athlete, and I think it's very cool that IESF does this. I don't know if we'll be casting the next leg of the tournament, which happens offline, but I know that somewhere in our head we're all going to be waiting to hear the India versus Pakistan scorelines in CSGO, and even in Dota 2 if they do qualify. So everybody's like, the true fans are following the storyline, and it's interesting. I actually looked at all the past IESF tournaments that took place just to see how these countries are doing, and yeah, it should be an interesting offline qualifier. And yeah, Palestine versus Iran is also something that I'm excited for. I think these the best of ones that are about seeding, where the best teams from that region are playing, should be close. And CSGO is the kind of game in Dota, because it's time based and not round based, you might just lose focus, you might just wander about and relax, but you're seeing a numerical statistic which is telling you how far you're falling behind, and that reminder is always going to inspire you to do better no matter what, especially in a game of CSGO, even if it's just for seeding. And yeah, I'm expecting at least a 16-10. Nothing less than a 16-10 from either one of these teams.
I think so too. I think 16-10 might even be understating it, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if this is... I get it, you're saying at least, so that's sort of like the floor. But I might even set the floor a little higher, to be perfectly honest. Would I? I'm not too sure. Maybe I'm just being contrarian to you. But there's definitely a good chance that this game turns out to be one of those that has an overtime that kind of goes to extended periods of time, and I think we're definitely going to be seeing a much longer map than we've sort of grown accustomed to in this tournament, because this is by no stretch of the imagination going to be a one-sided affair.
Yeah, it's not going to be one-sided, and yeah, I think the only other prediction I have is Xeron is going to... only other question I have is not a prediction, actually. Is Xeron going to find success with the AWP? Because his work on... He's got the movement. Inferno is the kind of map where you can be effective. Generally, you see players towards coffins on the A side. Sometimes, I mean, on B, you've got a dedicated pit player with a rifle, but you generally see it towards A or brackets. So let's see where Xeron really finds his success with the AWP. I have seen some crazy D-sided aggressive AWP usage, but I don't know if you're going to see too much of that. I think we saw that earlier in the day on which map was it? Nuke, and that was pretty much it. That has to be my highlight of all the aggressive opping that we've seen in this entire tournament. But yeah, Zeron has been very stellar at just holding angles. He's been disciplined. The other player with the AWP that I'd like to give a shout out to was Waste, who really had a phenomenal performance on Overpass. Very, very effective. And yeah, some stellar play with the op earlier in the day. I'm just not able to remember if anybody used it that effectively on the side of Palestine.
I think Palestine was never actually in a position where they had to use the AWPs. They were just rushing down middle, and it's crazy to think that like our memory of that game is just this blurry mess of mid pushes and just Molotovs and smokes, because I really don't remember anything other than that. I kind of remember that maybe Iraq kind of went back into a default and got a couple kills in B apartments, but that's pretty much all I can remember.
Yeah, so there was this one round where Danger held apps and he got that kill.
Yeah, that was like, yeah, and it's crazy to think that that's like a highlight, right?
That's the positive outcome that we remember for Iraq from yesterday. But I think what I remember and what blew my mind is this most common position on connector going unchecked. You know, not playing the stairs, just playing right above it, adjacent to it, parallel to it on connector. And Nako peeked from that angle like 4 times, or at least 3 times, and nobody trades him out. Nobody is marking that angle. And today Iraq are ready for the underpass boost. I don't know how they had a sense that could be coming, but they're just dying to connector every round they take mid on Mirage. So it was strange. They were prepared for some unusual outcomes, but this connector and marking connector was not too effective for them yesterday. But yeah, that match and especially Mirage was just a blur of fight after fight at mid. I remember this one player. I'm actually going to look up his name right now. I have it in front of me. It began with R. That one player from Palestine absolutely pushing time after time with complete disrespect.
It was Nako, right? Who was pushing in?
Radiac. Is I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, Nako was at connector and Radiac just shamelessly walked out of connector 4 rounds in a row. I think I remember that a little bit. But actually, guys, quick update. I think it's gonna take a little bit longer for the game to actually go live, so we're gonna be going on a short break. We'll have the action ready for you as soon as all players have joined and everything is ready on their server. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of
Welcome back, everybody, to the IESF Asian Championship, the final game of the day and the seeding match for the position between Iran and Palestine. Potentially going to be a very hotly contested matchup because this is a game that a lot of people were looking forward to. A game between two teams that have steamrolled the opposition, and now it is time for the Titans to clash.
Yeah, I am personally very excited for this game. I think we're going to see some very competitive Counter-Strike, and it's that is definitely a welcoming sight. You've seen Palestine demolish Iraq, and you've seen Iran do the same. And yeah, how do these teams square up head to head? And Palestine, I think they're going to be starting out on the T side. The players to watch out for are Nako, Laddie AK, For the side of Iran, the player that at least really stood out earlier on versus Iraq was Ziran. And I think Megamin, or however you say that, I have to put a vowel somewhere. He's the one player that really worked wonders for Iran. I think Iran a little bit more equal in terms of frag distribution after Ziran. But yeah, Rashness was quiet but effective. Got kills when his team really needed it. And yeah, head to head, we've got to wait obviously for a couple of rounds before I even ask my co-caster for a prediction, because he's been tight-lipped about this one. Yeah, I think Vildati, you're expecting a close game, and because this isn't as easy to call as some rather one-sided Counter-Strike, I think you're going to hold on to your prediction. I'm predicting a Palestine victory. I feel I'm just getting the sense. I'm just purely by looking at the past games, I get the feeling that they might be the better team. But in a best of one, anything can happen.
Anything can happen for sure, but we're about to find out what is going to actually materialize. 5 sets of Kevlar on both squads, so they're kind of reliant on just making sure that those aim duels are going to be won out. Look at how Iran is playing this, having 3 players rush down middle, and this is going to be a firing gallery. Monty, oh my goodness, Amin nearly pulls off the silencer, but he's able to recuperate himself in time. Comes down to just Nako and Palestine. They're having a rude awakening that they finally have competition in their bracket.
Somehow Nako has actually managed to get past all of them onto the side, get the bomb planted. He finds himself in a 1v2. It was a bloodbath at mid. I mean, getting a lot of kills, and midway he chooses non-violence, takes off the silencer, but still does his bit. Palestine did also get poked a little bit by Banana, and now Nako actually sneaking past the player that came in through Arch. Might actually win this round. He's... What? That just shouldn't be happening.
I talked about how Palestine might be having a rude awakening here, but it seems like the shoe's on the other foot now. Iran definitely not expecting to be flexed on by a man that had 11 points of health. Beautifully played. Just 2 taps to the sides of the heads. And now Iran are going to be playing off the back foot. Scout rifle in the hands of Ziran. Oh, there it is. Haircuts being delivered. And I think he might be getting a second client very soon. He's cavalier enough to try and go for yet another shot.
I love how both these teams are playing with no fear. I mean, he's found success in the previous round with the USP. This time, walks into Boiler with the Deagle, quickly smokes it off, repositions. They know that there's presence coming out towards alt mid and towards apps. The T side, just reconsidering their options in this round. They've got control of top Banana. They've got one player, Radiac, there. A lot of options for Palestine in this round. They are with a numbers disadvantage, but they know that they're running up against Eagles. They'd ideally like to use whatever util that they're working with, clear out all their corners, be patient, and not fall prey to any of these Desert Eagles. 47 seconds on the clock, and it looks as if the hit will come towards the B side, where 3 members of Iran and this man, Ziran, are waiting patiently. They have a Molotov for coffins. They can push him back. Monte is starting to throw out the Molotov. A neat little boost towards CT spawn, goes unchecked as Mega Man finds a kill. Eventually the trade will come through. Ziran doesn't find anything with the scout just yet. In this hit on the B side. Monte pushing through the smoke, does clear out back of side. They will get the bomb planted. 3v3. Make that way swiftly a 3v2 as Nako, the man who clots out the pistol, still delivering, this time around with a rifle.
Ziran and Amin Getting ready to try and go for a retake with a Scout and Deagle combo, but that MAC-10 will be optimal even at long range for some reason. Palestine with 2 now. Honestly, just an incredible job the way they've been able to consistently pile on the pressure. Obviously, it's only been 2 rounds, but you can already see that Palestine are kind of swinging out of the gates. Same can kind of be said about Iran, though, you know? They had a really solid start to the pistol round. In the next round as well as Iran, in the second round, obviously, he gets that scout rifle and he instantly goes for the kill on middle. So they're quite okay with taking risks, having a lot of aggression and all that. Not really shying away from a fight, and this is a much higher caliber of Counter-Strike already that we're watching.
Yeah, I mean, the caliber is higher in terms of confidence, in terms of aim, and in terms of general game plan. Is Iran confident? Iran, they've also got Amin, who really just had sheer testicular fortitude to just push out mid with the USP dry and walk head on into a battle. This time around, they have a lot of presence towards apps and towards the A side, but they're not going to find anything. In fact, they're just going to run into SMGs and quickly get Maud off camera. Some violence just shouldn't be captured, but now Iran have a buy, and Ziran is not messing about. No AUG, none of that nonsense. Did buy a scout in the second round. He's going for the AWP, and yeah, I'm really curious to see what he manages to accomplish versus a team that's just a little bit more cohesive and confident in themselves. NACO winning that beautiful 1v2, and then Palestine just making easy work of their buy rounds.
Man, I can't believe the producers would make me watch that uncomfortable situation again. Pulling off the silencer mid-fight.
Yeah. It's almost as if you play a game where your pistol has some purpose as an alt fire on the right click, but there isn't really one for the USP.
It really serves no purpose, actually.
I think the adrenaline of just walking out mid and finding kills, multiple kills, when people are, okay, Zeron's going to feel some of that adrenaline, takes off Jalmud very early on in the round. And this is some classic textbook Inferno warping. It feels really good when it works like that, when you can walk out mid, peek second mid, alt mid, and get away with it. Real question is it enough for Iran to put their first round on the board?
Appspop getting readied up by Palestine. Flashes at the ready, smoke to give themselves some cover as they start to walk out as well, but Amin is not going to allow them to even drop down. Dante gets one on middle, and as they're starting to progress towards pit, Zeron is dead, locked onto this position. No chance that he's going to allow this MAC-10 to even transgress beyond this position. Molotov does knock him out of his spot, but it's only going to hurry up the pace of Monty's inevitable demise. Iran on the first.
And Ziran getting the first and last frags in those round, really securing the round for Iran. Phenomenal stuff coming out with the AWP. And now Palestine at least know that Ziran likes to play towards mid. They've got to be a little conscious of the fact that they just cannot stroll out into mid shamelessly without probably flashing over. And they're not going to do that though. Instead, Jalmud towards T-Stairs is going to take the battle head on. In fact, Dantic swings out, gets tagged a fair amount. A lot of utility being tossed out by Iran. They're just going to smoke off mid and fall back deeper onto the side. It's strange though. I mean, a rather quiet approach towards Banana. Zeron waiting patiently with the op. I mean, when you give up that much of Banana, this angle often gets smoked off, and it's very hard for the AWP to be really effective when you're giving up top Banana this early on. Monte is also snuck into Arch. I mean, Iran just conceding parts of the map, falling deeper on the side, and momentary lapse of concentration there for Zeron as he just gets picked off by Radiac, and Radiac He snuck in.
Mega Man very quickly eviscerating the competition coming his way on B, and now they're going to have second thoughts about even pushing this issue. Is the bomb rotating
they have a
all
little
the way
bit of
back on like 15 seconds remaining? There's no way. So much time being spent. Oh! It's like a present from heaven. The bomb drops and Neko instead just swings out with the clock, doesn't stick it. 4-1, man. This is such an entertaining game to watch. I love this. There's so many different shenanigans happening. And although Palestine is leading by a pretty significant margin, it doesn't actually feel like it's been one-sided at all. Both teams have been very good at piling on the pressure.
Yeah. For a moment, it felt like Iran had done enough to nearly force out Palestine in that round, but yeah, they're just giving up a lot of the map. If Zeron is not finding an early pick, it appears as if Iran's approach towards Banana is not to contest it. In fact, just win raw aim duels, and Mega Man is going to do that with the Deagle, but the rest of the CT side is just going to crumble, and you can see the rotation starting to come through. In fact, they want to retake from Banana, and they've got one player running towards T-spawn as well. It's going to be tricky. Radiac has got to be a little bit careful. Has Xenon just... Okay, they're just looking for exits. I think Iran have decided to just give away this round to Palestine. Reasonable in a sense. They're just hoping that they can hold on to the AWP and maybe take a couple of exits. If Amin could upgrade with an AK, it'd be nice. Nako ends up dying. And yeah, Palestine, please know that there's an AWP moving into the next round.
I don't think, you know, I kind of want to circle back to the idea of a solid performance not being too sustainable for very long periods of time. And Palestine is sort of in a similar boat right now. You know, they've had some really incredible moments. They had the clutch on the pistol round. They had the follow-up round after that, where they're able to have a mini comeback within the round. And I don't think that's going to continue to happen. I think Iran might actually be able to get a leg up very soon. It's just a matter of time. Double nades. Iran already off to a solid start. Radiac falls to his death. Or rather gets blown up.
Yeah, he tried his best. He tried to move over to logs and avoid that Molotov. But a very thoughtful nade coming out. Osama just drops from balcony. Gets a kill. Iran caught snoozing a little bit as there is pressure coming out from Boiler as well, but Xenon up to the task. Will manage to take care of the danger man Nako. It's now Jalmud and Monte, an AWP and an AK. And most of them posture towards Banana and T-slope, or lower mid if you will. It looks... Wait, what? Is he... yeah, it's eventually a Banana play that's going to come out from Palestine. A beautiful fake that they're trying to sell towards the A side. But 33 seconds on the clock. AWP is not the kind of weapon you want. One man is going to be Mega Man. Best man that you could ask for. Playing the back of side, he's eventually going to be cleared. Monte blinded, will find him through the metal. And they're going to get the bomb plant. There is a push coming out early on, but they're ready for it. They're ready for it. They managed to pull it back to a 2v1 and Xenon with a very big ask ahead of him. AWP on the retake, all you can do is zoom in, clear pixel by pixel, corner by corner, slice the pie, hope that somebody walks into you. Maybe upgrade to a rifle if you see a stray rifle anywhere. Time not on his side, he's going for the save. Palestine eventually managed to put this round together. And I want to circle back to what you circle back to, that This is not
No,
sustainable
I'm going to
for
circle
Palestine.
back to what you circle back.
My original, if you circle way back, I thought Palestine was going to win this, and if you circle even further, I had something to say about Cash, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think I'm done with circles for now.
Nice.
Are you just wanting to flex on me for having a prediction? For predicting that Palestine was going to win this? I mean, I'm still standing by my word. Like, I'm still standing by...
My prediction was Palestine. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah. No, because my prediction was that Iran and Palestine didn't have the same yardstick to play against, which is why I would just basically call it a coin flip. I wouldn't really lean towards either team. But I'm still sticking to my word. I think Iran is actually going to have a bit of a mini comeback. This is going to be a closer game than you expect.
Okay. I mean, you said that since these teams are so close, you'd like to wait, you'd like to watch, and you think Iran are going to come back and probably take this map.
No. I think they're going to come back and make it more contested.
Okay. Fair enough. That's very possible.
Hang on, though. We're going to have to hold on our tangent of comebacks because Zeron wants to stay in this game a lot earlier than letting it get to the point where it needs to be a solid comeback. Oh my goodness, straight through the smoke. Gets Osama's as well, and that leaves 3 players running around like headless chickens looking for one avenue to approach from. AWP wants to peek out. Radiac tucked into the corner. Finally is able to get one, but Zeron is ready. Zeron's good for 3, and he might even be good for 4. As he's tasked with the responsibility of defending the bomb. JL Mud, though, is going to end his career earlier than we expected. But it doesn't matter because his teammates are alive. 1 on 3. The cart has already been dragged by Zeron. Italy peeks out. And Amin is able to put that in the dumpster. 6-2. Iran starting to get something on the board, even if it isn't a whole lot.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this man, he has been the sole source of individual brilliance for the side of Iran. Perfect play, and this takes a reasonable judgment of just playing that position time and time again to read when that player is moving past you at arches, and a little bit of luck as well. Zeron, his confidence will not be halted. He's going to once again take the fight to Palestine, and immediately this AWP is asking a lot of uncomfortable questions as Palestine are missing a player. JL Mud hasn't found that same kind of success with the AWP aggressively. I mean, sure, he did eventually find Zeron at library, but nothing that's really opening up any meaningful avenues for the D side. And that happens once.
I think Iran are starting to brew something up now. Radiac going to be the solitary aggressor on B, and he wants to sort of individually try to carve something out just to keep the attention away. He's probably going to have to go back and try to get the bomb later, which is why he needs to be very careful with his life as well. There's only 35 seconds remaining now, though, so Palestine need to start being more careful. Okay, scratch that.
Zeron is just having a field day here. I mean, this is the shooting range, and this is a shooting range where he's not really being contested. Another 3K with the AWP. Finally, Nako says enough is enough. He's going to clear Zeron, clears Mega Man towards Dark, but eventually Amin will ensure that Nako and his shenanigans do not go too far. Palestine, they have called a timeout, and Iran, like you rightfully said, have made a mini comeback of sorts. But how much longer can Zeron keep single-handedly winning rounds for his team? I have to wait and watch. He still has the AWP, and Palestine, they're not going to have... Just look at the money. It's a very scrappy buy. It's odd to say this, though, but for a team that's been getting so much control so easily towards Banana, they've nearly always had Radiac just want towards top Banana. It feels like they haven't been doing too much with it. I'd like to see them at least like execute towards B. It also feels like second mid is not being explored that much. Sure, we saw Osama jumping into boiler and trying to get control of that part of the map, but before that happens, they just end up dying to Xeron's off. This time around though, that's not going to be the case. In fact, that is not what should ever normally happen in a game of Counter-Strike, but Palestine are beyond normal. They they take care of the op with the Glock, and yeah, it's Uno reverse as Iran are left scratching their heads. Their buy rounds work smoother, and when Palestine have less resources to work with, they find that extra magic.
I want to see if this AWP will be mobilized enough to actually make a difference, though. Because it's surrounded by Deagles, it's surrounded by a P250. It's probably not going to be enough to drag them over the finish line, especially with the time starting to tick down. They don't really have too much space over here on A, and I believe... Never mind, the Molotov is all the way on B, so that's not going to be an issue. At least, Amin should be able to delay this process over towards A by dropping down a smoke. But I don't think Palestine eventually want to go towards the A site. They establish brackets control, but then the bomb starts to circle all the way back to B. Instead, this could be the pincer all the way from Arches and be an eventual Banana and Arches push, but they don't have the time for it. They're going to have to go one by one. The coordination simply isn't going to be there, and as soon as they start to peek out, this is going to be madness. Mega Man with the first one. The Deagle, though, it's going to connect. Monty wants to go for the bomb plant, but as long as they can interrupt it, Rashness tries to come out, but JL Mud is going to defend his teammate. Osama stuck into a corner in CT, and all of a sudden, off the back of a Glock getting an AWP player off, Dantic will be the only man standing 1-on-3. He's got an AK-47 and a whole lot of time to work with. But he needs to start acting now. Flashbang, delays. He's trying to get the verticality of the box, but JL Mud takes care of him. 3 kills, and that is all the back of a thrifted op.
A thrifted op, that too with a Glock. And an op that's actually found every first contact resulting in a kill for it. Towards middle. I mean, even before that op was an op, when Xeron was running his scout, he was literally winning every duel he took at mid. This time around, though, it looks as if Palestine knew how to undo the AWP, and yeah, they found some renewed energy. They've enough is enough. No more free lunches for Xeron at mid. They've moved into boiler. They've again got this time though. This time at Banana, there is Iran trying to contest it a little bit more aggressively in terms of just manpower towards towards car, excuse me. And yeah, eventually they get pushed off from half wall. And look at this, 4 members from the side of Iran converging on the B side. They're going to gamble. They've just got pistols to work with, and pistols did the trick for Palestine. They're hoping that they can do similar wonders for Iran. But Palestine, time and time again, it's just been Radi AK, and Radi AK has been very, very reliable towards Banana. It's going to clean up these pistols. Eventually, Rashness will chime in with 1 kill, but they know that he's at coffins. And yeah, they're actually going to respect the USP.
I'm not sure why.
I mean,
but I guess it makes sense. Just being careful.
Yeah.
Just being careful. That makes sense. I can't believe that Palestine is in such a great position now, off the back of being able to win that previous round, just starting it off with the Glock and flipping it to an AWP. Like, this was supposed to be 6-4 with Palestine not having enough money to potentially buy up, and you could probably see Iran in a position where they're easily contesting for 6-5, maybe even 6-6. I couldn't have anticipated that grave of a mistake, to be honest. And 8-3, well, Palestine is starting to run away with it a little bit.
Yeah. I feel like despite them winning 2 rounds with the AWP, it's kind of painful for them to be reset so swiftly just on the back of losing 1 anti-eco. And that really hurt them, and that really shaped the half. Actually, it looked for a moment that Iran were going to make a sizable comeback, but yeah, they're going to take things into their own hands. It's what's worked for them in the past. It's Zeron walking down middle. This time though, Jalmud will take care of Rashness, but Zeron still alive, still healthy. 4v2. Iran have Amin pushing out, and Amin is going to just undo this entire setup coming out from Palestine towards mid. 8-4. Iran. They lean back to what really worked for them earlier on, which is Zeron go kill.
Unfortunately, Zeron go kill has kind of been their overall strategy from the get-go. How sustainable is that? Probably not a lot.
Yeah, it's very difficult to expect him to do that every round. This time around though, they are actually going to push, not even allow Palestine to move into banana, very deep smoke. So now Palestine will have to, well, if they want to move towards the B side, retake banana later on, which can be tricky and problematic. Iran have gotten some nice early control. They did, however, expend most of their smokes to get that done. And instead, Palestine will start looking towards the other side of the map. Iran, this is interesting. They take early control, and then everybody actually rotates over to A. They've got the AWP stacked up on side. 2 players towards the library, 1 player in pit. Excuse me, the AWP towards library actually. Palestine have 1 smoke to work with, and that's the smoke that JL Mudge just tossed out. Eventually, 33 seconds on the clock. Palestine, I think Iran, both teams know what's coming. Does Zeron actually deliver this time around? No. JL Mud bests him, and Osama finds a pick at the other side of the brackets. Amin is still there, and he's slowing down this aggression. Amin finding kill after kill. JL Mud doesn't need to zoom in even. Finds a kill, no scope. Looks towards pit. This time he will scope in just to check. And Amin, the pit player that found 2 very important kills for Iran, gets undone. And now Palestine, either 2v1, will clear up Mega Man, the last remaining player from the B side. As yeah, they pieced together another round, and this time JL Mud.
I can't believe JL Mud just gets to run around and use a sniper like a shotgun like that, and then stick around to even get that kill in pit. So basically, it kind of got divvied up into 2 1v1s, which is why all the CT player had to do was just take care of JL Mud, who was already quite low on HP, and just make sure that he can stick the bomb, because that other T was actually quite busy with the remaining CT. So that doesn't end up working out, and Zeron, uncharacteristically, even though he has a decent score, he's been missing quite a few shots that you would expect him to hit. Now, Iran starting to come back a little bit in this round, and with the courtesy of the nade, Rashness has added another kill to the tally. Should be an easy cleanup for Iran, as long as they can play their cards right and not mess up. But again, if you recall what Nako did in the pistol round, I'm not going to put anything past him just yet.
Yeah, he's got JL by his side, but not for long. I mean, this is the second time he's done this. This is the second time he's pushed apps and caught Palestine's looking the wrong way. But Nako, looking the right way, will take care of him. Pulls it back to a 1v2, the 1v2 that you mentioned earlier on in the pistol, this time with a rifle. It's the exact same plant. I don't think Nako is just going to have a rinse and repeat of that pistol clutch. But hey, more stranger things have happened in the WEC Asia qualifier. Both these players circling past each other. I mean, they know where Nako is. Nako's got a Molotov. Going to buy him time. Shoulder peeks. Waits for the duel. Wins the duel.
That was around for Iran. This wasn't supposed to be the case. Yeah, it's over and over. It's just the same story, right? It's just Iran round after round where they're supposed to be able to get it. They end up dropping the ball. Nako going 15-8 right now. He's an absolute demon on the server. And Palestine, with how poorly put together the buy is for Iran, you might be seeing Iran at the mercy of yet another pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, last round of this half, even if they get it, it's
No.
decent, but...
No! No! What a little spray down there through the smoke from Radiac. 3 versus 4 now. Single-handedly has opened up the B. Saeed J. Al-Mud on the way to B. He's going to slap Dantic across the face. And that pretty much leaves B-side up for grabs. Iran desperately trying to go for this 2 versus 4 retake, but I think we both know how this fairy tale concludes.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. I mean, Amin did do well. He pushed through apps, did get that kill earlier on towards Nako. That's about it, but yeah, last round and a half, you want to go out trying, but will they even get the opportunity to try, as Osama's has flanked them and Radiac? He's going to take care of, 11-4. This is fairly one-sided half. I thought it would have more to it.
Honestly, this could have been a very even half, or maybe even in the favor of Iran, if they just didn't end up botching those rounds that were almost guaranteed to be theirs. You know, dropping that AWP, dropping the pistol round to Nako, dropping yet another 2 versus 4 clutch to Nako. And obviously a lot of the credit can be given to Nako, but when you're in 4v2s, 5v2s, things like that, you shouldn't be giving up any of these rounds. And honestly, Iran kept setting themselves up for success, but then still ended up shooting themselves in the foot so many different times. A site. About to be the eventual destination. Lots of shots being missed by Team Palestine, but Osama's still lurking around the corner. About to be dealing with an onslaught of players, though. Comes down to the 2-on-3, and this time around, Iran is going to be very disappointed if they can't close out a pistol round that is basically destined for them.
Yeah, they don't have too much information as to where these players are. I mean, it's logical. They should be the B players. They should be coming in from arches. That's what Zeron is expecting. And although he wasn't ready for it, Amin was. And Amin and Rashnus, more than ready to cover the bomb being planted, will manage to ensure that this time individual heroics do not save Palestine. And the rounds that should be won are won. Iran win the pistol. And yeah, they needed that pistol win desperately to come back on this map, and I want to come back. I want a close game because Iran knows that there were many rounds that should have actually gone in their favor. Those clutches from Nako, the one round where Iran just won a Glock versus AWP duel that's not really gone in their favor. So yeah, Iran with the pistol should most likely win this round as well.
Most likely, yes, but that still leaves a little bit of probability here and there. Mega Man nearly got overwhelmed there, but 20 HP to save his name. Jail Mud and Osama is now the only 2 members standing, and this is pretty much a package deal for Iran. So I'm just glad that Iran are able to get away with the pistol round so we can at least try and see some sort of a contest, because if Palestine get away with that, you're probably looking at a 13-4, 14-4 situation, and coming back beyond that point, it's just a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what this game would look like if it were close. I mean, if Iran needed to make the scoreboard look competitive at the end of the game, if you just see a snapshot of the scoreboard in isolation, and if it looked competitive, Iran would have to win both these rounds. They've done exactly just that. And now I'm really curious to see how Palestine play their CT side. At least on their T side, they they managed to have this one position who was very they managed to have this one person who got a lot of control early on towards Banana, and other than that one round where Mega Man really punished them at half wall, Palestine did get a lot of control at Banana. Curious to see how they contest Banana this time around. Are they just going to be a little bit more passive? For now, it looks like a very standard setup. One player towards CT spawn, one player playing second boxes, and yeah, Iran, they're actually just going to walk onto the B side, walk on towards Banana in a little bit of disbelief. And despite having CT smoked off, they aren't quite sure if there's anyone coffins. Eventually their execute will start to come together. It's a straight up B hit, and Nako is on the B side. Now he's on the B side all by himself. He's got himself a FAMAS. Not too much utility. 2 kills would be great. Got one player towards CT spawn, that's Monte. Monte ends up dying, and this duel, a long-winded duel. Galil and FAMAS, 2 weapons you don't want to buy, but you have to sometimes. The Galil comes out on top. Iran most likely going to post the 7th on the scoreboard. Amin is just having a field day here as... yeah, it is starting to be a close competition. You predicted that Iran would come back. It's happening on the T side.
The question is whether or not they can continue to put out this sustained damage once Palestine actually get their hands on some weapons. Mud, he's not, I don't think he's particularly looking forward to saving that max, and just wants to have it in his hands in case the opportunity of a much shinier AK comes along, just walking, presenting itself. But a 4-round deficit, totally doable by Iran if they can put in the legwork. Osama's actually brought up an AWP. I'm not sure how much I agree with this. I think Palestine might just be feeling very cocky with how much they've been able to steamroll Iran before in the previous half.
He's going for an early peek towards mid. Really curious to see if it finds anything. Nope! Finds a bullet straight through his skull and Osama's, and that hero AWP buy really falters. Doesn't actually get to fire a single bullet, and yeah, JL Mud is quick to retrieve the op. I mean, I don't know if this will take Iran by surprise that there is still an op in play. Let's see how much JL Mud gets done. For now, Iran just working up brackets. Well, the AWP doesn't do much, but it's Nako with the Deagle putting in the work here, finding Palestine's first kill in a really, really long time.
Unfortunately, there's too many players to deal with. Yeah, they just get a little too overwhelmed here. Radiac now. He can still kind of be relevant here. He does have the Deagle, and unfortunately, it would require hitting your shots. 8-11. 3-round deficit, the slow creep up, and that's sort of what I was talking about earlier, right? Too many times, the stars had to align for Palestine for them to be able to get rounds, you know? I kind of want to recount it a little bit. In the pistol round, you had Nako with an amazing clutch on like 10 to 11 points of health, something along those lines. And then he had a great 2v4, and then they had a round where they started with a Glock and ended with an AWP somehow. And the economic effect of those rounds also led into more rounds, which obviously at the end of the day can stockpile into a 5 to 6 round difference. So honestly, I think these two teams have been playing very closely actually, and even if this ended up being a lost pistol round for Iran and they didn't end up getting the scoreline so far, I would always be able to look back at this game and say that the scoreline was not exactly indicative of how these teams were actually playing.
I get what you mean. The one round where the 2 clutches by Nako, really going to call him Nico for a second, but yeah, Osama's this time does manage to get Palestine off to a favorable start. a reasonably favorable start. But look at this, Iran have just got so much control of archers. They're clearing out pit. That one player in pit is going to drop a smoke, give away his position. How long does he get to hold that angle? How many kills does he get? None at all, as he gets swarmed from every possible angle. Amin is holding off library as well, takes care of Nako. And I mean, I really want to look at even if they're at max loss bonus, I don't think they're going to have a very favorable buy moving into the next round. I'm really concerned for Palestine. Now also, well, yeah, it is max loss bonus. And it's an absolutely shitty buy, and Palestine, they're actually going to call a timeout. They are serious about this. $11-4 has morphed into 9-11, and Palestine are really not happy with how
Yeah,
their
this was
CT
supposed
side
to
has
be a
gone.
much closer. I mean, I think it was already supposed to be a much closer game in the first half, and now that we're actually seeing it materialize, it's starting to become a little surprising.
Yeah. I think also what's not working for Palestine is just how they're playing the CT side. I mean, it's really been very uninspiring. It's just dying at mid and really awkward setups, which it feels like these setups aren't really enabling players to trade, aren't really enabling players to gather any information across the map. They actually gave up archers so easily in the previous round. I was concerned as to what the heck happened and how that happened. And yeah, Palestine hoping that this very cheeky angle up close going to actually pay them some sort of a dividend. They're going to re-smoke the entrance towards the B side. But yeah, we're looking at 10-11, and then I think the bigger question is, does Palestine, look at that, Nako just peeks through the smoke at CT spawn, gets his head taken off, Radiac dies, somehow Monte finds a kill. I don't know what he saw, what pixel really prompted him to fire a bullet, but yeah, that glory is short-lived. As again, if Palestine win this map, winning this round is the beginning of that craziness.
You can see how much Palestine's score is actually suffering when they're not able to get all of those cheeky plays lined up together. You know, none of those little deagle plays are happening. Suddenly these USBs aren't working as well as the Glocks were. And Iran are definitely taking advantage of the fact that they're on the T side. Super happy to exploit the fact that the economy is going to be terrible on the CT side. And just one round away from equalizing things when this was an 11-4 half.
Yeah, it seems as if Palestine don't really have much of an answer to Iran's T side. This time they're going to have a little bit of aggression towards mid. An early Molotov and Osama's. I think they know he's coming. I thought Rashness sensed it. Dantic was ready for Monte, but Osama snuck right past them. So they at least know on Palestine that there's no one else towards Banana. And Osama's exploring Mexico, whatever you want to call it, gets punished. Palestine need this round. They badly need this round.
I don't think they're going to get it, though. The Apps pop is about to come through. Nobody's going to be ready for it. Nako, I guess he could kind of make himself relevant on the site, but he's too far away, and as they start pouring out of apartments, the chances of him actually being able to inflict any damage whatsoever are slim to none. Knows that he just has to save that AWP, and I think Iran have started to smell the fear, right? I'm pretty sure they're going to want to hunt this. They've got $13,000 on Amin, and everybody else is kind of inching towards that $10,000 mark as well.
They should. They should take away these weapons from Palestine. But they are just playing this with utmost respect. Like they know what they're still haunted by losing those 2v1s versus Nako earlier on. Eventually, Zeron goes on a fact-finding mission. Too many angles. Won't really take away the AWP from Nako. Palestine will hold on to their weapons, but I think the damage has been done. Iran have come back from 11-4. It's going to be a very scrappy buy moving into this 23rd round. And Palestine, they've called their timeout, but it's really not made much of a difference. The only change I saw on their CT side was that they aggressed through mid. Osama's found a kill, but Iran were more than ready with the presence towards second mid. Dantic shot all of that nonsense down, and very quickly Iran found the A side for free with their presence towards second mid. This time around, a much faster approach. Dantic has just run through arches. He spots a player. He wants the duel. He'll win the duel. Jailma dead. Monty towards pit. Primed for success. He's actually bumping shoulders with another player. Radiac does try and rotate it. I mean, Iran's so reckless that they're ready to walk through fire. They've been tested by fire in this first half of theirs. 11-4, and they have walked through this test.
Oh, unfortunately, they're going to peek into him one by one, which sets Nako up for success. A minute on the clock now, and I love this awareness from Zeron. He goes all the way towards Banana, and he's expecting a second player as well. No way. For a second there, I thought Zeron had a seventh sense, expecting a second player in Banana almost, but he pulls out utility at the wrong time. I think what he wanted to accomplish was go all the way around, smoke CT, and then plant on A, but I think he thought too many dimensions ahead.
Yeah.
And this is where Palestine at least get a sigh of relief, right? But not before Zeron can at least flex the fact that he's going 24-13.
Yeah, but I mean, Iran, again, this round gets off to a great start for them, right? They get control of arches, then they try and move on to the A side, but it kind of halts them. And then after that, they kind of get sandwiched between arches and B, and they get picked off. I want to say that again, that round win was not really something that's repeatable or sustainable for Palestine. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back, I'm going to circle back on my prediction and align more with yours, because feels like Iran definitely the better team when they're playing the T side here.
Again, it doesn't even seem like we're watching a test of how much better Palestine can play. It's mostly like a lot of coincidences really going their way. And I don't mean to take any credit away from them, but you know for a fact that some of these rounds definitely were stolen away from Iran. 12-11 though. And a chance to make it a 13th, especially with the time ticking down now. Iran making a grave mistake in letting the timer run down so far, and they have basically zero information. Now running into the side basically blind. Molotov is going to impede their progress as well. These first two players need to do all of the heavy lifting. They're going to start to move into the site, and Rashness is able to get one with his eyes shut. Amin adding one more to the tally, and all of a sudden things are falling apart for Palestine.
That was possibly the best case scenario for Palestine, right? 25 seconds on the clock. You got 3 players stacked towards the B side. You got your boost set up towards CT spawn, but Mega Man was ready for that. They didn't even bother smoking CT. They actually went to take the duel, and Mega Man won that duel. Iran didn't lose a single member taking control of the B side, and it just shows that as of now, Iran are playing as if they're the better team. I'm not going to delve in. I mean, sure, the numbers will paint the picture, but Iran are playing this as if they are the better team. No fear at all. Ready to run into Palestine. No respect even of what they could be running into. And Palestine, they've got to be bothered. They've only won a single round on their CT side, and even that round was, well, it did have a little bit of lady luck smiling upon them, and more importantly, Iran just making some silly mistakes. This was that round which Palestine did win. They got arch control, then they run into Monte, and then eventually they kind of get caught mid-transition, and yeah, Nako, he's been the one that's really been responsible for these anomalies in terms of rounds. Winning 1v2s, finding a crucial 2k, and yeah, winning these very important rounds for Palestine.
It's honestly very impressive that Iran have been able to maintain their composure despite losing so many duels that they thought they were going to be able to get. Oftentimes, even if a team is going to eventually end up playing better, they don't even allow themselves a chance to do that because they get tilted way before that even happens. And look at this. All of these players firing on all cylinders. You would expect Zeron with 26-something to be the one that is top fragging, but that's not even the case. Amin is on 27 kills. Just so much destruction being laid out by Iran right now. Jelmud, at least trying to nip it in the bud, but Amin slowly inches closer to that 30 bomb potentially. Only 2 kills away. And with that 13 to 12 probably being secured, Palestine, they start to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, Iran poised for victory here. I mean, this round was a round where Palestine didn't really have much of a buy, but clearly in the second half, Iran have appeared to be the better team. I mean, there is no discussion about this. Iran have just been the better team on that east side, losing only one round to Palestine. And, I mean, will fall to the C4, but yeah, all of that really meaningless in the greater scheme of things. Palestine, they did call a timeout in the previous round, and I really want to see if they have any significant adjustment to make to their CT side. I just feel like mid isn't being played very effectively. They've given up archers. Want to see if there's any early aggression towards Banana. Do they even want to just throw out one early smoke? Is the setup going to change in any way? Nope. Not too much. Just going to play towards the B side. Play off each other. And Monte is not pushing apps for any information. Nobody is pushing for any information towards the A side. One player arch, one player stacked on side, one player pit. That's the setup towards A. And eventually this setup is going to be tested as Iran are exploring towards brackets. It seems as if JL mod will just fall back towards library. Again, it's going to be Osama's is going to be really crucial towards pit because Paddy AK has found a lot of information towards Banana, but will they be ready for Rashness? And this angle, no they won't. Rashness finds a kill, his patience rewarded. Osama's being tested towards pit, will smoke himself off and takes a duel, takes off Zeron, the danger man, and Nako is also starting to find his form. They need it. This is their buy. This is their round that they need to win, but they've given control of the B side altogether. Got one player towards sandbags. Mega Man might be expecting this. Patience personified as he takes care of Nako. Monte doesn't quite find the trade onto Mega Man. Mega Man still alive on the server. Osama though is creeping in. Mega Man out in the open, will be bested. Dantek, his position reveal, has to take the fight, can't win it, gets shot through the smoke, and Jailmod should have the defuse. Palestine win a very crucial gun round.
Man, it's so crazy because Iran actually kind of made the right play. They had a perfect fake. They simply just ended up not checking for Nako early enough. And because they don't go for the trade frag towards CT spawn, Nako is allowed to reposition into Coffin and then later become a problem. They were in the position where they could have isolated him and stopped it from becoming a 4 versus 3 to begin with, but they're a little too late. just culminates into a round win eventually for Palestine. Just too many angles to have to fight back against. And you're right, they had to win that round. Their money was starting to crumble. But the problem is, it's not like they get to relax just because they've won that round. Their money's still going to be bad. They still need to put some elbow grease in, and JL Mud will do exactly that. Op kill collected, smoke and flash combo to secure the ends of Banana. Iran now starting to divvy up both Banana and Brackets control in between 2 players each.
Yeah, I mean, that early kill with the AWP was exactly what Palestine needed. They won the round. Like you said, they can't relax. They get that first pick, but Iran, they're being persistent towards Banana. And JL Mud, oh my god, just dogged persistence isn't going to be enough. He's taken care of Xenon, the danger man for Iran dead, but Dantic getting a lot of map control towards Archers will actually find a kill, and now he's sitting in CT spawn. Palestine, I mean, they've got 2 players just sitting on the B side, afraid to move, afraid to rotate, and 2 players likewise sitting on the A side, close towards pit. Both players playing pit. This is really one of the most awkward positions for the CTs, and it's going to be exploited. Amin will find Osamas, and Monte, forced out into the open, will die. Palestine have 2 players on the retake. One of them is Nako.
Mega Man and Amin, their HPs are going to be very problematic as Palestine start to go for the retake. At least the Smoto smoke is going to make it a whole lot easier. Nako trying to find a gap in the smoke. JL Mud coming in from short. And although this attack could be coordinated, problem is they're letting the bomb tick quite far down. These are going to be some very messy duels that they have to get past. Smoke starts to fade. Nako peeks. Nako finds a player in shocks. Expecting a player inside as well. Amin finally reveals the position, is able to get one. Nako has isolated the last player in pit, but he needs to prioritize the bomb because there's simply not enough time. And as he tries to run away, the bomb will engulf him in its flames. 14-13. Iran now on the brink of tasting victory, and they've got the money to boot.
Yeah, around $3,500 to $4,000 average on the side of Palestine. It's going to be a very awkward buy if they do decide to commit to it. Yeah, it is an awkward buy. I mean, I've not seen Nako really find too much success with an AWP, but this time he's going to push out mid with the scout, blinded. He's actually going to manage to take off Xenon there. That is the best case scenario that you could ask for with the kind of buy that you're running on Palestine. But is it enough though? He swung over towards Apps. He's got a player by his side, but Nako, well, his friend doesn't trade him. He will in fact reaggress silently and catch Rashness by surprise. Osamas will pick up a weapon, an AK, but that doesn't sit for too long in his arms. Monty's going to push out Boiler and catch Dantic. I mean, Palestine are bit by bit pushing and punishing Iran as they snooze on their T side. But I think the numbers advantage is barely enough for Palestine to stand any chance of winning this round.
Ooh, nice shot through the plank with the Deagle. And I think Monty's expecting a player to come out from apartments as well. Love that little micro play by Mega Man, jumping on the balcony to give the impression that he's dropped down. And at least he brings himself to a 1 versus 2. Very doable position. And JL Mud has salvaged an AK. Mega Man repositioning into pit, but he's kind of narrowing down his position for the enemy because they know that he can't have gone short. So he's most likely only in apartment or pit. Also questioning the idea that he could be in sight. Very sloppy spray. Radiac, though, coming in from Graveyard, and Mega Man will not be expecting it. Radiac has plenty of time to stop this, and once again, the stars will be aligning for Palestine to give them yet another chance. Pistols working out in their favor, and Iran majorly dropping the ball, giving Palestine a big chance for a comeback.
Yeah, at the end of the round, you see Radiac really being there to stick the defuse, but the beginning of Palestine's success in that very half-hearted buy was Nako with the Scout, Osama's moving through apps. Actually, I mean, if it were a pop, you'd call that baiting, but I think that was absolutely the right play to make. Gets the kill on a Rashness, upgrades into an AK, it gets passed around. And yeah, Palestine find yet another unlikely win. I mean, these are mathematical outcomes that in simulations that if you just keep running again and again, the odds of Palestine winning those rounds should diminish, and they shouldn't be winning those rounds in the first place, but they somehow just persevere just by sheer will. And Iran, I mean, they came back from 11-4, and after coming back from 11-4 to really come to a 14-14 is...
This is about to be a push getting ready to brew over towards the B site. Smoke and flash combos about to be deployed. Molotov to new box, a full 9 yards. Radiac is going to try and respond with a Molotov. This is going to slow down their progress a little bit, but Radiac's tasked with the responsibility of spraying them down. Gets to, they're slowed down, gets to one more, and Dantic's going to get some team damage going on. Radiac basically responsible for 4 kills, and Iran now feeling lost. Dantic trying to grasp the reality that he has to try and get this 1v4. But I think this outcome is a little too obvious here. Nako looking for him around the smoke. Dantic still trying to negotiate a 1 versus 3, which he is going to be able to successfully do. 25 seconds remaining. AWP in hand. Ooh, I think he had the right idea for a second. He's being baited. Baited by the barrel. Playing it very safe. The CTs, I love this. I love the fact that they're not making any mistakes whatsoever. Waiting for every single member to be on deck before they contribute. And Iran, where they kind of looked like they were just going to shut Palestine down, it's no longer looking like the case anymore.
Radiac really coming in huge, and I saw this from Iran previously where, you know, they didn't really smoke off CT spawn, and they were just open to taking the duel with whoever was playing CD spawn. It worked for them previously. This time around it didn't. I mean, the utility usage from Palestine was superior, and also Radiac more than ready for those duels as Iran like awkwardly jumped into his screen. 14-15. The tables have turned and turned again and turned again and turned again. And this time around though, Iran, they are on the verge of defeat. Or this goes into one of the most epic overtimes ever.
I mean, even in the pregame, I talked about this, right? This is probably one of the games that was most likely to go into an overtime.
Yep.
Iran now potentially getting ready for that bracket spot. They have the bomb a little closer to the A than B. Our library smoke deployed to give them some mobility over here. JL Mud waiting around the corner for Arches, though. Very quick on the trigger. And he's generally been pretty good about that. 2 kills collected, now continuing to dish out the damage. More damage being inflicted, but that onslaught is not going to stop before 3 players have been secured. 2 versus 4 now. A chance for Iran to make things right. Starting to head into A. Have to deal with 2 players rushing out of apps. This is simply not going to work. It's just the final member remaining. And Palestine, against all odds at the very end, despite the fact that Iran had finally found their footing, fortunately, Iran simply aren't able to close it out. Palestine win their seeding match.
For once, I said the right thing. I mean, it was fluke or not, I don't know, but Palestine clinch it. 11-4 lead, and then it equalized, and then Iran had a lead at some stage. They were 14-13, but somehow in the end, it appears as if Palestine really knew how to just cohesively play their CT side. The last round you saw JL just being a little bit more present towards archers. Earlier on I just saw them give up archers too easily, and Radiac was there towards CT spawn to just completely dismantle the aggression towards the B side. So I mean, it looked as if Iran were really going to make the greatest comeback ever so far in the qualifier, in the online qualifier for Asia for the World Esports Championship. But Palestine will shut them down. They will claim the victory. Convincing or not, that's up for debate. But yeah, it was really the closest scoreline we've seen in this entire tournament, right?
Yeah, definitely. This was almost an overtime, and honestly, even at the end of this game, I'm left a little unsatisfied, to be perfectly honest, because I don't actually know who the better team was. On one hand, you might make the argument that, you know, Palestine won, so they're just the better team. But on the other hand, in a less simple way, Iran were winning so many of the difficult rounds, they were winning so many of the gun rounds, but then they were ending up dropping the rounds that they simply weren't able to. You know, you might make the argument that the stars were aligning for Palestine, and they were able to win some crazy round, like Nako's insane clutch with the pistol, the 2v4, the AWP upgrade. We've talked about it all before, right? But problem is, even though it's easy to kind of take credit away from Palestine and say, well, Iran, you know, they just got lucky, Palestine just got lucky and all that. The truth is, if Iran is dropping rounds like that, part of that accountability must go to them as well, right? And can you really call them the better team if they are reliably dropping or consistently, predictably dropping so many of these rounds that they were supposed to win? I don't think so. I think there's an argument to be made in both cases. So for now, I mean, I'm left feeling a little unsatisfied. Yes, Palestine ended up winning their seed match, but I think this is a game that would have been awesome to see as a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it is a best of 1, and best of 1s can have that very unsatisfactory answer, especially when teams are so close. And I think I love your take on it. You know, in a lot of sports, you sometimes look at the scoreline and you know that heck, the other team was pretty good, and maybe the scoreline doesn't always accurately represent, or maybe the win-loss outcome doesn't accurately represent who played how and how well they played. But yeah, I think the way in the end it felt like Iran didn't have any creative solution on their T side. It felt like their T side rounds, sure, they won a string of rounds back to back, but the moment like Palestine like really had a read on them and could adapt, felt like Iran really didn't have much to really put in on their T side after that. So yeah, I think Palestine, although they won the match, they are the better team because they made more winning plays. I think it's just that simple. Sure, Iran made this great comeback, and like from 11-4 to come back and take a lead looks very impressive. But I think in terms of just clutch moments, Palestine had those clutch moments. And yeah, ultimately that's what it boiled down to, right? Those 1vx's, and Palestine's just winning those a lot of times.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And, you know, it's easy to sort of not fully give the credit for this kind of play. You know, you're like, oh, well, it was a 1 versus 1. Could have been a 50-50. Oh, that was just a pissed around or this and that. But the truth is, if the individuals on Palestine are very consistently able to win out unfavorable duels, there's something there. There's something that they're able to reliably do. And honestly, if you break it down, there were some really good plays by the Palestinian players as well. So many of the times, their aggression with the pistols was on point. Their positioning was on point. Individually speaking, I think JL Mud looked absolutely fantastic, especially over towards that last round. He was probably the reason why it didn't go into overtime, because he just took matters into his own hands. They didn't expect him to peak high and dry like that. And you saw Iran really drop the ball there by not pairing a player with a with a duo to try and refrag him, right? In that instance, if you have a pair of players, He gets refragged, suddenly comes down to a 4-on-4, and you can probably wrap around the A site and have a 50-50 duel. But they didn't do that. Iran made quite a bit of positioning mistakes. They oftentimes weren't able to quite communicate on the same level that Palestine was. So, like, you know, we talk about that round where that Glock was converted into an AWP, and you might be like, oh, that was just lucky. That Glock connecting a couple shots onto the AWP, they were able to get an op, and that's why they won. But think about what happened after that, right? It was still a 4 versus 5 against 4 Glocks and an AWP, so how the hell are you dropping that? And that's something that we really have to give Palestine credit for. They've taken whatever circumstances they could get, any small advantages, and they've converted them into round wins. Not a lot of teams can do that. You know, you could throw the same advantages at a lot of other teams, and they simply wouldn't be able to convert. They'd be like, oh, well, we only had 1 AWP. Oh, well, we did win a pistol round, but we lost too many players. Our buy wasn't great in the next one. Or, like, we didn't get a bomb plat or this or that, right? So actually converting almost every single one of the major advantages we were able to find, that is super impressive from Palestine. And when you're talking about a game that is basically a best of 1, anything can happen, and taking advantage of the small things is probably going to piece together enough rounds to make that possible.
Yeah, I think at higher levels of plays, converting those unlikely scenarios into wins is really what makes the difference. I think individual play cannot be discounted, and the small wins, converting those into rounds, those 1v2s, etc., whatnot, are really, really important. But hey guys, we've got some statistics ready, and I want to see how much damage Nako's done really. It should not take too much figuring out to know that he's the one who's done most of the heavy lifting for the side of Palestine. His name showing differently on the scoreboard, if I'm not mistaken, but that is him, right?
Yeah. Now, this is sort of something we didn't expect from Iran. It ended up being Amin that was on the top. And Zeron, you know, he had some incredible plays here and there. But the truth is, there were so many instances where you would... it was a little uncharacteristic of him specifically to be missing those shots, right? I think there were a couple times where they swung around arches, and you would expect that AWP shot to be basically just an easy peasy one for him. Didn't hit. Yep. I think he had a round where he basically missed 2 to 3 shots in a row as well, where he could have probably carved it out into a round, but even with a lot of his plays being potential highlight plays, unfortunately, it's not really going to convert into that match victory. 16-14, Palestine did an incredible job at closing it out, even when it did look shaky. Now, I'm very interested in seeing this head-to-head, because I'm not sure who's going to have more eliminations. There you go. Iran actually had more eliminations, and they had so many situations where they actually came out on top, but they still ended up dropping the round. That's a little funky as well. There were a couple team kills on both accounts, so very similar assists. Very similar kills, and of course a very similar scoreline. It was just about that final inch of the race.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they had more limbs, and this is obviously the highest fragger on the server. I mean, single-handedly like putting in the work in the ADR department, and yeah, really, I mean, sure, Ziran had a lot of rounds of individual brilliance, but compared to Iran's earlier performance in the day where Ziran was the heavy lifter, this time around it's Amin who stepped in on this map in the fragging department, and yeah, definitely the most individualistic performance coming out in terms of fragging. A case can be made, of course, for Nako with his clutches, but yeah, this is an interesting choice of MVP, in my opinion.
I mean, I wouldn't say interesting. I think I mean definitely deserved it. The fact that he's able to become the MVP in a game that they lost, obviously that's interesting. But I think he was doing so much of the work for his squad. It's really a shame that Iran weren't able to clinch that victory. But of course, I'm sure a lot of you are very interested in seeing what the grand total of the result of this tournament is. Of course, this was the last match, so I want to show you all the countries that have qualified from West Asia Asia so far from the Asian Regional Qualifiers. So we've got from Central Asia, we've got Uzbekistan, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Vietnam as well, and from South Asia, we've got both Pakistan and India. Saudi Arabia is going to be part of the tournament since they are the host country and have a reserve slot. And from West Asia, we've got both Iran and Palestine. So that last match, that was just for the seeding, and now Palestine is going to get the better seed. But these are the teams that have been able to qualify so far, and honestly, man, it has been an incredible day of Counter-Strike so far. I think what we've done a couple best of threes. I mean, I personally have been covering a couple best of threes, a couple best of ones. So pretty long day of Counter-Strike, but I hope you all really enjoyed the action. I love bring it all to you, and we're going to be doing it all over again tomorrow. Tomorrow, though, it's not going to be me. It's going to be, I believe it's going to be Jay and Dwight covering the Oceanic qualifiers, so that's going to be very exciting to watch. They're very talented casters, and I'm sure you guys are going to have a blast watching that tournament as well. So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for tuning in to the action that is Counter-Strike. We'll be back tomorrow, so come back and you'll probably get a boatload of more Counter-Strike. See you tomorrow.